space in the draft. Doran's willing to slam the Orm when it is needed. So I do think we're seeing kind of a new beginning of this T1 roster, integrating Doran, but we'll see how they can do here. That is the big question. Will we see the T1 magic again? Let's see how the fans have voted at MasterCard GG on X and who they're calling the match for.
Drum roll.
I think it's gonna be T1. T1! 79.1% of, oh my god, cuties! Oh, amazing. Yes, there's always so many T1 fans. I will say yesterday
Hey!
when
Okay, don't let them disrespect you like that.
Come on, bring it in, bring it in, bring it in. Oh, did they do it?
Oh, some nice shank.
Oh, let's go.
Wow.
And some people who are just here for fun.
Yes.
For fun. And to see Faker, probably. I will say, as the fans' track record is 60. Oh, Seb, our amazing, amazing stage manager.
Yeah, he's amazing.
The fans' track record is 67% correct. You can vote every day at MasterCard GG on X to lock your predictions in too. With that, we have 3.5 minutes, so we can really, really get into those predictions, right? Because we can talk about the magic on one hand, and we can talk about the chips on the shoulder of the members of AL and the fact that they're the first seed from the LPL, but it doesn't always work out the way you think it will. Emily, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, so I think actually if you're going by performances on this tournament, by the way that these two drafting coaches in particular can go up against each other, these are two teams that do a lot of preparation. You've kind of seen it in those drafts.
Yeah.
You heard Tabe talking about it yesterday on desk when assessing BLG, and then he didn't leak anything looking forward to T1. But he did say that, you know, they are a formidable opponent. They're really trying to prepare in drafts. It's infuriating because I feel like I'm looking at this and I'm like, it should be AL.
Yeah.
And instead I'm going T1 3-2.
Okay, you got the T1 vote
So
out
what pushed you over the edge?
Yeah, what pushed you over?
I mean, just T1.
I know, it's so difficult.
Like, it's really, really difficult to bet against them. I do think their preparation has been, honestly, a lot better than I thought it was going to.
Yeah.
And Doran, although, again, he has had some Doran moments negative, he's had just as many, if not more, Doran moments positive, especially when it's come to some of these team fights.
I'll go next because I think maybe Raz has something spicy prepared, but
Okay.
I don't know.
All right.
I said 3-1 for T1. I just think I'm having a really hard time choosing or betting against them, I should say, at an international tournament. And I did not do it last time, and I was wrong because Gen G was better. I do not think AL will be better with the way they have been ramping up and how focused T1 is coming into these matches. But I could also be just completely wrong.
See, that's my question, because I came into today saying T1. Maybe I stick with them, maybe I don't. The reasoning for it is I just felt like Doran on the top side is a stronger individual player, a lot more picks that he has ready for him. I thought that mid lane would also be something that would be a little bit inconsistent for AL side, so I was like T1 for sure. And I still think maybe they're a better team fighter, but then I saw yesterday's series and it felt like AL is just getting better as a team.
Nice.
Like AL is unironically, see? The T1 fans, the T1 fans are loud. Yeah, you guys aren't gonna change my mind on this one.
No!
You're the consummate flip-flopper.
I said that was my last flip-flop days ago. I will not change my vote. I think their team fighting is getting better and better, especially when they went up against BLG. I have to stick with these boys. That's where my faith comes in and lies with.
And can I just say, oh, your husband is at home, but you're here. Let's go.
Let's go, Oilers.
Let's
We're
go,
in Vancouver.
Queen or Mister. I can't really see who is holding the sign. That's amazing. Can I just say how lucky we are to be seeing these matches at MSI and them all being best of fives? Not in the least that we get AL versus T1 tomorrow, and then we get two unbelievable matchups possibly, either Gen G versus the first seed of the LPL, or that rematch of the fake LCK finals that we saw yesterday in T1 versus Gen G. I think like we have been so incredibly spoiled.
Yeah, all of these matches, I expect today to go close to the distance, and I expect finals, regardless of who makes it out, to go the full distance.
I know I'm ready. Like, I know you're ready. Vancouver, are you ready?
Thank you. Without further ado, we'll get the teams here in Vancouver. T1 versus Anyone Legend for a spot in the grand final of MSI 2025.
Hello, Vancouver! We are here today to find out who is heading to the MSI Finals. T1 versus AL, our challengers striving to fight Gen G tomorrow. I'm Azale here subbing in for Dracos today, joined by Kobe and Vedius on the cast. This is going to be an incredible match.
It definitely is. And first of all, I just have to say this crowd is amazing. It seems like every single person went through the trouble of making a sign. Never have I seen more signs in the audience, and they are popping off before the first champion select.
And we're not going to waste any time, so let's jump straight into the draft of game one. Talia and Nico on the side of T1, respecting Kyle's Nico on the bot side of the map. The Pantheon coming through from AL, question marks around things like the Vi, how high priority is on the list. Do you want to give Faker his Azir? The answer to that is no. That is immediately going to be banned away by AL. A lot of power picks still up and available. The value of things like Annie in particular, very high in the draft.
Popalili namestili kako to funkcioniše. Tivan jel, Rale treba da dođe, ja se nadam da će brzo. Story smo bacili, na Discordu smo podelili, YouTube nešto baguje, ne mogu šerujem sve, ali trebalo bi da je ovo dovoljno.
Flandre has the possibility of bringing out something like the Jax, but there are a lot of answers that we've been seeing
stavimo da se puni.
the Gwen so far in the tournament. Rumble.
I moći sam nešto zaboravio, ali... A misliš, šta god sam zaboravio, setit ću se u nekom trenutku, zar ne?
And have been able to live through the lane no problem. If it is going to be the Annie,
Evropsko. Pa lec ti je evropski, brat. Sve ostalo ti je svetsko. Ide Paul prvo.
The concern of early picking a Wukong though is the possible Poppy response. We know that Ona is a very effective Poppy, so instead they could look to prioritize something else. We talked about the Rumble.
LOL esports, the link.
They could also consider prioritizing something like the Ezreal as well. Right now they are hovering on the Wukong and they're not going to hesitate. This will give Ona the opportunity to counter pick. Being paired alongside the Gwen, I mean, they have a ton of options. We've seen something like the Sejuani come through. The Vi's, of course, still available if they want a little bit more dive threat.
Yeah, Vi plus a burst champion for mid lane for Faker.
To, evo ga, dropovi.
Champions for the mid lane. Owner Vi here
ostavit ću ovako.
That is a powerful pick for T1. What do they want to pair it with first?
Hello,
ljudi. Dobar dan, ljudi!
Pa što ime, Rale, si dobar?
Odličan, 10 od 10.
To volim da čujem.
S obzirom da sam spavao, znaš kad sam ti jučer rekao ću dugo da spavam.
Dobro.
12-ica bačena. Pola 5 sam ustao.
GG, okej.
Znaš kakav sam, vidi, nikad neću zaspati sad, vidi kolike su mi oči, vidiš to bez svinče, vidi,
Čekaj, stani, samo da ti strese malo da ime si dobar. Čekaj.
Vidi.
A čekaj ovako, stani, drži mirno, okej.
Čekaj, šeri mi screen prvo, šeri mi screen, moram da vidim.
Okej, čekaj, stani. Okej, šeram. Sad držiš mirno. Nema da čemu. To je to. Protiv je rešen, GG. Promuškam dobro.
10 od 10.
To je to.
Nije bilo gromuljica, nema uopšte.
To ti pričam, pa lagana priča. Dobar dan, vidi. Tako to funkcioniše.
Da vidi šta kaže moj chat. Gde su najveći specijalci na YouTube.
Tako, isprozivam ih sve. Sad oni mene prozivaju. Prvo, nemam 33 godine, hvala lepo. AL su prvaci Kine i drugo, ne, odakle mi 33 godine?
Aha, dobro, još 4 meseca.
Gde je 4 meseca, znaš ti koliko je to?
Moram nešto ti uradim za taj rođendan, nešto. Jao, kupit ću ti tipa hodalicu. Jao, vidjet ću da li prave custom štapove, da ti kupim sajna štap. Mislim, onaj starački, ne ovaj kao neki štap. Kao onaj za hodanje. Chat, upalit ću stream skupljanje para za sajnim custom štap. To će biti jedan moj stream i to je to, kad skupimo pare gasim. Kupit ćemo neki fancy štap i kišobran i mitraljezu isto vreme i usisivač. Sve će to da bude, razumeš.
Vidi, to zvuči kao nešto što je legit, neću lagati.
Jel, a tražit ću da ga napravim mnogo teškog, da možeš da radiš curling njemu, razumeš.
Najbolji poklon ikada, to je GG.
To ti kažem. Znaš, malo hodaš, malo radiš biceps.
Čekaj, vi znate da imam četku, ti znaš, si vidio moju četku za kosu? What? Ti ne znam... Čete, vi znate da imam četku za kosu? What? Sve ću vam pokažem.
Predobro, moram to da vam kupim.
Ste spremni? Vidite moju četku za kosu. Ja ne trolam. Gledaj to. Gledaj.
Nemoguće! Ko je to uradio, molim se?
A sad, ko je to? Ne mogu da odem, ali... Da, četka za kosu. Tako da, hvala puno, ja sam ovako malo češćan s vremena na vreme.
Predobro.
Da, GG. GG za četku za kosu, hvala. Gdje je sudija? GG za četku za kosu, najjače. Can be very effective at denying some of those fast engages that AL are planning with this anti-Wukong.
Jaj.
Šta gledamo? Okej. Nije Alistar i Poppy nisu open. Pored Nora open. Ma dobro, ima se igra 5 gameova, tako da lagana priča. To je 4 gamea, pošto 3-1 T1 skripta. Sudi, ali neko sa streama ili šta?
Ne, 3-0 fan.
Čekaj, 3-0 za koga?
Za T1.
Okej, sam proveram.
Pa nije sad s druge strane Bacon.
Okej, to je u stvari insane. Poza brata, kogod je radio tamo i pustio sudiju. Respekt. Eto, čovjek došao u mrču i uleteo lagano. To je GG. To je u stvari insane. Fikiri ga Galio u Eni. Tako je. Otvorimo nešto. Idem sa strane.
I will also say with T1, the amount of dive that they have, I'm excited to see how well they can execute it. I think back to game 2 in their series against Gen G, their composition at just locking down a single target and removing them was flawless.
The drafts are done. The stage is set. T1 versus anyone's legend. Getting ready for the first game of what is sure to be an incredible series. MSI has delivered 5-game series after 5-game series this year. So lock in Vancouver.
Ja nažalost nisam mogao da next godinu.
Ne, to je legit sudija najjača priča koju sam čuo ikada.
A teo sam da odem.
Merch pay to win.
Sudije pretresao njega.
Tako ćemo se identifikovati u divini.
Za game broj 1 ja imam motku koju sam ostavio ovdje do kraja MSI-a za svaki put kad pikuju Wukonga.
Dobro. Ali Tarzan, pa dobro, vidjet ćemo. Rale sledio Zaliski.
Bukvalno ništa nisam uradio. Ništa nisam uradio i dalje su tu, nego ne vidiš.
Since T1 was able to lift an MSI trophy, but when you look at the record all time, T1 have had the LPL's number.
They absolutely have. This is the team that time after time
Moram da kinem, a ne ide mi, moram da priznam. Ne valja ta priča.
Pogledaj u svetlo.
A i hoću, mislim, jesam, ali zato kažem ne ide mi. Jer meni je reflektor odmah iznad četa. Često radi, ali sad malo slajkuje. Uđim u ovaj reflektor, više ništa ne vidim kad pogledam u monitor. Kuku ne volim vaju. Opet moram da gledam. A nema, samo jedan game.
Da, ali redko chill osoba, ako zarezaka respekt. Brate, bukvalno je sve do toga da li ti smetaju ili ne. Meni stvarno moji zarezi ne smetaju. Nemam nikakav problem sa njima. Zato si još išao. Ali zato Rale sad pokušava, radi na tome da ima što čistije pločice jer mu se debele fore nisu sviđale. Ali zalizak fore su mislila za redu. Na 77 sam, Simon, koliko si ti?
Ne znam, ja sad ne merim dok se ne završi MSI. Sad manje više održavam. Ali imam, isti mi je core, isti mi je stomak, sve mi isto, tako da.
Da, ja se samo nadam da ja kad budem nastavio šta budem radio da će biti tako.
Napravio sam na 81 da moram da pogodim, tu negde bi trebao da budem. Okej.
Koliko ovo dobijamo, ne smo
guma beži. Biksi, mi se čujemo glasnije uvek, da.
Neće, Ivane, neće.
Ivan, šta rekao Ivan?
Neće biti toliko. Evo se radimo od srede i on će biti od ujutru.
Od 11, tako je.
Tokom celog dana. Ivane, u suštini satnica svih turnira ti zavisi od toga gde se igraju. Ovaj turnir se igra u Americi i turniri u Americi uvek počinju nama noću. Ako se turniri igraju u Kini ili Koreji, počinjeć uvek nama jako rano ujutro. Ukoliko se igraju u Evropi, uglavnom će biti, zavisi od turnira do turnira, uglavnom su od 4 do 7 je početak, recimo. I ako se igraju tamo da se igra EVC, što ti je Saudijska Arabija, onda počinje uglavnom tako negde, oko podne, recimo.
Gdje je Worlds ove godine?
Recimo, meni je sad ovaj MSI napravio malo problema, ali okej. Zato što sam imao ispite paralelno i onda sam tipa jedan dan ustanem u... Pa jedan dan sam imao ispit, ustao sam u 7:30 i uveče sam radio MSI. Ali tako sam, morao sam da namestim tako.
Worlds je u Kini. Dumt smo. Giga dumt smo.
To znači da počinje u 7 ujutru prvi game chat, čisto da razumete. Dobro, ja ću da napravim da, ako počinje oko 8-9, ja ću da napravim da ustanem u 7 i idem u teretanu pre Velca, to zvuči odlično.
Neće početi u 9, nema šansi, to je previše zgodno za nas.
Pa prošli put je počinjelo u 9, nešto što je bilo u Aziji, zar ne? U proseku. A fora je često kad radite ovo... Pa ja te čekam, pa čekam te, znaš koliko dugo te čekam. Pa znaš koliko dugo te čekam. Jao. 86.000 sekundi. 86.000 sekundi.
8.13 u Kini. Kina je 6 sati ispred nas.
Izvini, Sajna, ovo je jedini exception kada zloupotrebljavam.
Sve okej. Kina je 6 sati ispred nas.
A neće biti toliko... A ne, zato treba još jedna stvar da vam dodam. Također, gdje god da se održava, oni pomere malo u odnosu na to da kao više odgovara većini sveta.
I ode Doran.
Jel' tako, Sajne? Tako da, tipa, Worlds tamo gde je, on počne tipa u 1 njima, što znači nama u 7. Da, tako je bilo prošli put. Sećam se. Kad je bilo nešto u Kini.
Oni su 6 sati ispred nas. Ne iza nas.
Ne.
Tako je. Sad je 8.14 po njihovom vremenu, ujutru. Znači oni su ispred nas 6 sati.
To znači da će njima da počinje u... Njima će da počinje u 8 uveče.
Što znači da nama počinje u 2 popodne?
Nemoguće. Kad je u Kini ujutru gledamo uvek, to znam. Poslednji put kad je bio u Kini smo gledali ujutru.
Ja mislim da i
jesu.
Pa ne znam. Nisam siguran, moguće.
Ne može u Kini i u Americi nama da bude isto vreme. To je nemoguće.
Ne, Amerika je 6 sati iza.
Da, ne može nama da bude u istom vremenu event koji se održava u Kini i u Americi. Čak bude od 2. O, Kerija, koliko si dobar.
Ne, od 2 popodne će biti.
Da, izvinite, ja ne znam da računam, izvinite.
Samo 2 unazad.
Da, znači počinjeće, pa dobro sam rekao onda, što me trolaš? Njima će da počinje, zato što sam ti ja rekao, njima će da počinje u 1 popodne, a nama u 7 ujutru. I ti si mi rekao, ne, oni su sad 6 sati ispred.
Nije, već njima poču 7, što bi njima poču 1 popodne, ne.
Ne, njima će, prošli put je tako bilo 100%.
Ok, možda.
Njima će počinjeti oko 1-2, nama će počinjeti oko 7-8.
Zavisi šta budu radili sa turnirom, ali sure, ok. Vidim ugao. Ljudi, znači, ako će iko grifovati u T1-u, to je Doran. Sija su kretali u 8 ujutru kod njih. Dobro, to bi nam baš bio int. Ako budu radili. Doran troluje, da.
Ja sam čuo, meni Sentinel rekao da je Doran odlično igrao prošli put.
Pogledaj build. Boots.
Right, we're going to look at more of these volatile areas because while Faker did blow his flash to set up the gank onto Shanks, he also defended
razvoj događaja za Dorana. Šta?
So there should be more returns towards mid lane. You can see there are 2 wards towards the top side, which are actually getting swept out at the moment, but bottom side is still clean for T1 and Carria's back.
Doran testira limit. Ako može to da ne radi, bilo bi odlično. Bilo bi super.
U 11 je poslednji Worlds počinjao nama. Znači, finale poslednjeg Worldsa je bilo u 6 po njihovom vremenu, što je po cetu 11.
11 je super za nas. Tad se taman gužva malo razbije.
11 je realno vreme.
Da, ljudi su na
Ustanemo u 8, doručkujem odredim trening, istuširam se, ponesem hranu i odmah posao.
Da, brzi play, to je okej. Kamera down, može. Samo me podsjetite. Šako klipuje odavde i skoči gore.
Tarzan is doing the exact same here on T1's jungle. He is camping that top lane so incredibly hard, splitting the map and taking away multiple camps.
Just play safe. The classic top lane experience. Neither of these guys can even get in range for experience. So it's going to be Kyle TPing down here, double TP to make sure that Flandre can grab this. Beautiful use of the early spellbook teleport there from Kyle, who gets down and makes sure Flandre cannot be dove there. Faker now face checking is going to find 2 members from AL. Do they have the damage to knock down the Galio? Faker trying to kite it out. Looks like he just barely will be able to get back to the tower. Carrier arrives and Faker survives.
He just wanted to get a ward down. AL were looking to reset. They set up a trap, but they didn't quite have the damage. That early null magic mantle doing
da, može straditi samo po pikselu, ali ono. Mnogo je to piksela.
Nemo voda. Kako volimo kad stavi. Pauza.
Everyone's switching to trackballs.
Clearly some peripheral issues that I expect we will get resolved very, very shortly. But my goodness, AL and T1 off to the races.
Zeus će igrati igraće EVC, pa će vidjeti kakav je. Vidjet ćemo u kojoj formi.
Cross-mapping appropriately, they did get that first dragon. They're putting what pressure they can on a Flandre, but AL, just as you highlighted, they're doing a good job, AL, of making sure that Flandre still has access to that farm, recognizing that he's at risk of a dive. They commit the TP from the support, and they escort him through that wave to help get that push out. You expect that the grubs is going to be...
Sad će Dragan, Zoki i Slaviša.
Resets are going to need to come through, and I would be surprised if T1 give that up without a fight.
Nadam se.
So far, Doran is the one losing out the most in this game. Tarzan lost out on a little bit,
da je Dragan dobio unapređenje.
Well worth the investment and the focus that they put early.
So the update on stage is that Doran is now having some issues.
Nisu ovo oni.
The refs are there with him working.
Čini mi se da ovo Stefan. Da, ovo je Stefan. On je zadužen verovatno onda Dragan na drugoj strani, pošto su po stage-ovima podeljeni, kao delu stage.
A što Stefan sve sam radi?
Pa polako, prvo će da proba on sam da reši problem.
Okej.
It was a real life gank after the camp.
It was the pre-game gank.
Yeah. He's just so efficient with this pathing.
I know that pathing is crazy. He's on a recall, he's running across stage, he's unplugging the mouse.
Genius.
Now, the biggest concern I would say that T1 have is that it's Hope that got all those kills. He got a kill in the bot lane 2 versus 2, and he gets the kill up on towards the top side against Doran. And so this Kai'Sa, who in the early game, you know, generally at her weakest point, doesn't have the strongest first item spike, is getting invested a lot of gold and is quickly ramping up. And we've seen what Hope is capable of doing when he gets some resources.
Čini se da Stefan nije uspeo da reši problem sam. Ali pazi, mislim, Stefan u Supervizu je Radiša, tako da Radiša će doći svakako u nekom momentu.
And so definitely going to have to be on point here on the T1 side to prevent Hope from just getting out of control.
It's like everyone is staring at him at the moment. Like, okay, come on.
Klasičan impuls. Klasičan impuls.
It is a fight for the finals of MSI. It would be a rematch for both teams against Genji, who was able to get the better of both of them in epic, intense 5-game series.
A lot of people have a lot of hopes for this series because both of these teams went 5 games versus Genji. Both of them dealt with BLG in 3 games.
Yep.
So
only one of them has hope.
Exactly. There's only one hope on that stage.
But it's exciting, and it's just crazy to think like T1 definitely didn't have a bad spring split, but in terms of coming into this tournament, so many thought that HLE would be the representative from the LCK alongside Genji, and to see T1...
Čovječ, ja sam mogu da upalim stream, da ošišam, natjeram prizora da mi napravi još veće zaliske, da se ošišam na zaliske. I da se nazovem Čoda V2 i da upalim stream i samo da mi ljudi pišu za zaliske, ja sam već imam 1000 ljudi. Gle koliko se ljudi lože na zaliske, ja to nisam ni znao.
To je istina,
beskonačna pažnja.
To je istina, da, to je istina.
Ne, nešto me vole ljudi. Ne, 3-0 T1 idemo da spavamo, lagano ljudi, bez brige.
Samo da reše miš.
Ok, Radiša nije morao da bude poznan ovog puta, Stefan je odradio sjajan posao.
Respekt za Stefana, respekt za Stefana.
Stižeš 3-0 za AL. Goran ne zna, dobro.
Ne mogu svi da znaju šta da se radi, taka je situacija.
But into this game with some fresh mice in everybody's hands. And we've got our lanes finally answered and evened up.
And I want to talk a little bit more about the junglers, because already we've been seeing Tarzan have huge impact on the top side of the map. But it was Ona that so many people were
Kako vam nije pročitao skriptu, Sergej? Ovog puta nam se skripte slažu, dobili smo isti materijal. Samo on je loše pročitao, on kaže 3-1 T1, ja kažem 3-0 T1. Ovog puta sam ja u pravu.
Info za sutra 3-2 T1 skripta.
3-2 T1 skripta, tako je.
Znači samo danas si pogrešno pročitao, nema veze, ali zato ti imaš dioptriju, ja nemam šta ti kažem. Neko samo vidi bolje ovdje. Oči dif.
Tako je, Dejane, vidiš. Meni uvijek kažu ti si baš si velika glava, je. Onda ja budem sreći. Ovo stvari me vređaju, ja mislim kao da sam gotivan lik. Šta gledamo sutra? Pa gledamo JMG protiv pobednika ovog meča, odnosno T1.
Tako je, tako je.
You can tell how tight of a relationship they have, how much this team really does believe in their jungler.
Yeah, you truly can. From all of the interviews with Thor,
Elik je legit sedi kod kuće, gleda stream i ukucao je u chatu baš si glava ti poslao. Koliko džobales možeš da budeš?
Ne ovako.
Sve super, ali kao tako jednostavna poruka, baš si ono unemployed friend, ono.
And they have become the best
Svi te
jungle
vole
support
tako
duo
ti
in the
zovu.
LPL. They have become incredible. And that is the fun, I think, of this Anyone's Legend team, where there's so many players with these
Lagano chat, lagano check. Okačit si rale sliku bez majice na Instagram za 2 nedelje, pa ćete da vidite.
By other teams, by other players, and they've come together to be greater than the sum of their parts.
A ima, Laziću, to je na... Pa već sam napisao koji film, sve tamo u Patreonu. Sve u Patreonu, obaveštenja. Piši ime filma. Pod quotation markovima.
Dejane, sviđa mi se taj način razmišljanja.
Ne znam, Rago, moraš doći ovde pa da vidimo. To je jedini play. Jedini play 1 na 1, ako mene pitaš.
Pretty much uncontested. AL didn't put up much of a fight. Instead, they prioritized on farming through the jungle, wanting to work towards that first item. And as we were talking about in draft, when you see this AL comp,
Kaže Gigi, će slepimo. Gigi, ako smeš, pošalji Instagram svoje ribe. Ako je imaš, pa da vidimo.
Malignants that we're expecting for Shanks. These champions, once they've got their ultimates online, when they're ready for the mid-game team fights, is something that T1 needs to be cautious of.
Sad ne sam baš ruthless nešto kad radim ovo jedno stanje.
Da, danas je baš nešto, ne samo danas, u stvari generalno, da,
neko vreme sam ruthless nešto. Ti mi napiši u DM na Discordu kad treba da prestanem, ona.
Čekaj ti napiši. Evo tako.
Kuca.
Iskuca. Četi mi nikad je Mare tu. Pa da, ali Mare vas ne flame, to je fora. To je faza. Starlet prihvata vašu igru i nabada se.
Ali samopouzdanje dolazi sa iskustvom, to je jedino psihološki pravila način sticanja samopouzdanja. U bilo kom periodu života, koliko lepo. Koliko lepo, koliko lepo. Znate koliko je teško tajmovati Chain CC sa Galevim ultijem, da znate samo. Mnogo je teško.
Koristan Harry.
Doran je u loš...
1-0 je, jel?
Doran, bravo, zapravo je uspeo. Mislio sam da ima charge ultija manje.
But it is action after action here in game number 1.
Yeah, it ends in a 2 for 2. T1 start out the play, try to find the
Arabi s Raletom, može. Ako se budu igrali Arabi, možda nam se joina.
Ali ne, možemo da igramo Arabi samo po jednim uslovom. Da napravimo event, team sign-up protiv team Rale, kao što je bilo nekad na Gamescomu sa Mičkom. I da, ne znam kako draftujete za te Arabi i šta radite, ali ako ima neki...
Otvorim Aram, ko leti, pređeš na koju stranu hoćeš, igraš i nabadaš.
Samo Sajna i ja uđemo u lobby i budemo na različite strane.
Pa može.
To je bitno. Ili jedino ako imate vi neki što ga stalno pobeđujete, pa se gasirate da vas stavimo u jedan tim, a mene i Sajnu u drugi, pa da vas nalupamo 10 gemova Araba za redom.
Mislim, mene niko ne pobeđuje svijedno, tako da ne ide to, ali nigde, ali okej. Šta je ovo? Ovo nije internet.
Ne, ovo je clean feed, jel da? Captujem čisto.
Da, clean feed. Au, Kerija.
Ćao, Zonik se po veliki pozdrav za tebe uživo stream.
Au, Kerija.
As Faker landed, Q Flash stuns him to deny the taunt follow-up onto Hope. Kept his AD carry alive for much longer.
Dobro, to jednom kad sam vas pustio, to se ne računava, da se malo bolje osjećate. To da bi napeto bilo, razumiješ?
Look at T1's call. They made the effort to put so much more money into this Gwen. They're like, fine, on reset, they'll go for the Dragon, but we will get so much more money. All these plates and solo tower gold for Doran. That was the
Doran se prefido ovdje.
Early on in this game. Now Doran has actually
13 minut cijela kula, gledao.
I dobro odigrao prošli fight zapravo.
200, 600, 400 još.
Jer rada da se sajnu u svakoj igri, to ne može tako zato što on ima 10 godina više iskustva u igranju igrica od mene. Nije fair.
Što igramo Valorant?
Ne možemo da igramo Valorant kad bolje pucaš, mislim nije teško bolje pucati od mene. Ali možemo da igramo... Sajne, ja sam već godinu dana se dogovaramo za dođi na Sony. Ali nikad to nećemo, nikad nećemo to uraditi.
To jest.
Jer bismo napravili fair, jer ja ću njega oprati u FIFA i on će mene oprati u Tekenu i onda ćemo da se šibamo na nečemu što obojica nikad nismo igrali.
Da, dobeže u Clash Royale.
No, u Clash Royale ne bi bilo fan.
Što, ja nemam ništa tamo, čekaj.
Koliko carry igra dobro na Nautilusu, ljudi. Mislim da ljudi koji nisu support igrači i nisu igrali na Nautilusa mnogo, pogotovo ne mnogo protiv malo boljih igrača, ne kontaju koliko je nevjerovatno teško engageovati kako treba sa Nautilusom. gdje ljudi znaju kako da te ubiju odmah. Šta si ti krenuo da kažeš nešto?
Ne znam. Prosto čitam chat. Možemo da igramo Dota custom gameove, to smo pričali. To je fair.
Da, samo što ja moram onda da uđem u Dotu prvo da vidim kako izgleda igrica.
I to je... Patch Wars i te forice su lagane, to je ono...
Nemojte grešite dušu ljudi, Clash Royale je odlična igrica. Clash Royale je možda jedan od najvećih comebacka u gamingu koje je Iko skoro napravio Clash Royale.
Pay to win.
Sure, ali su napravili comeback.
Ali dalje pay to win. Proušao sam na igricu kad sam ušao da vidim Merge Tactics, vidim one unite, nešto se evoluiraju, brate, kupiš Battle Pass i onda dobiješ nove evolucije, ako ne kupiš Battle Pass nema novih evolucija.
Takve evolucije moraju da koštaju.
To je pay to win.
Nije, možeš da ih unlockuješ sa grindom.
Da, ali ne možeš nove jer su ti nove samo u trenutnom Battle Passu.
Ne, nisu. Zato što trenutno svaki Battle Pass ti daje 2 Evolution Sharda, na svaka 3 meseca, free Battle Pass. Ako si free igrač, svaka 3 meseca dobiješ jednu evoluciju.
Aha, znači trebaš da igraš 2 godine da bi napravio deck.
Ne, zato što deck ima 2 evolucije samo.
Aha, okej.
Znači ti tokom jedne godine možeš da napraviš evolucije za 2 deka.
Aha, znači 6 mjeseci za jedan deck.
Tako je.
Ako si free to play.
Ne, 3 mjeseca za jedan deck. Ne, 6 mjeseci za jedan deck, pravo si.
Možeš i bez evolucija, a mislim možeš ti jave da igraš i Valorant sa nožem, razumeš ali...
Ne možeš da igraš bez evolucija. Jedini viable deck za Hyla bez evolucija može bude X-Bow. Ali X-Bow ti je sajna... X-Bow deck ti je recimo...
My favorite one was the one he did with LPL English, where he rocks up with his red tinted sunglasses, and they ask him about this being his first international.
Nikada nećemo znati šta je.
X-Bow deck ti je Azir u Twisted Fate, Azir u Pro Playu. Znači to ti je izuzetno high skill deck, koji ako igraš savršeno, retko ko može da te pobedi. Ali je izuzetno težak, panišujete odmah. Ja sam igrao X-Bow deck u ono low stilu, kad čičim se krenuo, teo sam da probam. Sad, na početku rankeda i imao sam 2 vina u 8 gamova, protiv likova koji su specijalci. Preteško je. Uopšte nije dobro, uopšte nije lak za igru, moraš konstantno da računiš.
Another update, it is another mouse issue for Doran, so he is getting that looked at once
more. Doran trola. Napravimo klan u Clash of Clans. Ne mogu imam Clash of Clans, to mi je... Ne, to je previše. Clash Royale je gdje vučem limit.
Ja sam baš Supercell merchant. Da, samo što recimo za promjenu od tvojih telefonskih igara ovdje ćemo moći ti ja zajedno da grindujemo, da se takmičimo i to. I zapravo ćeš moći, ja mislim, sa tvojim kanalom da dobiješ neke benefite i kod sa njima, oni imaju dobar partner program, da znaš.
Znam da imaju nešto. Doživi, Rago šta? Evat?
Tarzan then went back to his other side of the jungle, but then moved back towards T1's side.
Clash Royale da se lako iznerviraš, fair.
It was a matter of the resets had already come through. He moved into an area of the map where T1 was already looking to reclaim control of, and T1, they just didn't waste any time.
Ovo ti je najveća evolucija. Pa ja igram Logbait, tako da za mene je Goblin... Nije, zapravo Dark Goblin mi je omiljena evolucija.
Another kill on top of that, and now they find themselves with a 1.7k gold lead.
Yeah, and the reason why I liked
ne, ovo što ti Surutka kaže, ako budeš igrao, ti ja više nismo kolege. No joke.
Evolucija Mega Knighta, dobro, to kupujem.
Ne, ako budeš igrao Mega Knighta samo, ti i ja smo završili.
A šta fali, ne razumijem.
To je, hoćeš da budeš Master Event.
Da.
Ne, brate.
Da, kako misliš ne? Što manje skilla, to više vina.
What do you mean, ne? Od kad si ti postao no skill igrač?
Bro, ja sam igrao roll kompova u TFT-u.
Daj, kolega, baš me razočaraš. Jako me lako razočaraš nekada.
Pa da, ja to preferiram. Evo, oba ti je rekao si Logbait jazavac. Eto da vidiš, znači tvoj komp je u stvari BS.
Ne, Logbait je samo najbolji igrač na svetu igra Logbait.
Recite mu da mu je loš komp, ljudi.
To nije komp, to je deka, man više.
Mega peka, u peka je cool.
Ne postoji Mega peka, postoji samo obična peka.
Ne, ona mala pekica je najjača. ide i tuče kule. I njoj je lepo.
Cool je mini pack, slažem se. Mini pack je gotivan njim. To Lex igra.
Eto viš, on zna. Ljudi, isprozivajte Raleto komp još malo, molim vas, hvala.
Dobro, okej, isprozivajte, samo vi ne znate.
And I gotta say, this tournament I think has been
Rago, rešit ćemo.
Ja jedno čekam da dovoljno dugo vremena prođe i da ja uložim dovoljno para u ovu igru da izmaksim sve. Tad ću već da budem čale onda sam.
Then we had AL versus, Genji, we had T1 versus Genji, and you see not one team...
Mega Pekka je dekombinacija Mega Knighta i Peke, digitalac. Au, ne ovako. Ne ovako, sad ti rekli.
One nexus away from changing that, and you have to think that both of these teams believe that if they get the rematch, they will be the ones hoisting the trophy.
Yeah, I mean, we have had the most full 5-game series.
Dobro, kad će kliko, nemam pojma, brate, to mora tamo da se organizuje. Ja bi došao, šta fali, iskreno. Lagani klikon.
Got their drinks, we're ready for some more League of Legends here. As T1 looking very good in this early game. 1.8k is the advantage just 15 minutes in, and one objective away from claiming feats here.
Now, of course, supports play a vital role for both of these teams, but what's impressed me already is every single kill that T1 have been able to find.
To ti je nova verzija ćelavljenja da kreće odavde pa ide na gore, znaš, obrnuto.
Reverse ćelavljenja.
Tako je, reverse ćelavljenja, brate. To je nov strat.
Hope is the player that's just kind of been picking up these kills where he can in the exchanges, but right now across the board it is T1 that find themselves with the gold lead. A large part of that is
što sam odlučio Katen, još sam imao 105 kila, bre. I kotalje sam se nizbrdo i uzbrdo.
Nizbrdo i uzbrdo, a?
It is good that you mention Hope though, because he just did his 2-item power spike. Now with the Rage Blade, the Kaisa very capable of making some of these pick plays. AL, they have so much CC on their team to set him up with Plasma. So if they can control some vision here,
Rale liči na Freeza iz Dragon Balla. Okej, ovo je u stvari okej komentar, neću lagati. Neću lagati. Au, ne ovako.
Hope, as you said, on those 2 items because he has the free boots. Guma on the other side has slightly more gold, but he did not have free boots, did upgrade those steel caps to try to survive the dive that he knows is going to be coming for him.
20 seconds now until the Dragon. And while AL have good vision control, it's T1.
Tako, ja se super osjećam kad mi neko kaže da sam Freeza. Ali više gotivim onog drugog isto iz animea. To One Punch Man.
Needs to go back to base, spend what gold he can, and now he's going to
Kako se zove onaj klinac isto iz Dragon Balla? Krillin.
Ali mislim da je Freeza zbog kose, znaš. Jer ja sam ćelav.
Da nije vanzemaljac.
Da,
on je jak. Jel' tako?
Šta kažeš to čet?
Jel' on na početku animea ubije onog...
Ej, spoileri, alo, jo.
Kako se zove?
Jo, spoileri.
Gdje si Spile? Kako ulta lik sa Nautilusom, ovo je nevjerovatno. Lik baca pik Nautilus performance.
Kajla pucaš.
On je umro s ultijem i onda ga je bacio.
Gumu treba da apse.
Ne,
Gumu treba da apse što je radio. Ovo je nevjerovatno što je radio.
A pomerali su se mnogo, nemoj tako. Nije on dužan da pogodi.
A Real stoji... Nemam komentara.
Isi komentator.
Ja sam Master Roshi. Šta je on flashovo? Dobro. Kilo pro playu slabo, sad više ne. Mislim, nekad si igrala, ali sad ne toliko. Kill previše možda bulijaš, do 6. levela ubiješ 17 puta. Ko mišljam razli prozi ultijem, brate, haos. A mogo je da ubije Kajla lagano, ne znam što je pucao s leve strane uopšte. Baš čudno. Baš čudno. Obade, naravno. Davno je bilo do duše, ali da.
Kako da se ne sjeća lika koji se zove kao Obad. Obad je mitska životinja, ono velika pčela, veliki bumbar. Meni je samo Čale pričao da ga je jednom napao Obad. Svakog Čale te verovatno nekad napao Obad, ali niko nikad nije vidio Obada. A kontam da je lik koji je otkrio Obada hteo da kaže Obrad, da ga zovu Obrad.
Ali gledaj ovo, vidi, pogledaj, molim te pogledaj, molim te, zašto ne puca Kajla? I vidi onda, opet ne puca Kajla. I onda opet ne puca Kajla, i onda ga promaši, i onda... Ne mogu.
Ali molim te me pusti da kažem da je lik teo Obada da nazove Obrad, ali ima govornu manu, i onda je rekao Obad i ovo što je pisao Obad. Nije čuo, ne?
Ja ne mogu. Evo, ja kao da mi selo bude 25 Obada na jednom prozoru. Išti to. Mene odu.
Kažem vam, to je trebalo Obrad da bude, ali čovjek koji ga je izmislio, nažalost je imao govornu manu.
To mi je prezime.
Kako svi znaju, to mi je prezime Jazavac. Izvini, Obade. A zapravo je cool da bude prezime.
Desni klik na ratu ikonicu mute. Aha, ok, naćemo. Srki nemam, brate, kupio sam ili sam skinuo Wallpaper Engine i ništa mi nije bilo jasno. Tako da... Da to Guma nešto pogodio? Ok.
Kakav tonk je pogodio Faker.
Da, i sad je triple za Gumu.
Da samo što mora da repetira, da kuburi pušku.
Basicaj ga sad šta? Pao je.
Ali koliko su Hope i Shanks samo bolji.
8-1 Kajsa.
They're able to get the advantage here. Hope still has the advantage.
T1 came so close to killing Hope, but just barely he was able to navigate his way through the fight and walk away with a triple kill. 8-1 on the Kajsa as the TP collapse response.
Da ne nemamo T1, pa nema potrebe da navijamo, zato što je već gotovo jer je skripta.
Doran će umre od kripova.
Znaš da će?
Ali je lud, brat.
Znaš da je dobro što je ovoliko vremena prošlo, da je zbog vremena dobio shutdown. Tipa da.
T1 je pobedio, da, T1 je pobedio.
Mi samo gledamo kako, hoćemo da budemo što zanimljivije. Da nam bude što zanimljivije. Aman, ne vređam prezime, vređam ovu mušicu, znači šta ste se udidili, brate, od kad ste postali puslice? Valjda ste navikli kako funkcioniše stream kad sam ja tu.
Ja chillam, vi prozivate Rale proziva vas, tako to ide.
Tako je. A evo da ja ne pričam o ovome, o čemu bi pričao chat? Evo, ceo chat priča trenutno o Obadu.
T1 je izgubio power losers bracket. I sad u losers bracketu igraju protiv EL-a i ko pobedi vraća se na Genji. Tako radi.
Ja, čekaj, ja nisam, opet sam stavio ono što je po defaultu da mi ne pokazuje sve poruke i to vidim tako kad pročitaš nešto što ja nemam u chatu.
Ja tebi moram, ali ništa se ne mora, vratimo i daleko bilo.
Oj. A zašto je Hope najbolji AD carry na svetu?
To je dobro pitanje.
Lik dropuje opet 10 plus kilova, bro.
10-2-1. Znam, Obad, ja sam tebi Lamba trebao da dam, ali, znaš, dogodi se da ga nemam, sad ti meni moraš Lamba da daš. Nezgodna situacija, ali šta se radi?
That is Dragon Soul points. Here's another look at the 2v2 that started out. They wanted again to go.
Da je Doran pogodio ulti? Ma ne, ništa. 0 bodova. Hope je samo prejak. A Guma ne može da igra nikako.
And that meant that because he hesitated so long, Doran was almost able to get away to safety, but as you said, Hope comes in just at the right time. And while the
Fakerova builda. Prvi put sam video da je neko upravo stavio build u ženski rod.
As the rest of T1 will still find ways to navigate these upcoming fights.
But as we watch these replays, Ale is picking
Da ljudi Hope juče odigra, znate kako Lucija, onako. Ako će neko da iznese sam s 10 kilova, to je Hope. Mnogo dobro igra.
Okay, so when you have an AD carry that's
Guma mora Infinity da kupi da bi mogao kontesta uopšte bilo šta.
A problem je što Guma lekuje DPS i Regine, mislim lekuje kao damage per second kao takav. Hope ako dobije prostor, stvarno će ih ubiti sve, a Gino treba vremena. A i Gino ima druge s ovim malo gledam kao hyper carrier. Shanks igra bolesno, ja nije.
Zonia's would be another option, but he is not going that route. Does have the BF, and I'm assuming that is going to be the GA.
Vrale mazi zalijski, češkam se. Nema ko da me češka.
Even though AL are all hovering around the top side jungle, and that's because he recognizes how quickly the collapse from T1 can be. With Ona on this Vi and Faker who can quickly follow up, Baron is going to be started, and this will be spotted out.
It's a T1 classic.
No, fine. Mislim, kao juče je buildovo drugačije, svakako. Verujem da builda su konstantno situacijono i da gleda kako najviše pomogne Seni. Ne gleda nužno kako najbolje da builda za sebe. I dalje mislim treba da ide Rayleigh. Ali vjerojatno će biti Rabadon.
Ovo vidi shield, vidi utility za Hope-a, mada ovo je game. Kako su lepo ispilovali.
Wow.
I Hope preživi. Koliko je preživeo? Ej, Rago, nema flame-a. Moja Kajsa je goated. Samo je supportive. Unapred.
Zato što igraš bez voice-a pa neće tvoj kolega da igra s tobom, brate.
Istina. To je subjektivno, bo ona hoće sa mnom da igra bez voice-a. Aha.
Dobro, to je legitimno, ja neću.
Vidiš ti.
Meni je dosadno to.
Ubiše ih.
Da. Ozbiljno ih ubiš. Dobro, bit će ovo fine.
Sad 3 gema T1 za redom i to je to,
da. Upravo si ja se pogrešno vidio, nisam nas
način. Lagano, nema frke. Tu sam ja da pročitam, sve je cool.
Ajde, ništa, 1-0 AL, mi idemo na pauzu, inače bismo igrali nešto, ali ne možemo, tako da, ćao ljudi.
Fair, onda smo na pauzu, samo da proverim ja, čekaj, ugasimo raleta i da proverimo vreme i onda idem ja, 12 minuta do sljedećeg drafta. Idemo na hashtag Mercedes-Benz.
We now have Lore standing by with Coach Shabe to get his thoughts on Game 1.
Tabe, thank you so much for joining me after this Game 1. Any comments on T1 for this one?
They were a really strong team, and I think today our game, anyone would win. So we really had to push all our limits and to strive our best.
Now, any comments on Hope and this amazing performance on Kai'Sa?
Because enemy has Nautilus, Bai and Galio, they are very serious engaged, but Kai'Sa has really good capability on avoiding all the engagements, so all the engage. So I was very amazed by Hope's performance, and I think today Hope will carry.
Spectacular Game 1, Tabe, thank you so much. I'm gonna let you join your team. Shucks, what do you have?
I agree with the man. That's why he's a kingmaker. He knows what positions to put his players in, and he gives them the trust that they will carry. And Hope did. This is a true carry performance that we've not seen many of this MSI, Emily.
Yeah, and it's so amazing for Hope to be the one to really step up here, right? Because looking at this team, we're like, okay, we can see standout performances from a lot of the other players. Hope's been consistently good. This is his first breakout insane performance, and what a way to do it in Game 1 against T1.
And it's not as if they didn't try to stop him.
No.
Like Tabe said, there was Vi, Galio, the amount of times they tried to just stick onto him, but he, with like just narrowly escapes. So it's important to actually focus on the first replay, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, every second counts, and he made it count around this team fight right here.
Yeah, and as you see, T1 initially looked like they are going to have the setup here, right? Like, Kyle does go in, but then Keria is able to get on the back line there. Galio comes through from Faker. Kyle has to flash out. This looks like a great setup, right? I want to call out Shanks here because it's kind of weird to say that someone is cracked on Annie, but I think Shanks' Annie is actually amazing. I feel like he's always stunning people in really key target situations in so many of these team fights, and it allowed Hope to have so much space in a lot of these fights where he ended up getting kills.
Yeah, and it was just that snap engage that they had immediately. Sure, recognizing that T1's overstepping with 2 members, but it was Kyle's immediate engage into the Annie ulti. Kaisa also just like moves over around like the wall just to be able to like free fire onto 2 members. And by the way, early game, Kaisa was getting fed. The early kill that happened bot lane in the 2v2, and then the frozen wave when they were the 2v1 into Doran, all of the set up for his success in this game.
Can I ask you about the 2 compositions and why initially it looked very good for T1 in terms of how they're willing to play these, use the Galio ult as more of an offensive tool, right, to get the taunt in? Where did their composition break apart? Was it just that Kaisa was so fed? Because it seemed like even in the intricacies of the engages, they just couldn't get them off.
A little bit of that, and I think the goal lead was starting to expand for T1 because not only did they get the full tower top side and they weren't able to get dove down bot side, and then they were basically punishing the invades that they were starting to see from AL, but that Otacon fight that they were fighting into the corridor and really couldn't access the backline, like that was allowing Kaisa to just free fire. And that to me was the reason that kind of broke the game open. They were fighting into a tri-bush that they couldn't really enter.
Yeah, and so many things go wrong here for T1, despite the fact that, again, like Raz said, they are in a good position. They've set the map up pretty well. They're going to take this Otacon, and a few things go wrong in that Tarzan actually is able to get in, right?
Yeah,
with the smite. So he's able to get the smite. The fight still looks kind of good. Maybe they can play with range. And then just watch Hope in this fight. Again, it ends up being so close, and the key here is Shanks.
Wow.
Like, he is constantly stunning up these targets for Hope to be able to go in and clean them up. And this is really how this composition wants to work. We take a look at our 2 bot laners here. Hope with the 10-2-4 scoreline coming out of that one.
Absolutely insane, and we set up in the pre-show how important this was for Hope. The fact that he does want to get revenge specifically versus T1, but he also just wants to get this big win for himself. And Guma with his own issues this year, and the fact that he wasn't even considered a starter at some points.
Yeah, I want to reiterate for Hope, again, this is someone who has been good, but his teams are always like, oh, but we found someone better, right? And we talked about T1 kind of taking JDG out in 2022. Hope was on that roster, ends up getting replaced. He has so much to prove. So for him to be the one who is the carry in this game is just such a great story.
It is, and if you just look at this game, like, I think T1's going to be kicking themselves with the lead that they were able to get, especially being able to play the sides, I think, a little better than AL. It was just about team fights, and I feel like that has been the word of the tournament. Like, team fighting is everything, and you need to be able to execute. The lead that he got in the early game really started to snowball.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see from any of our teams, really, but specifically in this matchup. We've been spoiled already in game 1 with how incredibly back and forth it was, but T1 don't come up with the W in this first one. It is AL that goes into game 2 with that lead, and we'll be right back with that game.
Hunter in the dark. Master of night shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to?
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make him turn.
As Kyle moves forward, stuns up Doran. Doran in some trouble from the Magnet Storm. The Deadly Flourish is going to connect as Guma opens up. And Tarzan has stolen the Otacon. AL trying to just run out, but now Hope is there. Hope's going to be hit by the exhaust, goes in aggressively. But it's Guma now, free. It's Guma firing. It's Hope in some trouble. He's getting locked down by Baker, but Hope is just taking over. Hope will not be stopped. It's a triple for the Kaisa as Hope goes crazy. Welcome back for game number 2, AL versus T1. That first game, nothing else can be said, but it was explosive. That game was amazing.
And I think we're going to get more of that. Lots of team fighting, lots of skirmishes between these two teams. So it should be action-packed for the duration here.
I'm excited. When these junglers get their hands on some playmakers, you know the magic is going to happen with both Vi and Wukong already taken out of the pool. Xin Zhao naturally rises in priority. The Pantheon was an early ban coming through from AL. And also that Poppy, that Trundle, those two responses to specific picks. We're very excited to see where they fall in the draft priority. And let's not forget, Azir and Talia, the most prominent mid laners that we've seen banned in Game 1. Will they fall to the wayside as we jump into our draft, presented by Omen and HyperX?
Exactly. Let's see, with some of the picks out, still so many of the power picks available. Okay, Talia banned again, should require the Azir response.
Jel to neko rekao presented by Omen and HyperX? To je moje vreme se pojavim, ljudi. Ja sam samo na sponzore, samo ono... Ne znamo da li je tu Raler, ali su tu. Ali nije tu. Drama. Drama. Sad smo na traci, jer tako je vrijeme došlo. Ipak imamo još 3 game, tako da ima još dosta da se gleda. Drugačije. Nikako drugačije. Karma Z, ne. Niko. Mercedes samo. Desir, ali puštamo program.
Češljene program vidi.
Puštam si u program.
Aha. Jesi pa
Hello.
Dobar Lucian takeaway.
Faker. Ari ovaj game.
Brown takeaway.
Fair.
Brown takeaway. Onda će igrati nami. Već pa gubi priju lane. Vjerojatno čekaš još. Ali ako uzmu Braum, Kerija će igrati tipa Senu supporta. Igraće Sena Serafina.
Ja bi to volao da vidim iskreno.
Could also be the early Yorick. We did see this come through in their series yesterday, I want to say. And I mean, it's a big comfort pick for Flandre. In the matchup against Bin, he actually fell behind.
Hoće li neko više pikovati tu i realizirati ne? Sigurno imala 0% vinjeti u streamovima.
Pa na MSI ima 100% vinjeti.
Koji je pikao?
Koji? Mislim da mi jedini win kada je Mirvin uzuje realiju. Ako se ne varam.
Moguće.
Mislim
je Braum. Je Braum.
Pa mislim.
Sena. Sena R3.
Za koga? Za... Sena?
Sena.
Gdje je Sena?
Za Eli, izvini bre. Već sam strane, za...
Tebe smisli. Au, Fake Rise.
And instantly, another denial, you know, taking away the Orianna from Faker is like, okay, fine, you're going to take my Rise, I will take your Orianna here. Both teams here really utilizing the fearless aspect of it, but that leaves up in doubt what is going to be the answer into Flandre's Yorick at the top side. They actually don't even protection ban it early on here, going for the Nocturne instead, which Owner has played a bunch of.
Yeah, I guess they, as Azel was already saying, they're not worried about the tank responses just because the Trundle already
imaju Tranda, što bi se brinuli za tanka, da.
Worried about the potential dive against an Orianna. Like, front to back is probably the style of play that they want to be playing.
Dao sam da će da uzme R3 mid lanera kad je ovaj pipo Rise.
You'll notice that T1 also recognizing
Sena ban.
Da, slažem se.
I wonder if something like the Leona may also be taken.
A nije, banovat će Lulu možda ili će banovati Alistara ili tako nešto što je u meti. Alistara možda, da. Nešto meta će da banuju. Mislim da Kerija, ne znam koga Kerija mogu da banuju. Pa, Alistar, da.
Alistar, okej.
Pa to je najviše šanse da ima value. Ja bi uzeo Senora 4. Ok, Karma radi posao, ali Karma bez Varusa. Biće igra na Ezrealom, da? Igrat ćemo Karma Ezreal na botu.
Kate?
Vero, možda, ali Kate u Brownu je malo feels bad, zar ne?
Pa isto ti Sezon.
Kontent da je malo veći value što može da digne shield na ceo tvoj kombo i baš dosta gubiš DPS-a ako ti shielduje netik user, ne?
Pa dobro, da.
Malo je gore kao. Dobro, ajde Kate opet više bulija jer ima veći auto-attack range, ima tu pros and cons.
Zavisi kako će da igraju, da.
On je Lissin, fine.
To će biti fun.
Top lane mora da bude agresivan pick, mislim, ako hoće da igraju. Tako je, mora bude presence neki. Ne može da uzmi scaling top lanera sa ovim team kompom, gubi smisao. Dobro, ovo smo već znali. Ok, cool Šale, uvek uz vas.
Lucian, Braum su jači. Tivan generalno mislim da su prošli giga dobro u draftu.
Jesu prošli giga dobro.
Mislim, Raz je...
Lucian, Braum nisu jači u laneu.
Ne, nikako. Ali, mislim, dobro, Lucian, Braum mnogo zavisi od toga koliko ih ovi povukuju pre nego što ovi konektuju prvi stan. Ali
u savršenom scenariju, Lucian, Braum bi trebalo da bude izbačen iz lane od Ezreal i Karma.
Da. Ako samo ne budu engageovani, da, prva 2 minuta. Single up je Rise je beyond broken, pogotovo u ovoj komp AL-a.
Jest, to je tačno.
Ako potrebe dovoljno dugo partija i Faker, ali doduše Faker zadnji put kad igrao Rise-a nije bio toliko dobar. Moram da priznam. Malo je grifovo na Rise-u. I Lissin je flip, Lissin je ogroman flip. Vidjet ćemo, ne znam.
Ali igra ga najbolje Lissin na svijetu. Možda argument da je Pirat bolje, I guess, ali kao longevity wise, ali...
Stoji, ali vidjet ćemo, da.
Ali Canyon je bolestan Lissin. Canyon ima najbolji Lissin play. Canyon je napravio najbolji Lissin play u istoriji pro playa, da znate. Kucajte na YouTube-u, ali otvorite drugi tab, nemoj da ste nas zatvorili, prebiću vas. Otvorite drugi tab, kucajte Canyon Drive-By Lissin i izaći će vam klip. Ako je Lissin igrač okačio, znači da ga nazove Drive-By. Možda to je Drive-By kick. To je najbolji Drive-By kick ikada i to treba gledati u slow motionu, ako nije stavljeno slowujte sami i obratite pažnju dobro. Uradio, jel znaš što je play mislim?
Ne.
Moraš pogledaš. Jel možeš da pogledaš?
Reci mi samo koje setiću se, mislim, a mogu pogledati sada.
Top lane, inhibitor, kula, crvena strana, drive-by kick na sivir, smajtuje tokom inputa tokom inputa ultija kroz Q, predict smajtuje spell shield i kikuje je insect drive-by. Mora vidiš ako nađeš.
Šaj.
I to je najbolji kick u istoriji pro playa.
TSM.
O bože, koliko je ovaj kick dobar. Samo da znate, ova mehanika se radi posebno, mora da se canceluje ward hop sa Q da bi ovo mogli da inputujete, ne možete da uradite obično.
That these T1 players are now such veterans of international play because every time they show up, they have such deep runs.
Exactly, and they've created such a large fandom with everyone really following the long journey that they have had. The journeys for the junglers in this game are both going to be top towards that bottom. Of course, the deep ward that we saw placed up.
Brate, koliko je ovaj kick bolestan. Stavi na pola klipa kad gubicu u slow motionu.
Gledam.
I koliko je ovaj kick bolestan, brate. Može na sajni disku stari, ovo morate svi da vidite.
Stavio da stavim ja?
Stavi ti, pošto ti ćeš brže naći. Meni je u nekom folderu.
Ja vam u chatu.
To je me najbolji Lissin play u istoriji pro playa.
Eto ga, na Discordu chatu.
I uzmite, probajte da to inputujete u practice toolu, treba će vam pola sata. Da inputujete tako sa smajtom.
and as a coach.
That was back when he was on Royal Club as a player
Po
playing
tim
with
uglom i to je nemoguće uraditi u pravom meču, ja ne znam kako je to uradio. Nije mi jasno. Zato je Canon najbolji žangar ikada.
This is a team that just wins time and time and time again.
I will say I like what Tabe has cooked up for AL. Doran looking for a trade once more against Flandre. The back and forth between the two top laners as they're left isolated. Keep my eyes on the junglers. The full clears are about to complete, and here we go.
Owner is heading down, Tarzan in the area as well. Both junglers will spot each other.
Ništa.
Nice little trade here.
Nešto.
Owner scrapping with Tarzan on the other side as Carrier goes forward. Can't connect on the winner's bite. Kyle.
Nisu.
Trundle dobija to.
But we'll be able to just back it off. It will mean scuttle control on the bot side for AL.
Yeah, really have to respect that Trundle. So he's going to be able to finish off this one. Owner actually going to pass through mid lane while Tarzan actually finishes the Scuttle Crab. Right up to the second one, so he doesn't get Scuttle Crabbed here.
Honest. A mislim sigurno ono, sponzorstvima i sve to nije samo...
Try and just place down a trinket ward by Raptors to see the second Raptor spawn, so you can be there for the second timer, because Trundle is so good at going for 1v1s and invades. Lee Sin, of course, with the mobility, gets to choose a lot of the time the actual fight that
Ajmo da vidimo.
Flandre
nije popao biskvite uopšte. Sad će oba. Jedan, drugi za 30 max health-a još. Neće, a sam će da umre. I umro bi svejedno. Hici, pa još malo, nije još. Ali gajim nade.
Ja smatram, Vuče, da je nemoguće da to uradiš. Zašto to niko drugi nije uradio? Ovo je bio plaćen. Ali slažem se s tobom. Ovo ne, vrištali bi da ga solo kilova.
Da, ali dobro, mislim Shanks ima flash, tako da ide video.
Ovo je inače ward za Shanksa, da znate. Ili izgubio health TP-a.
The question mark ping coming through from AL on that top side. They're expecting the swap to come through, and his wave is just in a very dangerous position because of T1's ability to freeze it and potentially deny Flandre a lot of farm.
And this is the benefit they get.
I Tarzan patuje kroz mid zato što je Shanks frizovan da ga oni ne roko, jako lepo. Vrlo čisto odrađeno. Nije gubio na tempu, odmah otišao na Vukove, čim su breakali, freeze savršeno.
Neće valjda, Dule, neće valjda.
Rotation over for the bottom side. Ezreal laning into Renekton now, keeping it safe.
Hope, Kyle i Tarzan su jako dobre u formi, Flandre je solidan, Shanks je iz nekog razloga mnogo bolje nego što sam ja očekivao. Tako da, kompetentan je, zapravo. Pretjerao sam ja kad sam rekao 3-0. Hope je pogotovo stvarno u jako lepoj formi, vrlo dosta turnira.
Vidi, ne možemo na MSI-u nikada underestimatujemo Kinu, mislim, to je kineski turnir i to stoji, uvek. Makoliko je Koreja zadnjih 2-3 godine malo dominantnija generalno, MSI je uvek kineski turnir. A ako su pobedili BLG, koliko god i ne pratili LPL, ne mogu da budu loši. Mislim i unutar lige. Rise ult na top. Kamerman Rise ult na top.
Kamerman, molim.
Ništa.
Sajna mora da ne spustiš kada budeš mogao da ne smeti ljudima.
Hoću.
Ne mrtave, ne može flash. Ovo što Carrier radi, inače ovo što je uradio sada, body blokovao je Pixel. Ovo je Pixel ispod ovog cveta, ova rupa što postoji. To je mjesto gdje treba da stanete da flashete preko zida najbolje. Carrier je stao tu da body blokove, da on to ne može da radi.
A jao, Scripta is alive. Scripta je alive. Na kompetitivu u ovom dijelu partije nikad ne se dogodi ista ekipa pobedi top i bot u isto vreme.
We talked about how you have to be very careful of this Rise ultimate, and Faker doesn't waste any time.
Tako je.
They've been utilizing their
što bi rekao jedan moj prijatelj, kad mi je davao savjete za HL-ove gameove, ako izgubite play u mid gameu ili u early gameu na dve strane mape u isto vreme, suprotne, očekuje uvijek FF vote. Uvijek FF vote. Ne možete izgubiti. Tamo da je jungler i tamo da nije. To ne smijete izgubiti.
Yeah, very active for T1, making plays on both sides of the map simultaneously. And I used Osman, and on the reset timer, Owner going towards the bottom side, getting one there as well. T1 building another early lead. AL's teamfighting has been so good though, so they'll look to try and
Ovo
take
što je
it
rekao
back.
Kaster je upravo, zapravo AL je dosta lepo teamfightao. Sjećate se juče da je pogodio on 5-man Nico ulti u 5-man Night of Emperor's Divide i da je AL i dalje pobedio fight. Dosta lepo tuku.
Kyle je malo klačalo satanizacijom, Locket Redemption, kombo na AOE.
Kyle, taj game je bio insane, to je taj bar da igra, da.
Da.
Ona ne igra svoj skin. Dobro. Guman na vision.
Faker je uzao.
Ovo će biti dobro ugo za Kaling baš. Ne želi da kika.
Nimo.
Ja mislim da mislio da ima što je najgore, ali znaš?
O! Faker strada damage.
Kako Faker je lepo odradio.
Ovo su... Ok, 2 za T1.
And someone is going to have to answer Flandre in the bot lane because no one has TP right now from T1. So instead, they will try to keep the pressure on top here. Doran is behind.
Okay, handshake.
They're going to give up plates on bot side. Will T1 try to force the dive? Doran
mora da lokapuje. On to zna. Bravo, Dorane.
Da, lepo. Lepo.
Through the jungle here, as you say, to trap them behind the secondary tower. They do sacrifice something on the bottom side, a little bit of turret plate money to Flandre, but very
Dva tureta, jedan wave.
T1, 5 kills to 0. We're not even at the 10-minute mark, but they are looking to skirmish. They are looking to fight where they can. We talked about it in the draft, how this Braum
Chat, lajkujte stream. Hoćemo da privučemo što više ljudi. I sign up pecni pin za LoL Sports link. Tamo možete dobiti dropove.
LoL Sports, mislim da danas pastujem, jer Riot nije zaslužio pin danas.
Aha, izvini, molim te, nisam vidio šta je pin.
Lagano. Ali mi je u... A nije mi u clipboardu, jer mi je kedralo klip u clipboardu, ali sad ćemo i to da rešimo.
He gave up some plates in CS on the bot
side
to
make that move. Na vreme.
He's been put in a position to succeed here. And the pressure will be on him to do so.
Yeah, meanwhile, into the side lanes here for Faker. Rise. Comfortable position as they have Carrier kind of rotating over. There's plenty of vision for Shank, so it shouldn't fall under any pressure, but is going to start to be fairly difficult for AL as they move in and get those deeper wards through the jungle. Owner now going to replace some of his own.
Skripta kaže 3-1 T1. Žao mi, finale 3-2 T1. Kažem, opet nisam pisao skriptu, samo je čitam, tako da taka je situacija.
And T1 does feel like they're in much better position around this dragon. They have the vision control in the river, but AL does have a couple of deep wards, so we'll at least be able to spot a potential approach from T1 if they go for it.
Oh no, with the Sundered Sky finished means that he is so strong on this Lee Sin. Notice that he's just
odgovor je ne, Luka.
Made a beeline towards the bot lane with Tarzan being spotted on the top side as well. There should be an uncontested dragon that T1 will start immediately.
Da li može skripta da se osjeti? Da, ako si dovoljno dugo igraš LoL, vidiš kad neko koristi skriptu. Možda neko bron, ako je neko bronza, možda ne bi provalio da je neko skripta, ali ako neko dovoljno igra LoL, znao bi.
Dobro, ne treba ni neki preterano da budete dobri u LoLu ili nešto da biste videli skriptu. Samo ako znate kako skripta radi i dovoljno dugo igrati igru, kao što je rekao Sajna, skontat ćete.
Mislim, nije baš očigledno ko u Counteru kad neko čituje, ali je očigledno. Shanks je mrtav, Faker živ.
Imam jedan od mojih omiljenih klipova kad Bayfang, to je Kijano OTP, ko ne zna. Kineski Kijano OTP igra protiv Zerata koji skriptuje i dajuje ga 2 puta. Zato što Kijana ima auto-aim, ne može da mu ugasi skriptu u suštini. I on odigra tako da ga dajuje 2 puta.
Tarzan je dunt. Ti Carrier dobije kill. No što je Doran radio gore, ajde. Guma ima ult.
Mislim da treba pokušava da resetuje da bi stigao.
Looks like they will be able to walk it out.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextension there. Tarzan goes really deep into the jungle, but because Guma had not fully recalled, he gets punished, they get the extra kill, and that means they can push back out for more turret plate money here.
Da, postoje neki igrači koji baš lepo i znaju da objasne skripte i znaju da odigraju protiv skripti.
Confident in the 1 versus 2. He doesn't even have carrier near him.
Got it.
But with how strong he is on the Lucian, he is now level 9. Hope just ticking over as well. I mean, T1 is accelerating this game at a rapid pace. 13 minutes in, the kills are 7-1. And bear in mind, while Tarzan was on the top side trying to make a play happen, he was able to steal away a Gromp. Ona just took his entire bot side jungle. He has nearly a full level over Tarzan right now on this Lee Sin. He's continuing to ramp up. And it feels like that as we get closer to this Herald, this third dragon,
Verovatno da kucaš Canyon is back od Kedriel klipsa, naći ćeš. Čisto možda bude skripta ono koje nisi očekivao. Ne. Postoje, zna se koje su skripte. Znači nema tu, ne očekuješ skriptu, znači imaš najčešće skripta ti je dodge skripta, or walking skripta, imaš auto smite i te neke gluposti, ali to nije toliko bitno, iskreno.
Dok je tabovan i recalluje, ili u shopu i recalluje, tako nešto, jel taj klip misliš?
I feel like with these compositions and with the early lead that T1 have, they're going to be in the driver's seat. They get to choose basically whatever fight is going to take place because AL have so few ways of actually forcing the issue in their favor or actually choosing the moment.
Andre locking down Faker. Looks like he wants a position for an all-in.
Faker možda treba da ulta odmah.
Faker here, who is in some trouble. He's going to go for the realm warp. Can he actually interrupt it? He cannot. Doesn't have his cage available. You can bump him with the edge of it, but didn't have it up. Faker gets out to safety, but nice job by Flandre getting some pressure down. The Treasure Rush will not interrupt him, but you can see Tarzan here to back up Carrier, though, again, always covering the side lanes.
Yeah, Carrier, another shadow here, but the ghouls are
Faker
doing
chill.
some work.
Faker chill, on je mrtav.
Behind him, and now I think they are going to go for the dive. The TPs are coming in. Tarzan has his eyes on Faker. Kyle there as well, but Owner is coming in. Teleport response from Doran.
Okay.
He is on Shanks. Tarzan's fighting on the other side. Doran trying to take down Shanks. He flashes forward.
Oni su svi mrtvi.
Jedan za Dorana.
Doran ima B.
Mrtav je, a ne, pa Maiden kada ga bije. Dolazi TP još jedan do duše.
Polako, Owner može. Ja ću moram da pio Maiden, nema veze, resite pas.
I ovo ostavlja, teo je da ostavi. Nice.
Najbolji top laner u istoriji po vama. To Dešaj?
Verovatno, da. Dešaj. Mislim da je Kan imao 1 godinu da je bio neverovatan.
Imao je.
Baš je bio ono, da je tako nastavio sigurno bio najbolji top laner svih vremena, ali da.
Kan nije uzeo Worlds, nažalost, tako? Da, Kan nema Worlds.
Doran, though, just absolutely destroyed Shanks.
Ne, all time, League of Legends all time je poprilično, za mene lično no-brainer. Za mene Dešaj, Canyon, Faker, Ruler i Carrier. Ne znam da li se Sajna slaže.
Ponovi, čitao sam chat za Jorika.
A za mene je League of Legends all time baš easy.
Dobro. Shy, Canyon, Faker, Ruler, Carrier.
Tako je.
Ne znam, meni je zadi Carrier baš teško. Meni je baš teško zadi Carrier.
Ali meni sve čini da je zadi Carrier su najvažnije mehanike, ja mislim da je mehanički, pogotovo kad je kajtovanje u pitanju, Ruler je baš pretalentovan.
Ali boga mi Uzi u Primus on bio insane.
Joj, Uzi.
Ne sam Uzi zaboravimo. Zato ti kažem da je teško.
Možda Uzi, može da. Zašto ne Mata? Zato što niko ne radi ovo što Carrier radi. I niko nikada. Ima ona čuvena rečenica za Carrieru kad je sad prije put osvojio Worlds pre koju godinu, pre 2, redefine the role. Carrier je promenio sport role.
To je fair.
Idi na Carrierin Wikipediju, uđi mu u karijer za heroje i vidi šta je sve Carrier igrao na sport.
Should be fine here. Realmore coming through. Faker posturing aggressively, but Tarzan trying to turn the damage down.
No, nema, mora se pazi, on je ultan ovdje. Lep flash.
AL low on health. Can't extend the play
here. Zeko, Hanga Life.
Does get some good poke down.
Jack killava i Jack je dobar, ali nije mi u debati.
And I just love that T1 is recognizing the strength of their
Ruzi
competition.
Bang.
It's good at skirmishing. That was a 2
Bang
versus
može bude u
3, and they just
diskusiji, ali
went
Bang
in.
nikad nije bio toliko impresivan. Mehanički nije toliko udarno, ne može Guma. Žao mi je. Mada je Guma ima par bolesnih kajtova sa Varusom, mislim da sam već pričao. Zeus, ne. Prime da šaj.
Guma ima
Ali
carry.
Zeus može da bude. Ali Zeus može da bude. Da, i ovo što Sajna kaže, Guma ima carry. Verujte mi da bi bilo ko od nas pobedio lane sa carryom. Taj lik je ultimativni support.
Guma barijera.
Mislim da zna da ne smije da ga istera iz lane-a sad. Previše je napeto na mapi. Svi su mu na tempu osim njega.
Da li, ne mi
Ako ga pusti da ga pogodi sve.
Minut 30, on se recall ovdje, da, vidiš.
Okej, to je onda grif. Ja sam mislio da oni imaju nešto.
Ništa. Mislim, su mi rekli atakana. On spawn ili Drake on spawn. Ne mogu da izvolim jump.
A, ti si stavio veće, ja nisam vidio koji znak si stavio. Mislim da kao stavljaš ih u debatu. Ne, ja sam potpuno slažem s tobom da je Rura top. Uzi je close second, možda i nije close second, možda je stvarno prvi, ali... Svi nažalost Uzi u fali Worldsi kao, to ne mogu da računam. Svaki od ljudi koje sam nabrojao ima bar jedan Worlds. A Ruler ima svoj Worlds, tako da...
Tako je, Aleksandar, znaš priču. Šta Bennik može tamo neki lenjer, brat. Lenjer šestar i te gluposti. Lepo.
Tarzan nije najbolje meta za gold, ali fine.
T1 have already extended that lead after taking so much in the middle lane. Top tower still relatively healthy. Guma pushing in another wave in mid. Alakan about to spawn on the top side of the ring.
Jungle nema nijedan protiv Kennedy. Ma mislim vidi.
I na midu nema protiv Kennedy.
Ti možda gledaš u džungli, imali su ljudi ono trenutke svoje, ali pričaš o konsistenciju kroz vremena, druga je priča.
Možda i bolja reč od konsistencije, pričamo o dominaciji tokom vremena. Koliko je Canyon dominantan i agresivan, to je specifično.
Pa dobro, ali je konstantno dominantan. Mislim,
kao...
Jer da je samo dominacija, onda bi Khan bio u priči za top, ja bih rekao. Jer u nekom trenutku nije bilo ni blizu.
Khan jeste baš bio dominantan.
Kad je Khan bio u prime-u, vidim, nikomu ništa nije moglo. Ali to je trajalo godinu dana.
Da, to je problem najveće, što Khan nije dovoljno dugo trajao, ali Khan je bio sjećam... Ja sad nisam ni mnogo pratio internacionalni e-sport to vreme. Pratio sam američki i evropski. Nisam pratio azijski. I baš je bilo nenormalno.
On je bio bolestan.
Dobro vidim replay ovog fajta, ovdje mi se nešto nije dopalo. Da, zapravo mi ovdje biramo ljude koji su konstantno bili dominantni.
Pa da, konstantno dominantan.
Tako je, konstantno dominantni.
Najduže, najjači.
Baš tako. I moje mišljenje je da nam je ovaj dogovor najbolje. U tom periodu je Kana dominirao, Kana nikad nije dominirao.
To je fair.
Mislim, Kana kad je osvojio Worlds...
Bio najbolje, mislim bio je dobar u najboljoj ekipi.
I čak je, ja ne znam da li on igrao toliko, ne znam koliko je igrao to Worldsa. Da li su imali suba? Da li on bio sub?
Mislim da je igrao, ali nisam 100% siguran sad nije. Caps, jedan od najbolji, dobro je, ako ne i najbolji, ja bih rekao da je Caps možda i najbolji lec igrač svih vremena, ne? Ja mislim da je fair da je Caps najbolji Evropljanin. Jest.
Well played by Faker. He goes first to proc his phase rush. That means that they have to use the pillar.
Čekaj, Kara, ja ovdje ne vidim demo je Worlds.
He knows he can proc his ultimate and get out.
Čekaj, zašto ne piše Canon Wells? Zašto ne piše, on nema Wells? Nema Worlds. On je igrao... Nema Worlds.
A, to viš.
Ja sam mislio da Canon ima Worlds.
Ne mogu da kopam sam po tom.
Bio je drugi LCK.
Right now, they do have Shank split pushing in bottom lane, has his teleport ready. So the plan for AL, try and get as many resources as you possibly can, and then get everyone here ready for the defense. Hope that they can find an angle for a counter play.
The T1 are not giving them time. They are just forcing their hand, constantly showing up, taking down towers, forcing objectives. You have to think for AL, it's got to be some sort of a Baron flip or a prey for the Elder. But the problem is the Elder is still so far away, and T1 are going to look to attack the Baron first. It'll be very difficult for them to approach.
Completely agree. Faker going to continue to catch lanes in a side wave and tick over to level 16, now on the rise.
Okej, a boga sad ovo, kad su bili drugi, kad je izgubio u polufinalu.
Perks mislim da je close, ali mislim da je Cav samo bio opet duže consistently dominantan. Perks je imao i NA avanturu, i AD carry avanturu, i dosta stvari kada nije bio tu gdje bi trebao da bude.
Yeah, they've been incredibly proactive. Looking their best here, Owner making huge plays, often at the same time as Faker making plays on the other side of the map. And now that they have this control, this lead, with the extra speed...
Ja sam obožavao Pinata da gledam, da. Ja sam obožavao Pinata da gledam.
Jesi, znao da je Rakel bio sub downvonu dugo zapravo, čak si igrali Worlds 21. Da Canon nema Worlds.
Could look for an angle on the Baron here with the double smite to try to secure it.
Dobro da ja ne pazim, mislim, ako nisi nešto pretjerano platio, ima i smisla što ne bi znao da je Perks iz Hrvatske, jer kao nije Perks imao puno veze s našom scenom. On čim je krenuo da igra pro, igrao je u G2, igrao je nešto malo, neke lokalne turnire lige, on igrao je glavno Balkan ligu fazom pred 20 godina, ali generalno nije puno ništa igrao na Balkanu i otišao je preko i ostaje preko do kraja karijere.
Sekula, da znaš da mogu da ti kažem da nisi lud što bi stavio Berila. Beryl je jako dobar support. Mene malo muči to što je Beryl bio na Heimer Duty-u kad su uzeli World sa DRX-om, jer te godine Heimera igrati na botu je baš kao supporta bilo jako lako.
Dobar shockwave. Dobar pilar.
Najbolji let's jungler. Če li govorio o to pitanje?
Šta ko? Nisam.
Da, baš zato se slažem s tobom, Sekula.
Nisam mi siguran, iskreno. U zadnjih nekoliko godina Inspired. Sigurno. Ali all time nisam siguran.
No, slažemo se za top lane demo. Nažalost. Mada Zeus ako bude nastavio ovako, vjerojatno hoće. Bjergsen. Bjergsen. Jako je teško reći se Bjergsena jer van s početka karijere nije igrao opet u Evropi. A meč je mnogo T1 dominant i onda nije on zanimljivo da gledate. T1 ima lead na dva mid game heroja i jako dobrim snowball AD carryom. Velja može dobro da kloći. Samo ako bude radio i bude bio pametan, kao što je do sada bio i najbolje granice. Da, Gum ima 4 itema, lepo kaže koja je caster.
Bombije. Što bi odbio Navi? Zašto uništava svoju karijeru sa tim? Ući će u Navi, Navi će biti 8. u lecu i više nikad neće dobiti priliku da igra lec. Zašto bi to radio? To bi radio da možda kaže da igra lec, ali kao od toga nema ništa. Znaš ti koliko talentovanih igrača je tako ušlo u lec, samo da igraju, ulete u zadnju ekipu u lecu, odigraju jednu sezonu, nebitno kako odigraju, dobiju kik i više ne dobiju nikad preko da igraju lec. To ti je bukvalno ono, samo uništavaš svoju karijeru za džabe.
Just trying to thin out the waves here, see if there's any sort of an opportunity for them to get over to what feels like an inevitable elder start here for T1. But Tarzan critically has no flash, so if T1 go for it early,
ne, pa možda i hoće. Možda i hoće. Što ga ne bi zvali? Iz Humanda su zvali iz LFL-a.
Doing what he can to chip away at the HP bars of T1, but it's not really going to stick. Our observers highlighting.
Ja sam velja, ja bi sačekao da vidim da li neko će uzme ceo roster bez bausa.
Što bez bausa?
Bez bausa. Ja bi stavio ceo Lost Corners roster i dao bi im Kanu i to je to.
T1 je uzeo Eldera. I sad Renekton u Signbolt. Pa. GG ovo. O, Smite, nešto. Smite, Elder Proc, nice.
Kako se par dobio za prvo mjesto u lecu, nađe na netu. To kraj ispuli u sportovima, bilo kojim, isto kao i isto u LoLu kao i bilo kojim sportovima nisu bitni. Većina para od sponzora. I igrači dobijaju procenat prize poola često nego dobijaju bonuse unapred predodređene u odnosu na dostignuće.
Ovo je, nisam iznenađen ni malo. Faker je popio sa slavčicom. Piće. Janko zna bi igrao junglera, verovatno. Verovatno, Janko si igrao sezone 1. Tako da on je baš dugo na sceni. Broxa je bio dobar dok je igrao.
Broxa je fanatik Broxa, World's fanatik Broxa je bio. Brukić. Ljudi, možda ovo bude i dugo veče, mi ne znamo, ali svakako je njen. Sad smo u pauzicu i za 10 minuta smo nazad, gledamo Game Over 3.
Eto ljudi, BRB smo, 13 minuta je pauza. Bye.
When you have a Lee Sin at your disposal, you just want a game like this. You want more. You can influence the game, put the team on your back, and look stylish doing it.
From top to bottom, too, because I actually loved AL's composition. I felt like the Ezreal, Karma, and Orianna had good range, good scaling. If they can get to the mid to late game, that would be great. Owner did not allow that to happen.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a big if. And I want to point out some of their early lane assignments that T1 did do after they go for this dive, right? So the dive goes off, they're going to back, but and most importantly, what's going to happen is that Doran's actually going to TP bot, get pressure on that bot side, while T1's bot lane is going to head top side. That actually gives them power over Drake. This is skipped a little bit further ahead. They're attacking Flandra again on top side, but because they took the Drake on bot side, Owner's still down there, taking his camps, ends up getting the gank, so they win on top side and bot side at the same time, and it really came down for me from that decision to send the Renekton bot, force AL to either respond to the swap or keep Flandra in this 2v1, and it set every single one of T1's lanes ahead, and it gave Owner and T1 complete map control.
And it was frustrating because at that point, they can't really fight them early at all. They tried at Grubs. They decided to play away from Dragon, so ended up T1's getting first Drake. They tried to dive top, but Braum was there. T1 anticipated their plays off the lead that they already had and then just rolled it forward. The fact that Lee Sin ended up going bot lane to the play that you had mentioned at the very end of it and just made it punishing even more off the lane assignment. This was Owner's and Doran's game.
Yeah, it definitely was. And let's also check out today's HyperX Reflex replay, where it is just more of T1 getting the upper hand over AL.
Yeah, and this was the defended dive that happened on Faker. they recognize that they can get here fast. And for me, my focus is going to be on Renekton because he buffers the W alongside the Orianna ulti and then is able to follow it through. Ease forward, flashes, gets the kill. Doran's lead that he already had, he was able to just make it kind of flourish in that fight to defend it. So I thought that was like a small focus, but the bigger focus is T1 recognized the dive was going to happen, and they stood their ground with the TP and the follow-through with Owner.
I also do like that you mentioned Doran, right? He has been a big point of contention here and wondering how he's going to do as we see that both Doran and Owner had a fantastic game. And he had a number of choices he could make into this Yorick, but he makes this Renekton count. And that's not something we see 100% of the time. You really need to make your own luck.
Yeah, and it seemed like, again, with that early swap, I thought they got so much out of it. Doran got to be in such a great position. No one can go toe-to-toe with him in a side lane, right? If you look at, the discrepancy in gold between those two. But this is really, really crucial map play from Team 1, and also just Owner being able to recognize how to control this early game on Lee Sin.
And I feel like the difference between the last game and this one was T1 had a lead, and they played very well reserved around their vision, like that Baron play, forcing them to come over, even recognizing that Yorick was like splitting bot side. They double TP'd, even though one of them got canceled. Ryze chased them out. They recognized last game they made a misstep that really snowballed against them. I thought it was a great recovery this one.
Yeah, and so lucky for us, we get at least 4 games of this matchup as we see that the crowd has so many signs for both teams. I guess it will over-index a little bit towards Faker and T1, but nevertheless, Emily, it just goes to show how important this matchup is for both fan bases, and I am really happy we get 4 games at least.
Yeah, I've seen so many cool Flandra and Shanks signs.
Yeah.
That is cute.
Nice. Shout out to the person who had the picture of Flandra from Snake. Back in like 2015.
The deep dive on that one.
I know. But for me, then AL, looking at this, right, you obviously lost so much control in this early game. I'm looking to regroup and seeing what we can do to kind of stay in the game early against this T1 power.
Yeah, absolutely. I think AL has one thing on their mind, and it's make sure they can stymie that early power that T1 brought, that they can get to those team fights that they love and cherish so much. And AL will be moving on to the blue side as we head into game 3.
Cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets. Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me Win. Then watch me do it again.
All right, guys. I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way. Pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way. Pay your way.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX. Bring League to your browser. Lock in with LOL Esports. Customize your setup with champion-inspired themes. And unlock new designs inspired by Arcane. Only on the browser for legends. Download Opera GX.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around, and then y'all can find.
We'll see if they can find their way in. Carrier not allowing them to get past here. Guma in a good position. Tarzan trying to force his way in, but they're immediately turning around to him. But the culling is getting so much damage down. Doran into the back line. Hope over the side, trying to go in. He shifts in onto Carrier, but it's a shutdown there over on Owner. Shanks is trying to run as Faker is behind them. Doran and Faker. It's a triple for Guma, but as the solo leader is getting so much work done. Doran flashes in. Hope tries to shift out. Gets back over the wall with the flash of his own. Shanks now running from Faker. Doran trying to corral Hope here. Hope looking to try to make an outplay. Shanks on the side. Faker flashes in. He takes him out just as his teammates do the same to Hope. T1 get an ace. Welcome back. It is game number 3. T1 versus AL coming up And so far it has delivered. Everyone wanting, everyone expecting that 5-game banger. And we've had both teams take one so far.
I love what we saw from T1, the aggression, the constant skirmishing. I think that a comp like that is really difficult to pilot, and they made it look seamless. Like we talked about it in the draft, both sides didn't really have a lot of reliable engage tools, yet T1 just kept finding these little skirmishes, these fights, and every single time they were able to outplay AL.
Something I really loved was Keiria's Braum play. Just so aggressive, always positioning in their face, knowing AL doesn't really have any good lockdown. He can't really be punished, so he's always pushing forward, always forcing their hand. You can't just ignore him or he's going to tag you with the winner's bite, slow you down, and they would just have to try to fight through him.
Same thing with Owner. He had so much confidence on Lee Sin in his mobility because there was no one to put a stop to it. Let's get into game number 3 draft here. The Pantheon still going to remain banned. 2 have a priority on that one. Will the Talia and the Azir also follow suit?
Have to imagine so, but we are getting later into the series, and sometimes other picks become a priority on the ban list. The Talia, though, going to remain on the side of AL. We know that Shanks is also an Azir player, and so T1 going to respect that. The question is, will things like Poppy make their way onto the bench?
Evo nas nazad. Da, da. Evo nas, evo nas duplo nazad. Spremni da pogledamo kako T1 dobio još jedan game.
Da, da. Koliko je neki dobar sos koji često dobijem uz neke kao obročiće.
Sos. Ja sam danas jeo proteinske burgere i Klara je napravila neki brutalan sos.
Zavidim ti.
Ali stavila je hot sos unutra, ne znam da voliš ljuto. Stavila je hot sos u taj burger sos koji je napravila i vidi. Uf, ozbiljna priča bila, ozbiljna priča.
A lot of OP picks still available. I feel like AL will go for the virus. It's evident throughout this tournament.
Klara ako krekuje kod za western sos iz Smashburgera, ima moj lifetime, ono, zadužila se za života kod mene.
Verovatno može. Ja što znači ja verujem u nju, samo ju donesi sos. Daj meni pa da ja donesem ili šta god, ja da uzem usput. Ne znam.
Nema da se uzme, morate burger da naručite.
Ja sam jeo 2 put, možda tamo u kupnju u Smashu, tako da nisam, jeo sam više.
Naručit ćemo na poslu jednom.
Pa može, ja sad nekad, mislim ja nekad, ja ću krenuti kad u nekom trenutku opet, ono hardcore kad ću krenuti.
Agresiv. Misliš kao agresiv calorie deficit?
Da. Ali sad ono, full se punim glikogena i osjećam se prejako, osjećam se ono ko Terminator, ali sam se mislim kažem, 80, sigurno sam preko 80, 81 imam, možda čak i 82, mada ne verujem, 81 bi trebao sad imam. Tako da, kad krene taj sljedeći kad bit će ozbiljna priča, jedva čekam. A do tada možemo, na EBL-u ili šta god, vidjet ću kad ću krenuti ja. Ja se više moraju gledati čar kod na traci. Ma Dene, ovo je lightweight, ovo je baš lightweight, ono. Nisam, hodam sat vremena, nisam prešao ni 5000 koraka, verovatno. Nisam, sad ću što piše ovdje. Ma da, 3000 koraka sam prešao tek, to je ništa.
From the side of T1, and they do not want to have to deal with that. The disengage that Poppy provides against this much engage as well is good to be rid of. AL, you imagine that the AD carry...
I opterećuj se, ja uživam u tome, Mojiću. Mene to čini srećnim. Ima ima neka pametna izrečica na engleskom jeziku, ali sam je zaboravio, tako da je neću reći, ali...
As long as it makes you happy.
Tako je, recimo, nije to, ali da. Motiviše me da imam cilj da uspevam u tom cilju. Znaš, ne motiviše me da pojedem ono... svaki dan da se pretovarim hranom i da ne znam ni ja šta. Nije bio to 4 jutra, to je fair.
Sajna, na kontu toga što pričaš, Ja želim, ostatak moje podletnice će biti Sizif, a najveća poenta te tetovaže će biti jedan quote iz Kamijeve filozofske diskusije o mitu o Sizifu, a kaže "The struggle itself towards the heights is enough to fill a man's heart."
To ima smisla, to ima smisla.
Sajna voli da mu bude teško, ako dođe rezultat na kraju.
Tako je, apsolutno. Tome se uživa. Jer onda radiš nešto što ne može svako da radi. I ti mi sad reci može, ali zašto onda svako to ne radi? Ne znam ja. Sakne me desi. Marence, jel spava? Moguće. Možda je Discord. Nije na disu. Nije na disu.
You take my Aurora, now I'll take the Victor that you spammed so much.
I will say that you've got a Victor and a Varus into Jarvan. That does make me worried for AL.
Ne. T1 dobija 2 gema i spama. Ali Vuče, to moraš da nađeš, brate, to mora iz tebe da dođe, razumeš? To mora iz tebe da dođe. I nevezano samo za to, da se razumemo, nema to samo veze sa kilažom. To je mindset u životu, ne samo, razumeš. To da li ti treniraš i koliko imaš kila je jedan deo tvog života. Ali sve u životu ti daje onoliko koliko ti sebe uložiš. U međuljudske odnose, u posao, u sve oko sebe. Pa na kraju dana i tvoj izgled, težinu, šta god. Tako da, samo ja igram slučaj, radim dosta više stvari odjednom, jer ja volim da mi je napeto, u smislu da tryhardam sve. Jer ne verujem u rađenje stvari na pola. Ako već nešto radim, trebam da radim kako treba. Ako ne mogu da radim kako treba, neću radim. Zato sam isključio Patreon program 3 godine, 4 godine. Mogu sam da ga ostavim. Ali nisam teo. Sam rekao, neću ga radim ako ne može da puca. I kad sam došao dotle do, zahvaljujući od duše i Aleksi, pošto je on, jeli, otvorio štampariju za merch, pa mi je mnogo lako da radim sa nekim tako. Onda otvorim Patreon i onda to ima smisla. Do tada sam ga samo držao zatvorno, jer šta ću ako ne mogu da ga radim?
Zato Sajna nije imao kolegu do mene jer sam ja bio full kolega, razumiješ? Drugi ljude nije zvao kolega. Mene je počeo da zove kolega jer sam ja pravi kolega.
Tako je, deki, tako je.
Upao sam ti u pola cijele poente samo da ti rekao da me govoriš kao kolegu.
Obožavam. A ovo mora malo dole još.
A Sajna je ozbiljan tryharder.
Ja volim da se znojim.
Ja ne znam već, i mnogo je korisno Sajnu imati kao u svom životu. Kao role model malo.
Vidiš mene koliko tryhardam i tebi glupo da ne tryhardaš bar malo.
Ja sam siguran da ja ne bi volio efektivno katovo, da nije Sajna. Pogotovo što sam imao dilemu da li da malo manje katujem, jer su me svi kojima sam pričao o tome su mi rekli da je kao kalorijski deficit koji sam radio previše i kao da mogu manje. Ja sam bio jedini koji se nije slagao sa njima, ali sam zbog tempta polako bio podložan uticaju i onda sam pustio Sajni poruku i on mi je samo bio u fazonu, ja sam pustio ovoliku poruku i napisao ne. Zašto? Zašto? Ha. Tako nešto.
Većina mojih odgovora rade to nemoj da si cava. Katuješ kako treba. Tako da treba. Tu sam za tebe, kolega moj, druže moj, brat moj. Sad smo 2 iskatovana kastera. Da. Sad dobijamo sve kastere.
Bukvalno da znate da stvarno ne postoje 2 kastera s manje procenata masti u proseku zajedno od nas dvojice. Spojite bilo koja 2 kastera.
Pazi, Vedius vuče prosek zašto ima 35 kila, ali...
Dobro, to se ne računa.
To se ne računa.
A baš zato što budi srećan, ja sam srećan, baš zato vam i ovo govorim. To nije srećan, to se kaže zahvalno. Ljudi treba budu češće zahvalni. Treba pričaju to ljudima kojima su zahvalni.
To jest istina.
Nemojte da bude glupo da kažete drugarima neke stvari koje mislite o njima, koje su pozitivne. Shanks je prebio Fakera prva 2 levela i nije ni smešno čak.
Iznabado ga ozbiljno. Odsutno nas ove ima master. Kapiram da da. Ko će da ih dobije, mislim, nemam pojma.
Mo niko ih neće dobiti.
A ja mislim.
Kao, cijela moja regija pokušava da stvori različite super timove u različitim ligama, pa dovodi Nord, pa dovode ovi, pa dovode oni, samo ništa.
0 bodova. Ću povećati malo brzinu, blago meni. Iskreno malo se omašio ovih lasera Shanks, 2-3 lasera za redom je promašio. Da je pogodio 2 lasera, Faker bi ovdje bio kill range, morao bi da pobegne. Jer flash kubi se Kingston.
Vjerojatno bi mogao onda Sin da skipuje kragove da bi s Fakeru da najavali Canon NXT recimo. A ovo je sad dobro za Fakera, Shanks nema manje. Ajmo, kakvo je to je.
Kad oci parati. Thank you. Ajmo Faker, loop. Žu damage. Ne znaš ovako damage odurati. Uvijek mi iznenadi koliko me Aurora ošuri kada povu... jo. Nema damage-a. Barijera.
Ugo izložio Carrya, nevjerovatno.
Svi će možda imati damage-a, da opet level 3 Niko. Postoje krip da Leona E ne može da baci. Postoje krip da Leona E ne može da baci, probao je.
Doktori.
Tarzan is doing so much work already in the early game.
Ma jo, MK vremena. Ja sam ti rekao, MK, znači postao si patrao, ništa više od toga na mešćom nivou ne treba, brate. Lagana priča. Lagana priča, brate moj. Hvala ti. Danas sam ruke radio, tako da danas mogu da flexam ruke. Ozbiljan trening si imao danas. I danas se vratila Klara u teretanu, ona sad isto se malo vraća polako nakon povredice.
Video sam story i bio sam jako ljubomorno što ima pločice posle meseca pauze, kao sam da se ubije.
A bolje da ne znaš šta je jela u ta 2 meseca kada nije trenirala.
Ne želim da znam.
Znači, veruj mi...
Zato što ja bih dobio odmah 15 kila i svih 15 kila ne bi imao stomak, ja bih imao stomak u obliku burgera.
Znaš da je nerealno, nerealno. Znaš da je, a bukvalno je nerealno.
Mene to mnogo nervira, zašto sam ja mnogo ljubomoran na te ljude.
Nehumano je, znači ona je bukvalno jela sve.
Ali ja kontam da ću ja ovim što radim sad ubrzati svoj metabolizam, da ću ja moći više da jedem, a manje da se gojim u narednom periodu.
Pa mogući, mislim, pazi.
Zar ne bi trebalo tako da bude?
Pa u teoriji da, i nešto je fora, apetiti se smanjuje.
To je sigurno tačno.
Znači recimo, ja mogu ti reći na svom primjeru, ja imam, tipa ako imam cheat meal, ja taj dan i ne doručkujem ni ne večeram. Meni je to jedan obrok u danu. Radim nenamerno autofagiju. Znači kao ne mogu, ako uzmem da tipa, da ne znam, pojedem, naručim, pojedem, ne znam, pače pice i pola pljeskavice recimo, šta god, i pola palačinke, ne delim s Klarom sve, kao pojedem neki cheat obrok, ja ne mogu da doručkujem, ne mogu da večeram, ne mogu da jedem ništa ceo dan. I onda na silu popijem protein 2 čisto da bi uneo proteina, ali kao, pre mi je to bio jedan obrok. I kao lagan sam, jedem još 3-4 puta taj dan. Sad?
Ja sutra imam rođendan neki. Sad ne, a?
Nema šanse. Znači ne mogu, i onda recimo, sad kad sam kiflice jeo, dan pre kiflica sam jedan obrok imao u danu, ne računam proteine kroz dan zato što unosim protein da bih hitovao protein, to je druga priča. Imao sam jedan obrok taj dan i jedan obrok posle i dok su bile kiflice to su im bili jedini obrok taj dan. Kao ne mogu da jedem više. Ali zato sam se ugojio 5 kila, 6 od minimuma i dalje imam pločice. A dobio sam 6 kila. Tako da, to je goated.
A na katu gubiš i mišiće, na katu gubiš i mišiće ako ne umeš da katuješ. To nije katovanje, to je izgladnjivanje. Mislim, ne kaže stručnjak veći od mene.
Šta je rekao? Što više mišića imaš, više masti trošiš.
Ne, drugi deo rečenice sam mislio.
Pa dobro da, ali prvo je malo... Što više imaš mišića, trošiš više kalorija, a kada si...
Tako je, ali ne masti.
Tako je, gubiš kalorije. Jer da što više mišića imaš, što više masti trošiš, bilo bi ti jako lako da padneš na tipa 4% masti, fazon. Što je nehumano teško. A što se tiče koliko gubiš mišiće, to ti je... Ako znaš šta radiš, marginalno je.
Baš je nevjerovatno.
Kalorije da, masti ne, kalorije da, ali ti je jako marginalno. Ako katuješ, ako treba, treniraš s istim intenzitetom, unosiš dovoljno proteina, marginalno mišiće gubiš u odnosu na masti.
Ja sad to radim već 50,5 dana, bukvalno na oko nisam primetio promenu u veličini mišića.
Pa mislim možda i možeš i da meriš. U smislu...
Čak više, dobro, ako bi merio obim, tada gubit ćeš na obimu, recimo, zato će ti biceps biti manji jer je više izdefinisan,
gubit ćeš i mast, tako je. Tako je. Ti kažem, meni se ruka sa 30 kila smanjila za fazon 2 cm. Sa 105 kila na 77 kila, za 2 cm, što je ništa. I ta 2 cm je bukvalno mast, jer kao imam slike i vidim na šta mi ruka liči, na šta mi liče.
To je cijela poenta. Ako katujete kako treba, to pričaju svi fitness ljudi. Najveća zabluda, logička greška ljudi je to što misle da gube mišiće tokom kata. Ne mora da gube. Čak ljudi kažu da ako ne radiš previše agresivan kat, tokom kata možeš da dobiješ mišiće.
Znaš što to zavisi? Zavisi gde si. Ako si nubi lifter,
da, tako dobiješ nubi gains.
Tako je, onda pogledaš te, dobio si mišić. Ako je ishrana loša, vežbaš stomak, pomoći stomak bude manji, ne. Ako je ishrana loša i vežbaš stomak, stomak će ti biti veći. To ti uvek, znaš kao, ako radiš biceps curl, tebi biceps raste. Ako radiš bench, grudi ti rastu. Znači, ako radiš trebušnjak, stomak ti raste. Zašto nema smisla? Zašto bi se stomak jedini smanjivao, a sve ostalo raste kad vežbaš? Sve raste i pločice ti rastu. Ako ti jedeš loše, ti imaš sloj masti i onda pločice koje guraš, ali guraš i masti, onda ti stomak raste. Tako da...
To ljudi, vrlo logično, biologija, fiziologija.
Znaš koliko sam tih diskusija imao, da mi ljudi kao, koje vežbe da radim mi se smanji stomak?
Ne postoji.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Nema vežbe se smanji stomak.
I da, meni je recimo otkrovenje bilo raditi stomak sa težinom. Neuporediv je uticaj na oblik i na definiciju stomaka sada kada radim sa težinom nego kada radimo prazno.
Mislim, to ti je istom logikom. U smislu...
Tako je, istom logikom.
Ja neću raditi shoulder press ovako, nisam ništa uradio osim što izgledam kao da sam na rejvu nekom. Kao, za svaki mišić ti treba progressive overload, stomak ti je mišić, treba ti progressive overload. A progressive overload sa svojom težinom uradit ćeš 200 trbušnjaka, kao samo nije... Znaš, kao nerealno je da na reps radiš stomak, ono moraš doći kilažu.
Na početku je dobro raditi na reps kad počinješ.
Dok dođeš do nekog broja. Ali kao u jednom trenutku ako ti uradiš, ne znam, 50 decline trbušnjaka, vidi. Uzmi teg u ruke, stavi ga na glavu, radi 20 komada i mi ćeš 50 puta veći value. A Mateo, naplaćujem, imaš tamo Patreon je pinovan u chatu, postaneš fitness Patreon, imaš sve savete, naplaćujem, nema frke, brate moj. Ako hoćeš ti da platiš, vidi. Lagana priča.
Pa da, to je to sad za merch?
Ne, ima fitness Patreon i bez mercha, isto. Ko hoće da ono, mislim tu stavljam neke stvari za hranu, recimo kad navatam da je nešto dobro na sale-u, da može se kupi itd. Dajem savete, ono, ako nekog zanima kako se radi neka vežba, odem snimim nešto god. Tako da ono, legit imate AI Shine-u da vam pomaže konstantno. Mislim nisam AI, ali sam Shine-a. Ja, Stefane, to je skroz legit. Trčanje, plivanje, kome što odgovara, vožnje bicikla, sve je to legitimno.
I ljudi isto ne kvantiju koliko ne unose proteina dok ne krenu da računaju s tim i moj najbolji drugar ima problem.
Ode carry-a. Ovo mi se ne sviđa.
Nije dobro, carry-a umre 2 puta.
I Tarzan je mnogo ahead.
Treba da odemo na trening zajedno. A volio bi da odemo na trening zajedno kad krene malo bolje da jedem, pošto sam slab. Nisam slab, samo ne mogu toliko da dižem. Nemam snage dovoljno i dalje.
Otićemo ruke da treniramo, eto, za to ti ne treba, tu ne dižem neke velike kilaže.
To ne dižem ni ja.
Ali tu baš vidim da ti ono otpadnu ruke.
Ma nebitno mi je. Gotovo ruke mi odgovaraju jer mi nećeš overloadovati ramena. Ja ne volim s tom da radim bilo što mi odgovara ramena jer moja ramena su osetljava.
To je fair, to je fair. Ramena ubijam ja i sad ih ubijam i dalje.
Da, to znam. Ja ne radim toliko. Baš se pazim. Ali to zato sad treniram i ne bole me ramena. Tako da... Biće to dobro, fiksovat će se sve. Stefane, prvi savjet, nađi najboljeg drugara sa kojim ćeš ići u teretanu. U smislu, ne najboljeg drugara, nađi drugara, dobrog drugara s kojim ćeš ići u teretanu, s kojim se već gotiviš. Znači, neko s kim možeš da provodiš vrijeme da krenete u teretanu zajedno.
Ne, Mateo.
Ili isto jako dobra stvar ako ti devojka trenira, to je isto fenomenalno.
Confirm.
Koliko dižem na benchu? Koliko se radio malo, bret. 70 kila, 8 ponavljanja. To mi je maks. Nisam radio maks nikad. Ne dižem puno, stvarno. Doduše, ja nikad ljudi ne radim na... Ja nikad ne radim low rep i ne radim visoke kilaže, ja radim uvek hipertrofiju. Svake vežbe. Kad kažem hipertrofiju, mislim između 10 i 15 ponavljanja, ne mislim baš da radim 20. Nikad ne radim sa kilažom koju mogu da radim ispod 10 ponavljanja. To mi se dogodi slučajno nekada, kao što mi se dogodilo skoro s benchom, pa sad zato ima ti kažem.
Once that Zhonya's comes through as well, you're going to have a lot of tools to help weather the burst that T1...
Ali moj savjet vam je da se, sad ovo ne zna da se sajno složiti, on voli težine. Moj savjet vam je da se ne opterećujete na težine, i niti na ličnu težinu po onome šta kaže vaga, niti na težinu koju dižete u teretani, nego da se opterećujete na jedinu stvar koja vas zanima, a to je da gledate kako izgledate. Nebitno je da li, brate, dižete, da li radite curls sa bučicama od 5, 10 ili 15 kila, gledajte kakav vam je biceps. To je to. Ako dobijete ono što želite, radite tako. Naravno, progresivno dižite kilaže i to je to.
Da, to sam teo da dodam. Mislim kao, moraš da obraćaš pažnju dovoljno da znaš koliko diže da bi znao kako da napreduješ.
Apsolutno.
Jer ako samo odeš i pokupiš teg isti konstantno, ništa nešto raditi.
Tako je, naravno. Ali ne treba da se opterećujete, da morate da dižete mnogo više i da se opterećujete s maksimumima i to. Radite da vam bude teško, ali gledajte kako to utiče ima na vaše telo. Gledajte kako se osjećate kad završite tu vežbu, kako se osjeća vaš mišić, kako ste pumpu dobili, kako vam izgleda mišić nakon nekog vremena. Ako nešto slekuje...
Moje pravilo je čim forma ode, preterao si s kilažom.
Tako je.
Tako da diži što više, uradi ti, vrate, 300 kila na benchu, ali uradi kako treba s formom. Samo ego lift.
Da mi se kriviš u Z tamo, da mi kolenima dižeš bench. Podigne lik noge u vis dok diže bench da proba da podigne.
Ja sam povukao 140 puta 2 pa sam povredio rame i sad više ne benchujem, tako da... Nisam tad povredio, nisam na 140 povredio, prvi sam rame na 100-ku što je najcrnije od svega, ali samo ne benchujem više, nema razloga. Izmislio matičnu ploču za njega.
Jeste, pravo si jako lepo si rekao. Zeus je izmislio matičnu ploču za Dorana.
Istina. Mogu da potvrdim.
Ovo što je Vuk napisao je dobro. Niko u teretani nikada vas neće osuđivati. Nikada. Ja sam skoro radio sam stomak na kraju, radio sam na onom za leg raises. I to je negdje u uglu teretani i neki klinci su bili pored, radili su zgibove. 13-14 godina možda imaju momci. Izjazali su nekog drugara što ne može da uradi više od 2 zgiba i ja sam ih bio u fazonu, aj kao smirite se momci. pomozite dečku.
Narale je opasan u teretani, ono zavodi red.
Ne, bukvalo sam bio pozovu daj, nemojte to radite, uzmite, namestite dečku traku i pomozite mu da uradi malo za mjesec dana će moći više. I bacio sam neku foru, nešto bilo mi se badeće. Nikada vas niko neće smarati, samo ono, pustite se. Guman je tu, Shadan je zadoran, te filter.
Faker nije skočio preko zida. Može skoči preko zida gore levo, da?
Mora da može.
Ja mislim da može gore levo kod pečuraka.
Ne vršim red i mir, nego jako redko vidim scenu kada nekog smara u teretani za bilo šta. Svi su uvek najfiniji ikada, niko mi nikad nije u teretani rekao nešto ružno.
Ne znam, ja sam najmanji u mojoj teretani, tako da ja svako nikom ništa ne pričam. Jednom kad budem najveći, onda ću moći, sad sam najmanji pa ne smem. O! Are.
As Keria is back here with Guma, was looking for an angle to finish off Hope, couldn't find it.
Hexgates are going to allow T1 to get back out on the map and look for the counter on
Nalađenje, na izolaciju, Mateo.
And the Rift Herald goes the way of AL. During this replay, T1 will probably be taking a Dragon.
The ultimate timing from Tarzan was beautiful, and the way in which they just turned their attention onto Keria, I mean, that target focus was great. The arrival of Doran is a little bit late, and while he does pick up this kill...
Imaju oni zanimljivi koncepti kao da niko ko je sportista neće osuđivati nekoga kada počne da trenira pa ne radi to savršeno. Niko ko je uspešan neće osuđivati nekoga koji počinje neki startup pa propadne. Niko vas neće... Uvek ljudi koji vas osuđuju su iskompleksirani na tom polju.
Znači zato mene si pozivaju za kosu. Odlično. Chat, vi ste čelavi od mene. A šta je sad?
Još gore, verovatno im je masna kosa.
7-3 the kill difference. AL with a 3k gold lead off the back of this Herald. Guma trying to finish it, but he will not be able to find it.
A ovo Heralda voze, ko da će Herald Harikiri da baci negde u čošku mape.
Tako je, tipa od mojih drugara, drugar koji je najviše posvećen treningu i najnapucanije izgleda, s tim najlepše se priča o teretani. Nikad te neće osuditi ni za jednu vežbu, ni za šta, nikad ti neće reći ovo, ono, uvijek će ti biti najlaganiji ikad.
Blow the summoner spells off the low mobility carries of AL. Then go for the big team fight to try and get those
kills. Nikad nećete dobiti batine u teretani, ljudi. Jeste vidjeli nekad, jeste čuli nekad da se neko potupa u teretani, ja nisam. To je me kao ono što profesionalni bokseri se nikada ne tuku na ulici. Malo je normalno u teretani greš, kada je trening u pitanju nije.
Priča o meni, šta ko ja? Ja znam je. Ja gledam game, ljudi, ja gledam game.
Verujem, ja bi radije bio ćelav nego da imam masnu kosu, iskreno.
Ja gledam kako se T1 vraća nazad u ovo i trenutno mi nije baš najjasnije, ali mislim i dalje o tome.
A šta misliš o Gumajuševom buildu, Tots?
Tots. Užasan. Najgori. Bole me oči. Srce me žiga. Ali okej, šta god. Neće Essence River, ići će na šta Infinity i neće imati LDR ovaj game, jer svakom nema previše armora, tako da negde mogu da vidim da ovo funkcioniše. Negde nekako. To je fora. Eto, tako da mislim da možda ima Gumajuši ideju iz ovoga, ali verovatno neće LDR buildati nego ide na Infinity pa možda čak i odmah na RFC. Mislim da nije loše.
Mislim da ako ode Infinity u LDR kupio me. Jer je to matematički highest damage MF build, bolje od Essence Rivera.
Kolcer, brat moj, jeste bolje od Essence. Essence River nije toliko dobar item.
Ček sekund.
Je upravo u teretani, sad što ću vidjeti. Fair.
Then if AL try and start something up and make
to je fair. Felix, desi.
Maybe T1 could find their dream flank. Maybe they wait for the Otacon to shred a little resistances off of AL to make up for the gold deficit.
Ja, boga mi sutra imam lep trening, sutra ramena. Samo da mi se noge oporave, noge me baš ubijaju.
Tarzan nosi uvek. Najbolji individualac AL-a.
Zar nije bolje on Hitvarus? Jeste. Jeste.
U ovaj tim, verovatno čak stvarno jeste.
Ornov ulti će ti prokati Edge of Night i šta onda? Jarvan te ulta i ti kao, ali čika Jarvane ne kajiš, ja sam Litality. Jarvan izvodi kajiš. I šta si ti uradio?
It's going to be hard to defend this tower on the next wave, potentially.
Yeah, the siege here from AL with their range advantage looks very good.
Baker on the side, just trying to zone out any potential dive as it's
Kolega,
Guma's
će biti
job to
cringe.
clear out this wave.
Nebitno, ajde čekaj pričamo o gemu, neću više pričati, ali tamo sam nešto pitam još.
Pitaj što hoćeš. Što
Čekaj
da
vidimo šta rade.
Onda se završi fight, neko je mrtav. Mrtav je Kerija. MF ulti je useless, da. A ti van u fazonu, imam gore kulu, imam dole kulu, ajde se ne bijamo oko kule. Možda se mogli se biju dole ili gore, a ne između dve kule. Ma kakvi.
Bravo Tarzane, kako si čist.
Ma kakvi.
Moki je 5 gemova sajn.
Izgleda.
Baš simpatičan Tino je, ali jeste, zanimljivi su.
A što način, publika je počela navijati za EL zbog tabea. Mnogo je wholesome. Slušao sam intervju, mnogo je wholesome.
Mnogo je lik dobro.
Da.
Ne samo kao velike, nego i ta istorija kako vraća ekipe, to je baš nesvijeno. I Tarzan, jer i Tarzana ljudi vole, iskreno. No, on je već dugo dobar.
Baš loš fight. Ide stoje. Shanks igra lepo, da, Shanks igra baš lepo. Trener njihov, tako je neki. Ali Tabe je bio igrač jako davno i ono, bio je, mislim, relativno popularan i dok je bio igrač. Gledaj ti taj drip. Evo ga Tabe. U plavoj košulji, u frontu. Equalizer i 3 sekunde Flame Spittera i jedno brnali Kajenik. Da, baš je bio kad je pričao o Tarzanu i kako se trudi, kako je dobar čovek, kako je svetlost u velikoj oluji, brat mu je uradilo ga na pesnika na intervju, svaka mu čast, iskreno, baš je dirljivo bilo. Neću lagati. Zesi u Hanvi, da. Hanva igra u sredu. Hanva igra u sredu, a igraju EVC.
Muče, žao mi je, izvini, ali najboljeg igrača Lola ikada ne možeš da vridi. Da, nije baš ikada, ali najboljeg suporta na svetu ikada. Da, hvala za Onyxa, hvala. Dobio je izolaciju.
It's okay, ti vam dobije, ljudi, ne brinite se ništa.
Kerija se ne uzima u usta. Ovako nije u dobrom kontekstu.
Znači, komentar ne obaziri se na pozitivne komentare, nikad neće prestati da bude smiješan.
Ne.
Svaki put kao vidim nasmijem.
Dobro, neki nije fair da se gasiraš sa modom.
Moram ovo da uradim na način Imraleta srećnim.
Hvala.
Eto, vidite kako je Rala srećan. Morao si da budeš ovdje žrtvovan za veće dobro.
Ne mogu sad više da vas mutiram dalje za Keriju, svi znamo da je Čara.
Mati ću raditi nešto gore nego da ga mutiram. Neću mu dati pažnju. Znam da je teško. Hanva, vidit ćemo, ne znam, jedva čekam da gledam Hanvu na EVC.
Ja imam osjećaj da će Hanva da osvoji World fazom, da su skipovali MSI greškom.
Čekaj, onda osvaja EVC.
Ma jok.
Ne? Pa dobro, ali 2 miliona, vidi. Daj meni 2 miliona ako je nebitno.
Ma meni je, ja gledam samo prestižne turnire, to mene bi... Worlds. Moram se ispati uvijek.
Team iz EU nikad neće doći ni moja Kine i Koreje, jer je samo drugačija radna etika je njima. I to se nikad u Evropi neće promeniti. Evropa ti funkcioniše na reklamama i na i na koga zna i ko ima bolju vezu.
A u Kini i Koreji oni imaju po 5 igrača u timu pored primarnog rostera i 10 igrača u akademiji. I prosječna organizacija ima pool između 15 i 20 igrača otprilike. I svi se kolju za prvi roster otprilike. Svi se kolju da budu sub u prvom rosteru.
Is a force to be reckoned with.
Sim, gledajte ono, koliko su sabovi imali utjecaja na igru. Svašta nešto rade.
Why Faker has so many world championships to his name as they go in.
Looking, they've caught Shanks. Can they knock him down? He goes
Nisu,
golden
nisu, ja ne
to
vidim
buy
grupu.
some time.
Dobro, nije rekastovo stivu.
Only buy a little bit of time. Owner goes back in, but Owner is by himself.
Šta radite, braćo, Owner i Carrier vam umiru. Guminulti kasni. Imali su da nešto ideje.
But it's 1 for 2. AL with the advantage, and they are hunting.
A ja.
Slowed there by the equalizer. He has to run for it. Tarzan on the side, seeing if there is an angle. Doran trying to buy some space for his carries, but he's getting slowed down. And Doran's in a lot of trouble now. Fondre is going to overheat, and Doran may just follow the blast cone.
A mislim, ovo je jedini ugod da Lethality Varus radi nešto i Uniko. Čak i sa Celestial Oppositionom, on je samo pretopljen pre nego što možda napravi neki veliki play. Carrier se baš muči.
But the Seekers aren't buying him enough time for AL to turn the fight in their favor. Carrier with a good ultimate just doesn't quite translate into the damage that they need. And while Guma lands
Carrier je ovo loš game. Ajde vidim vas igrate Niku u ovoj situaciji. Ajde vidim baš specijalce, vas da vidim kako igrate ovo. Ajde. Nenormalno teška Niko da se odigrao. Igraš u CC Heavy Ksina koji ima brda njuka, Varusa koji ima brda njuka, Viktora koji s ovim itemima ne može geći njega, znači igrati Niko ovdje je Sizifov posao.
Ker i au. Ne ovako, ne ovako.
Neki, brate.
Ne ovako.
Ako nekad dođem kod Sajne da snimamo nešto i da budemo live, ja ću da ti oduzmem moda sa njegovog YouTube profila. Samo zbog ovog glupog komentara.
I mean, Shank's so difficult to take down, has a 3-level lead now, make it a 2-level lead as Faker had leveled up after that replay. Shank's nearly 18 though. This guy is monstrous right now.
Ne znam ja neki. To je između vas dvojice moda, neću ja se miješam, osim kad sam te time-outovo, tad sam se malo mešao. Ali to je onako malo.
Kao što mene skloni Canon.
Da, nekad ugasim raleta, mislim, šta ja radim. Slagala skripta, polako. Izgleda kao da lažemo. Da, Tarzan baš lomi.
Kako ih je sašio svojim kopijom.
Da, legitimno smurfuje, brat. Ali brat, oni 7-0-7, on legitimno smurfuje. Nevjerovatno je. Mislim, igra i Shanks, ali... Ali Tarzan, brate, mili... Svaka mu čast, iskreno. Insane je. Jel uspeo, jeste. Carry up za 5. Opa, ok, spasao je game.
Owner kills the minions and they decide we're going to go for the dragon instead.
Owner with the defense there buys them some time, but AL will take the dragon in the aftermath.
Ne ovako, ljudi moji. Kako ovako igra čim ih... To je dobro pitanje.
It does open up the counter-attack possibilities from T1.
Look at the flank from Guma and Carrier. The combo looks so good, but Tarzan turns his attention immediately onto Guma.
Dobio na draftu. Ali dobro, ali vidi, i T1 malo ovaj... I T1 je malo grifovo. Mislim, pored drafta T1 je pravi greške. Recimo nešto za procenat masti, ne znam, to će ga stvarno izvređati. To nesem. Neću mi se smori kolega. Šalim se, nemam šta da mu kažem jer je shredded, jer je peeled. Tako da nemam šta da mu kažem. Da.
Razmišljam malo o ovom gameu, generalno...
Kyle, chill, Guma ima iteme sad, ali Tarzan ima ulti. Ok, Guma, ništa Guma. Guma udari, mrtav si Guma, samo tuci. At this point ono, mrtav si, šta radiš? Nema ga.
T1 try and make another comeback, but AL are having none of it. This game will go to them.
Au, bacio World Elite. Au.
Vuka sam malo pre izolovao i neki je dobio izolaciju. Tako da možda još ima izolacije. Ali ja znam da vi volite izolacije, tako da...
Samo izolacija s izolacijom, to nema nigde.
They take it
L2
to
1.
match point. And they're going to claim game number 3 here.
Lagano, ima ovo još da se igra, ne brinite se ništa.
No way T1 can stop.
Pa oni sad counteri, oni piju slamčice, vidjeli su od Fakera. Sad Faker jače pije slamčice, kakav duel pijanje i slamčice, ljudi. Nisam očekivao ovaj duel i slamčice da se dogodi.
Ljudi, verujte mi da su naravno 2 gema će biti banger, jer T1 igra najlepše i najzanimljivije kada su na eliminacijonom meču.
To je true.
Tako da ćemo sad vidjeti svašta. Ja se baš radujem naravno 2 gema. Jeste da nemam više šta da pojedem za naravno 2 gema, ali se radujem.
Pauza je 12 minuta, tako da pauzica, laganica, proteini, lagani, intervju, čao Rale, čao ja, čao ljudi, tu smo za 12 minuta.
Legend, and when you talk about Shanks, you can say the same about Tarzan. Maybe the best player ever to not have reached a international final in his career, because so many of his classmates in his teams, of his colleagues, of the people he's looked up to and against to have made it there, but he has not.
Yeah, and what a performance from him in this game. We talk about how Tarzan is the engine of this team. Tabe said again, he is the light guiding their ship into safe harbor. Absolutely popped off, and it started really, really early on.
Yeah, I just want to even point out the draft because it make it how difficult it was, to make it very clear. Because that draft concocted by T1 was very smart. They banned the Bard and Poppy for a reason. They gave them Varus for a reason. They were like, okay, we're going to allow you to get Varus, but if the fight starts, you better have Flash. Aurora, Nico, Jarvan, Ornn, it's very clear that they're focusing on their like squishy and immobile backline. So they're like, you better do a good job of defending it.
I mean, there's a couple of things that had to go right in these fights, and I feel like sometimes as you watch two pro teams in a game, they start to figure out what the right order of things is that they have to do to kind of win the fight, or take it in their favor, and I feel like we saw that from AL. I mean, the placement of a Rumble ultimate, we know how difficult it can be in situations like this, but Flandre nailed it every single time.
I think the big thing, as we see some of Tarzan's early highlights, is that AL also did a really good job of recognizing how this team can kind of jump on you from all sides, right? And they dealt with it really, really well.
Yeah, it's great to see the Kyle and Tarzan combination. And yes, this is the quote that Tabe dropped on us. The poetry coming through.
Yeah, it's like that pen that's on fire, that's what he did. Sick.
And so now we find ourselves in a position where AL is on match point. T1 has to fight back. It's kind of crazy to see. And you could see them getting ready for it just because they have one in their mind. One more battle unless T1 comes up strong.
Absolutely, and I feel like for them, it's like, okay, we've gotten this far. Now we can really play from a position of strength. We know that we have the upper hand in these skirmishes and these fights, and maybe we should take a look at a few of these fights.
There was a big one. I kind of talked about the goal coming in from T1. If we can start this one out, they see a focus on Flandre and Tarzan. The goal is going to be able to kill Flandre. Now, if you can run this reel, you can basically see a good decision from Flandre. He goes up. He decides, I'm not going to be a part of this target. And not only do they throw everything at Tarzan, but then they're like, wait a minute, so Gumayushi cannot drop his ulti because Tarzan's the only target. Aurora doesn't drop her ulti because he's the only target. Flandre is in a great position where he drops the Rumble ulti to stop any engage from coming through, and focuses in on MF so she can't follow through. So I thought overall the reason why they held a lot of their combo was because they didn't catch that Flandre ended up separating.
Yeah, I mean, and just the foresight to know if Xin Zhao is going to disrupt this team fight, this is where they're gonna go, this is where I'm gonna put my ultimate. I'm already thinking 2 steps ahead so you won't escape, and I was very, very impressed by that.
And I'm going to go through another team fight.
Let's see what you got.
This is kind of how, I know, Raz and I are doing dueling telestrators all day, right? So we start up here, and the big thing I want to point out is that Flandre, after having cleared out mid, he's actually walked all the way down, so he's going to continue down here. And as we play this through, it's a little bit of a waiting game until he gets there. However, they recognize Tarzan goes in onto Faker, and immediately when Keria steps up, Solar Flare, pause here, because the big thing is that Keria is one of these two huge backline threats with Pop Blossom. He was not able to get it off in this fight. The Rumble ends up coming in. This equalizer is going to go down across beautifully the rest of T1 as we play this out. Flandre was absolutely cooking in so many of these team fights. Even when Guma ults, he's not able to get a lot of damage onto anyone's legend. And they clean up here. They recognize that they can get the redive on the back half of this. And this was the fight that really, really set them ahead.
Yeah, and for these two teams, you know, for AL, who have come from so far, from Tarzan, who was kind of excommunicated for a while, and a lot of these members, including Hope, that didn't really know if they were ever going to get back here. To be one game away from the finals against T1 with all the added heavy context, right, of their own personal history, but also the history of the LPL versus T1, it is just monumental that they find themselves on match point the way they have been playing.
And you can't understate the stress that you're under. You're going up against T1, a team that you feel like has always been able to do it in clutch situations. The organization has never found this level of success. Like, Flandre, sure, he won Worlds, but being at MSI, this is his first MSI, and...
I love how you say it. Oh, yeah, sure, he won Worlds.
Yes, but no, but it means so much for him as a player. So, being in this position where they are now on match point is a crazy state to be in.
And I want to bring up Shanks again, right? Because I've been talking about how I've watched him on WE Academy to see him flashing the take notes followed by the WE
logo
as he's going in to siege the T1 base. Really, really strong Victor performance after a little bit of a shaky laning phase early.
And now, before we go into this break, we always talk about T1 Magic, and I know that's a little bit... maybe you can't really determine what that is, but it mostly means to me that they can come back from impossible situations or difficult situations, that they can be on the same page in these skirmishes, and I don't really think we have seen that much in the games where they were behind. Are they going to start now, quickly?
They have to. I don't think so, but they must.
Yeah, T1 have to make that magic rain down right now, or they are out of MSI, and anyone's legend, they can make it to the MSI final with this next game.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to...
Okay, okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
传奇该如何铸就？
The prophecy has been fulfilled. Never doubt Uzi. He changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game. Uzi now reigns as king.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make him turn.
Chuck him out to half HP. Owner cannot connect on the flag and drag area now. Getting engaged on. He's getting burst down by Shanks, and he is just gone. Shanks deletes him from this world as Baker goes between worlds and tries to start the fight. Guma running from Tarzan. Doran is here. Kyle is low, but it's AL again, crushing the fight, it feels like. Guma flashes back to the tower. Doran and him going to try to hold their ground here, but it's a 2v5. They need to cut the wave. Guma trying to heal up as much as he can, but Tarzan flashes in and knocks him down. It's a multi-man knock up there from Doran, but the heroics are not to be. Doran falls as well. AL lose no one. They'll get the tower, and they will get the Otacon.
And welcome back to MSI, ahead of Game 4 between AL and T1. First off, Alun, congratulations for your first MSI. This guy left his girlfriend at home for Faker. I guess he has his reason, but I want to show you guys the amazing signs that we had here. Shanks, Hope has been incredible for this series so far. A lot of love for AL, of course. More love for Shanks. Everyone loves an XDD, of course. Faker is the GOAT that we knew about, but I want all of you guys to see all the love that the teams have been receiving so far. Now, important question. Who thinks that AL is gonna win the next one? All right. Now, who thinks that we're going to Game 5? Casters, over to you.
We are all hoping, I think, for that Game 5. The excitement that it would bring would be incredible, but AL are looking locked in and trying to prevent any sort of a comeback from T1.
Yeah, almost got whiplash from the previous game to then the one we just had, because T1 had been so strong in the previous one, but then AL just threw it down here. They responded to every T1 move, advantage after advantage for AL, and they certainly have the momentum.
Yeah, you can't afford to underestimate T1 in this position, though. They're a team that, with the level of experience, with the number of accolades associated, you cannot afford to underestimate them. So we're going to be jumping into Game 4 draft presented by Omen and HyperX. And T1 returning to the blue side will look to remove Twisted Fate and Poppy from the pool. Pantheon remains the first ban on the red side.
Interesting stat, T1, when they're down 2-1 in the best of 5, 48% win rate all time.
48?
Lower than I would have expected. You know, this is a team known for being so clutch.
I think 48 is personally something.
I evo nas nazad. Da. Da li smo tu? Ili sam tu? Kada nećete znati pravu istinu. Upalimo traku, bar se proštao malo. Ne, već, vata me zimski san, ljudi moji, hibernacija radi. Sim je zima, ali ono, kapirate priču. Ajmo Tivan, buđenje, Tivan mora pobedi. Nijem li vode, moram sipam vodu, to ću posle. To ću posle. E da, definovao sam Raleta, vidi me nešto mi... Vidi me nešto miran stream.
Vidim ja, brate, ja pričam o ovime netko. Vidite moji. Ja definovao Raleta. Sergej neće dobiti ono što želi, Sergej voli izolaciju. Dečko voli, brate, tako da nema izolacije za Sergeja.
Nećeš da mu učiniš.
Tako je, neću da mu učiniš.
Au, okej. Fair.
Ovog momenta ova serija postaje zanimljiva.
Korki? Da, ovaj Tivan win. Vidim ja to, tu, sad.
The Corki reminder can be flexed into mid lane, always a possibility. Our expectation is that it's
blindovati Silasov Faker, Akali.
Ja mislim da će pikovati Akali.
Akali, please daj mi taj matchup, please. A više mislim da ćemo dati samo Korkija i kontrolni meč.
Hey, Alistar could be high prio. Well, guess what? You don't really want to pick Alistar.
Ako Doran ovo izgubi, stvarno je
loš.
loš.
So it does kind of limit some of the options, I think, for T1.
Yeah, definitely a good point there. As the
Oni su uzeli Akali, interesantno.
focus, and they opt for A very good champion for Carrier here, the Rakan locked in.
Also quite good
Znam da voliš neki, znam.
So with the same logic in mind, if you expect AL to be leaning more towards that Alistair, they've already prepared for it. So while not the strongest 2v2 lane with Corki and Rakan, again, assuming that Corki is going down towards the bot lane, it does provide you with a lot of great teamfight, mobility, and engage later on into the game.
I'm going to
get a Maokai coming through for Tarzan.
Oh, we are really going to close down on the jungle champion pool then.
Ovo je Maokai na botu, da znate. You heard it here first.
Into jungle, but I definitely expect
Maokai na botu.
Into the top lane.
So
we can have
interesting
two more
take.
bans here to
Interesting
really
take.
pinch down on owner's champion.
Also, potentially, you know, if you're worried about some of these Silas matchups, now you have the opportunity to go for
Ako Alistair bude banove.
Of course, there is still the thought that, hey, Faker could be the one playing Corki. We have mostly been seeing it in the bot lane, but occasionally,
A ne znam šta će banove ako neće Alistair ovaj
still
meti.
is being played mid.
Da.
AL
No,
clearly thinking about those jungle bans and the lack of really beefy front line on T1, and so the Skarner and Sejuani
To svanulo kod tebe, jest?
Would it be Zed? Maybe into Maokai?
Kod tebe, mislim, živimo u istom gradu.
Aj sad.
And I'm just thinking about, I mean, like, I
Ja
don't
ne
think
vidim
this
da li
makes
svanulo.
sense in the comp of T1. They could do with a little
Iako
bit
sam pored
more
krovnog
engage,
prozora.
a little bit more crowd control. They're going to remove the Casio, so instead they're going to mitigate some of the difficult matchups that could come through into that mid lane.
Makes a lot of sense.
I think right now T1 really needs something that is going to block.
Actually, I'm Maokai na botu. Actually.
So that's why I'm still thinking like tanky jungle front line for them, like the Sejuani. Meanwhile, for their ban, are you worried about the Maokai plus Blitzcrank combination? Because that has been used fairly effectively as far as picking people off, especially if there is no one who can soak a Maokai ultimate, then you're like relying on a
Sad je popio kafu neku, ali...
for the Rakan to be able to have someone
A
step
to
in
nije.
Sajna Maokai. Da, sajna Maokai.
I love how animated Tabe gets with his players. When they're picking, he's right next to them, standing, really having that conversation about what do you think is the best pick right now, and it's going to be the scaling center. So AL leaning towards
Iskreno, ako pogodiš,
success within this series, team fighting, team fighting.
And I really like it with what you have in the first three, right? It's all dives and it can really support what you are building for and scales incredibly well.
Nerealno mi je da Tarzan koji je ovako odigrao ove gameove dobije Maokaja, a Maokai je dobar meč od Krakena dole. Raken je dobar meč od Maokaja dole. Ovo malo menja priču jer Maokai AP može da mečuje Liliju. Ovo možda malo vuče Maokaja ka džungli.
Will it be the full protection for Kyle on the bot side of the map?
Nidali? Bila bi dobro da je Nidali.
Your primary engage there. Contemplating between the two.
I still am so nervous because the earlier problem I was talking about for T1, it looks so dangerous for any of these members to be in front with a Maokai ultimate. It poses so many problems. So AL, they can go for the safety option.
Da, smore da Tarzan igra Maokaja. Ali mislim da je postojao ugao za Maokaja na botu, međutim kada su vidjeli Liliju, smatrali su da je ovo fine matchup za Maokaja. Mislim da im je bilo u glavi da postoji šanse i dalje. Nisam ugao smor.
Verovao sam na sljedeći put.
And you have to remember,
Maokai
this is a Lilia versus 4 melee champions. That is the ideal situation. If Lilia can get accelerated in a game like this, you can have a field day. And you're trying to then dive in on these AD carries through the Recon CC, through the counter engage of that potential 4-man sleep on these melees. And I think things could get tricky. So I do feel that both comps, really have a shot in this one.
Both have some tools, both have a lot of threat. AL on the precipice of making their way to an international finals.
Match point for AL, but it is T1 who are going to be looking to force us to a game number 5.
T1 have shown magic at many world championships over the last few years, but it is crucial to remember the word World Championships.
Pa evo, nema više, mislim, nestaje pikova na midu. A Corki je solidan u Silasa. Jer Silas kad ukrade Corki ulti nije se baš nešto prosječio previše.
AL could keep that streak alive if they can knock T1 out here and make their way to the finals.
You can even see AL was looking for some early game shenanigans. They actually had Flandre run down towards that bot lane to try to show their support mid, see if someone would step forward for a deep ward. Did not find it, but I always like these level 1 pre-planned plays in a high-intensity game like this. It can make all the difference.
Yeah, looking at set point here, any sort of early extra advantage goes a very long way.
Owner does get the ward on the enemy Raptors. Of course, Raptors...
A Zaj se igra s Conquerom. Zaj se legitimno igra s Conquerom. To je fine rune na Zaj.
Get ahead of your opponent, but I want to talk about Shanks and his incredible journey here. So the average pro play career, only 167 games. Shanks has been around for a lot longer than this. And why, you ask, is this important? To me, I think it is important because his career was not an easy path. He started out here and has had so much struggle early on in his career.
Wow, toliko gameova tek ovako kasno kreće da igra high level international.
And early days in his career, he was on some really bad teams in the LPL. He was on a 4-12 team, a 0-16 team. So many players in those situations, I think, would have been replaced, would have been a footnote in the history of the LPL. But he was able to fight through those difficulties, prove himself even amongst...
Lik nikada nije bio ovako dobar kao što je sada, bukvalno.
Has risen to the point where he's an LPL champion, where he's on the precipice of taking
Da, onda mu nije ovo prvi Worlds, prvi international igrao je Worlds sa WM, sigurno, sad ću vidim. Naravno da mi izlazi lik iz Vampisa prvo.
Such a core part of his history as
Kako loš sajt, majko mila, nikad više neće ići na njega. Ne, upravo sam, ovo moj prvi international.
In the world of League of Legends, Faker has accomplished so much, the greatest of all time to ever play the esport. And facing across from him in lane is that man, pushing him underneath his tower.
Evo će biti baš zanimljivo.
Already off to a strong start as Doran on the top side looking to do the same thing, looking to grab a plate already.
Već uzeo plate, ovo je insane za Dorana.
T1 solo lanes here, pushing very heavily early on, keeping up that pressure. And Lilia finishing up on the full clear at the moment.
Doran bausuje.
Proxying to gain the extra little bit of timing here.
Da, pa generalno razmislite malo koliko Yeti imaju bolju radnu etiku. To jest generalno etika prema postavljanju mnogo veća, bilo kom, ne ovom.
The T1 bot lane will just back off, knowing again, hey, they are the ones that would be targeted. You get that early demolish, you get that early plate proc, and he's even going to be able to kind of stack that next wave together because he did that semi-proxy, and we'll be able to TP back to a wave pushing towards him very likely.
Jel te liči Shanks malo na frontmana iz Squid Game-a?
Čekaj, stani, moram dobrati malo više pažnje, pa ću ti reći.
It is going to be Guma and Keria catching up on top side.
And Flandre has to push this top wave as quickly as he can, because if he doesn't, then he's in some serious threat, given where the wave is. Guma going to catch this wave.
Ovo je veliki problem za Flandre.
Yeah, both top laners in awkward spots here. Doran, I think did spot
big early game win za T1.
He was desperately trying to crash that wave. Wasn't quite able to do it.
Ne vidi se bezobrazan neki.
Ne ovako, neki ne ovako.
Flandre trying to hold that as much as they can. Flandre is an experienced ranger.
Liči na Frontmana, a i na 4-5-6, a i na 100, a i na...
Just trying to stay around, see if he can actually find an angle to get a crash here. Flandre is going to get rooted up there by Guma, not looking for the kill, but they are continuing to poke him down.
Yeah, Jax does have an easier time.
Ne može Jax s ovim, sa prvim recallom, ne može da umre. Ne može jednostavno.
They see Owner arrive, and they do elect to back off, but Doran, no TP, and is quite low on
health. Evo, povrati pažnju, a ne može ovako. Veruj mi da liči malo.
Malo, razmišljam sad, da.
Morat ćeš lepše da pogledaš.
Ne, znaš kao ona Digimon evolucija, pa jedna mlađa verzija.
Bravo.
Znaš, tako mi liči, da, tako mi liči.
A i taj glumac je inače dosta, ja mislim da ima 40 ili 50 godina fazom.
Da, jesu. Tako nešto, 45 recimo, tu negdje u sredini.
Bravo, je. Doran je svaka ti čast, ovo je baš bilo lepo.
Beautifully done by AL. They get Flandre to the bot lane as well.
Izgubili su ukupno 3 castri klipa.
Corky TPs towards the bottom lane. Shanks gonna go and try and catch this top wave. T1 still hold on to the gold lead for now, but a lot of farm denied away from Doran.
Faker is able to answer a lot of that and is going to be able to push this in. As Guma trying to look for a recall here with Carrier. Does elect to just stay around instead. As Owner is just trying to keep his farm up. Tarzan and him both farming very equally.
Ovo matchupu ima smisla, realno.
It is of course going to be an AP Maokai here from Tarzan.
Yeah, going to be able to get that extra bit of damage later on. And again, the Maokai ult will be such a big part of their team fight. For now, T1 hold on to their little bit of gold lead, but evened up so much as far as the top
laner. Doran got eyes on Kyle. He's trying to run for it, but the Abscond Duck is going to connect. Leap strike back, can he get out of range of the Abyssal Dive? Just barely. Doran, by the skin of his teeth, will avoid the knockup and survive.
Neki relocation, dobra fora.
Ima neki, ima svoje trenutke, ima svoje trenutke. Što kad najmanje očekuješ, neki uleti sa foricom.
Koliko su napeti top laneri ovaj game.
Faker je malo lišta ovaj game.
Ali brže. A da. Faker je baš raspoložen, a T1 rotira mnogo dobro, baš su dobro organizovani. Prvih 7 minuta, mislim da je T1-ov coaching staff prezadovoljan.
Ali mislim da je tako T1 igra kad gubi 2 gema u best of 5. To je Spike. Tako je loše spustiti očekivanja, fair.
To start up this dragon here, again getting a relatively early dragon to start off game 4.
Yeah, fighting Lilia this early against that dragon as a Maokai is a risky thing to do. With Faker being as strong as he is, AL don't want to run the risk of going for that fight. Plates-wise, it has been Faker that's gotten a bunch. He got 1 in bot lane, gets 1 in mid. Guma also grabbing 2 plates topside, shared with Carrier. They're keeping this push on the bottom lane.
Yeah, and Flandre still has not been able to get a single recall off for a purchase.
True.
He's all the way to level 6 with no buy, so it's just the Doran shield that he is holding on to.
Biscuits his own shield. Flandre in some trouble there. Will get knocked low, but will now likely base. Faker staying around.
Da, preferira T1, klasičan T1.
Unrelenting pressure here, constantly whittling away, and AL are taking the grubs at the moment. Wow. Flandre is trying to survive with his biscuits under tower. Goes back in again.
Yeah, T1 being relentless here with their pressure. Just non-stop poking and prodding. Guma and Owner, though, showing up. Don't want to give over the full 3 grubs. Tarzan has claimed 2, but Owner will be able to come in and grab one of his own. And I wanted to talk about Chovy, an interview that he did where he was talking about his expectations for who he would face in the finals. He was expecting that it would be T1's Legends. He said they are the most likely to make it up into the finals, not his longtime regional rivals of T1, which I think did surprise some players, but has been playing at such an incredible level.
There was a lot of talk, too, between those two teams at the beginning of the tournament about how their scrims were going. They were both very complimentary of each other.
It was like, I love the social media comments about how they were trying
to... je rekao da evropski timovi imaju potencijal, ali da mora da se pazi na draftovanje.
Clearly both have demonstrated an absolute excellence.
Kaže, zbog Fearlessa draftovanje je postalo mnogo bitnije nego što je bilo ranije.
Right now we find ourselves in a very slow-paced early game. No one quick to force anything, and that makes sense. When you've got a double AD carry comp on the side of T1, itemization is very important. Kobe, you were just talking about for Ambessa, you also want to get those cooldowns, you want the levels, you don't really want to try and force anything too early. And Shanks early on, of course, being put in the deficit that he's at, it's going to take
Faker je u zoni, 100 kripova u 10 minuta.
So slow and steady early game, a bit of a trade of objectives as 2 grubs secure.
Guma takođe.
One dragon for T1. Flandre once
Ovo je
again,
fokusirani T1. Doran opet 1-4, 1-3 igra na botu.
As T1 poking away at Flandre. You can see Doran could be the target of a dive here. Will they look for it? Tarzan for now, just farming up this jungle camp as Doran will be able to pick up most of this wave. Shanks and Kyle trying to kind of butter him up, though. He's now down to half HP, and they definitely want to consider this angle. Owner, though, is going to be spotted. He's moving down, so it could be a risky dive.
Yeah, they've got plenty of vision here, so...
Kad znate da ćete da ozdajbu i ne želite da gubite health.
Here comes the Rakan support.
Morat ću početi igra spell u soloki da vidim da li stvarno radi ovako.
Sam nešto jungle igrao, htio sam da igram spellbook na Sedžu i na kraju sam se ucavio, a trebao sam da igram, iskreno.
Meni je fan na supportu, zato što vidim da sad svi ranuje.
I think people sometimes underestimate how quickly Maokai can farm. You know, the Maokai has actually stayed pretty much dead even alongside this. Tarzan has just been power farming, already has...
Ja, Linca pa samo na početku, zar ne? Linca warning.
Prvih 2,5 minuta.
Da, tako nešto.
Manje, mislim da prvo je bilo 3.15, tako nešto. Mislim da je sad čak i ispod 3 možda, ali tako baš malo. Stalno je dobio buff mali.
It has been mostly carry actually just laning with Faker here, making sure they can't look for any sort of hard engage. Faker with that range advantage, only way they can really do something about it is to hard engage on them. So it's been often Guma just kind of solo.
Oko 3, da, 3, možda i 3 pa, da, možda je sajno pravo.
Taj neki range.
GG Hope dobije static shield, najjači item u igrici. Šalim se, ljudi mrzi static shield, nemojte kupati static shield nikada.
Uvek kupite static shield, najjači item.
Nikada nemojte kupati
static shield. Da li ste ikada htjeli da budete Zeus? Zeus je cool. Zašto vi ne bi bili cool?
Ne, Zeus može da spali selo jednom munjom, ti spališ jedan day, nije cool. To je sve što dobiješ.
I da izdaš cool. Nemoj zaboriš da
I
izdaš cool.
da nisu nerfovali Kraken Slayer, znaš kada bi ljudi buildali static nikad?
Pa dobro, nerfovali su ga, šta da radiš?
Da je Botrak 3% jači item nego što je sada. Sena bi bidla, ali Botrak ne bi pogledala
brate, ja da imam kosu, reklamirao bi šampon, rale, mislim, to je sad druga priča.
Okej, to je tačno. To što to nikad nećemo znati.
To ti kažeš.
A, fajn je Shanks. Sena ulti nije bio potreban ovdje, ima veliki cooldown, nije treba da ga baci paniče. Mid 2.15, bravo. Znam da je nešto da nas smiješno malo, da.
3.30, okej.
Top 3.30, ti si u pravu za top 3 bot.
Samo sam doktor, sve je cool. Znate mene, zove me Shine Timer. Spao mi se previše, ali to je okej. Baš sam što izmoran, nešto mi danas, danas sam baš umoran.
Ne znam, u životu prijela koliko sam spavao nego sinoć.
Ja sam namjerno ustao sinoć ranije, to jest jutros. O, Shanks, La Shanks, Shanky, Shankster, McShanks, au. Ne, nemam više, koliko je dobar.
Polako, Uner nema mane, polako. U mene mu je. Shanks! Kako si odigrao? Tako se ne flaši, bravo. Apsolutno činema. Kako su se potukli Kinezi dole.
Respekt za Shanksa, iskreno. Respekt za Shanksa.
O moj Bože.
Shanks je samo ih je Shankovo.
Dobro, razumeli smo, ajde. I dalje ćeš da me bodeš ili...
Shankujem! Okej, vrt, drugi Drake za T1, da. Gotovo, Rale sutra loka spellbook na Rakan supportu. Gotovo je, ljudi, gotovo je. Da, gotovo je. Gotovo je, ljudi. I Rale loka Bard i Rakan spellbook sutra cela.
Bard nikad.
He flashes away. Then you see the Rakan getting rooting up. Shanks goes for a 1v1 against Faker, steals away the Rakan ultimate, knocks them both.
O, kakav quickness da cancela Grand Entrance.
Dešava se iz Valkyrija, savršeno.
Gledaj to. Tačno posljednji trenutak da maintainuje Concordu stakove. Zna, walk-upuje, double range instant, izlazi iz range-a Federa da moraju da komituje na njega. Stavlja Unera u lošu poziciju, zbog toga Tarzan flashe u savršenom momentu da Dorno baituje flasha da komituje na Unera AL. Masterclass.
I think T1 must have noticed
Masterclass.
That's why Carrier goes. He had no smite because both of them were used. So if T1 noticed that in the midst of the fight, that is pretty incredible to be tracking the summoners that closely.
Jer Rale naučio da igra igricu na kraju, šta? Koju igricu? LOL?
Kapiram lol, da.
Still something to be reckoned with. AL though in a position to contest. Shanks in an awkward spot as he's separated from the rest of his team. Could create a flank though.
Flandre has no TP, so if they overcommit here, Doran could TP in and try to stop them. They're going to go for it, though. Shanks is behind them, poking them down. Gumayushi will be caught by the Maokai ult. Owner grabs the Herald, but now they're going to look for Shanks. Shanks could be in some trouble. The Senna ult going to buy some time as Doran has arrived, has the counter-strike. He goes in, he pops the ulti.
Dobro, nema spavanja ipak.
Trouble here, but Flandre's trying to close the gap. He's running through mid lane to get back to his team, and Hope is poking them down. T1 in some trouble now. They're going to have to run for it. The swirl seed slowing them. Guma incredibly low. Threatening. The ulti will have to be popped.
Dole, ima vatrice da izvuče.
Gledaj Flandra.
Goes in, gets one. Hope chasing onto Faker. Looks for the Q to try to get Guma. Could not find it. It is the Herald.
Vidiš ajno što hoda, au, nisi me gledao mjesec dana, GG.
But it was so close.
Hodam svaki stream. What do you mean?
Ne hoda ljudi, šta vam je, pričali smo već šta.
What do you mean?
To secure the Herald, and they do what I think they should do. Collapse on the flanking member. Shanks goes for a bit of
Kako se uplašio CL, prodao Shanksa, bi nevjerovatno.
And Carrier is quick to punish him. Being isolated from the rest of his team, T1 think that they can get a little more.
Yeah, you see AL members moving in two different calls right there. Because Tarzan was leaving the play.
Much love.
And the early teleport that came from Doran meant that he was completely sectioned off. So Shanks going down at the beginning. But they still got the chase down kill.
Flandre looking for the solo. Flandre has the shield. Gets out to safety.
My goodness, the action is really
Flandre baš lepo igram, baš.
They're trying to keep the Herald away. I don't think they're going to stop it. The tower secured for T1. And the goal difference remains close. This is what we like to see here in Game 4. T1 continue to fight back against the momentum AL built after Game 3.
They're TPing in. They're actually looking here for Faker. Faker is pretty far back, but is now going to spot Shanks here, and they are collapsing. And he's going to immediately have to flash out. There's the Abyssal Dive. Charm comes through there. Carrier's trying to peel for Faker. Faker still has nothing to get away, and he's going to get gobbled up here by Kyle.
Sačekali Shanksa Tina. Genijalno.
Beautiful from Kyle. He lands the slow into the Abyssal Dive.
Koliko lep game.
Faker on a silver
baš lepo igraju, dosta ljudi lepo igra.
To slow down while all that pressure was being put onto Faker, they were pressuring the bot side of the map. They secured their second tower of the game.
Pazite ljudi, možemo da pričamo i mnogo o legemu, ali Sena je Sena.
Spawning in 48 seconds.
They also got the feats of strength here with their Herald play in mid lane, but Hope trying to get a tower back. Shanks took that top lane one. Owner looking, can't really find much of anything. The Dragon going to be spawning here in 30.
Još i Ghost ima, stari ima proper summoner.
They are on their way to a potential early soul thanks to the steal from Carrier and would love.
I nema T1 način da engage-uje ako Carrier ne bude bog.
Huge for T1 to find their way back. Carrier
Svi sam Dorana lepo.
T1 kao čuje trazma, T1 se ne odpisuje nikad.
Polako, Some 400 za 2 Drake-a s druge strane, nije to i dalje. I plus T1 ima boots upgrade, tako da ovih 1300 golda nije 1300 lida.
I T1 također je Worlds ekipa, tako da čak i da ispadnu sa MSI nije toliko bitno. Na kraju krajeva Worlds je jedino što se računa.
Mislim dobit će samo $300,000 ako izgubi ovdje, tako da ono, bit će razočarani, ali mislim će preživjeti.
As Doran could be in some trouble, he is sectioned off. He maybe overstayed his welcome here.
Ode
and
Doran.
he's going to get charmed up and locked up. The Sentinel comes
Doran ne ode, Doran ne ode. Doran baituje.
Multiple ultimates used there. It was the stolen Recon ulti, it was the Flandre ulti, it was the Senna ulti, and they didn't kill Doran, who has his TP.
Exactly. He can just recall and teleport back. He won't have a flash for the actual fight, but the battle to start it out. He's teleporting behind them.
He is teleporting very deep. Hope spots it. Will AL
gdje god da je, ja ću mu uvijek želiti sve najbolje.
Looks for the root, can't quite find it. Tarzan marking Doran right now as
Pročito sam bravo Dragane umjesto bravo Doran.
Owner getting his movement speed stacks here off of the Raptors.
Dragan, brat
gledajte. Oj, Carrier, no, Davor otišao na cooldown.
Čekaj, Doran Shankuje Shanksa. Shanks ne može da igra.
Kaj više se dobro počeo fight za T1 da bi AL ovdje bilo što uradio.
Doran je lepo odigrao ovo. Samo je otišao na Shanks i rekao je bacit sada na mene.
A znao je da je to najbolje što može da uradi jer nema ulti i nema flash za teamfight.
resources, and they did not have position on the Dragon. T1 with excellent patience. Doran getting out of harm's way was crucial to the success of that play, and now T1 put themselves on soul
Vratit će se on nama kad tad, ne mora da se vraća, samo hvala mu za ono što je uradio dok je bio.
Even down 1000 gold compared to
Šta, prešao igrač u neki rival klub, ali to neka Kleo situacija. Sećaš Klea, sećaš se Klea, sećaš se.
Sećam se gdje sam u osnovnoj školi kad je Kleo prešao. Iz Zvezda u Partizan.
Zvezda u Partizan, da.
Pa nije baš takva situacija, prešao iz Liverpoola u Real Madrid, ali je to Liverpoolovo dete. Ceo život igrao u Liverpoolu, bio je vice captain i otišao u Real i onda smo svi bili okej sa tim, dok nije na prvoj konferenciji za štampu dečko rođen u Liverpoolu, ceo život igra u Liverpoolu, počeo da govori tečne španski. I onda, pa, izgleda da je učio godinama pre ovoga na Duolingu i onda su se svi zezali kao Duolingo s 3000 dok osvaja Premier Ligu sa Liverpoolom. Ali dalje je okej. To je moj omiljeni fudbaler, mislim, to je cijela poenta, kao aktivni fudbaler.
Trent.
To je onaj dres što nosio, Trent Alexander-Arnold, onaj dres što igra mi to.
Meni je Trent. Zar nije Trent iz Gospodara prstenova, brate? Zar to nije ono drveće? Zar to ne kaže Trent, kako se zove, jeste da?
Mislim da je Trint, ne nije Trint, ali mislim da se piše nešto drugačije malo, ali da.
Tako nešto, fair.
Trent je... I to.
Zvučalo mi je poznato. Znam da sam ih buildao u Lotru kad sam igrao onu strategiju.
Ne, nisu Enton.
Moguće da je, bravo, jeste Ent. Da, ali sa E, ne sa A, kao ne Ent, nego Ent.
Ne, tako je.
Jesu, Entovi. Liverpool fan. Ja navijam za FK Batajnicu, ljudi, molim lepo. To je moj klub. Idemo Batajnice.
Faker and Guma, these 80 carries scaling incredibly well. Faker had a very good start, got quite a bit up in goal, but Shanks has been battling back, finding kills in these fights, not to be outdone.
Čak nije bio ni toliko brzo izveden. Da.
T1 continually fighting for vision here, and Shanks gonna get...
To mi je draga fora. Ali kao, ja ću od deci uvek pričati o tome. Sjećam se sam gledao utakmicu paralelno se spremam za pismeni iz matematike.
Stvarno Batajnica postoji. Ne, samo se sprdamo, ne znam zašto Batajnica, samo se sprdamo. Mislim, postoji FK Batajnica. FK Batajnica. Ima, brate. FK BSK, brate. FK BSK, OMG, razumeš? To je to. Fudbalski klub iz Batajnice, to ti pričam. Eto, Milorad Uzelac Zeka igra. Eto, vidiš. Marko Pejić Peja igra isto. Vladimir Dobrota. Čovječ imaju Vladimira Dobrotu, razumiješ? O čemu mi prije?
Pera Zloba je on igra.
Ne, ima Marko Medića Meda. Milovan Mitić Mitke, a imaju onako sve nadimke, znaš. Odlično.
As T1 is around, Doran gonna base, look to buy, and then he does have his teleport if they feel he needs to join. Hope still on his way over here. Otacon down to about half HP. The TP gonna be spent.
Imaju dobar var, da, okej, nije više dobro.
That could be critical. Will he go in? Doesn't look for it just yet. It's getting lower and lower as Andre is getting poked down.
Andre, ne, pola helta pred.
A Doran ide, vidiš, on ide njih 5. On je u mogućnosti. On igra Jacksa, on kliče duglić.
Ivan, 2-2.
Pa, ode Flandre, pa, čekaj, Shanks. Shanks rakanult. Shanks 1 kill, Shanks ništa, šalje se.
Ja už da bi igraš kipe da ti igra drvo. Nema, nije fora.
Slažem se. T1! Naravno da ga klača.
Pogledajte kako Flandre grifuje. Ajde da pojedemo 3 auto-ataka i Phosphorus bombu, Fakera. Tako je, Forvis.
Just 28 health left after the smite went through. Meanwhile, Faker had done so much work on Flandre on the side that then he was able to push off Flandre, get that kill on the side, and gain momentum for T1.
The fact that they were able to kill Guma was the biggest surprise to me, but Doran's flank, I think, was instrumental.
T1 uvek igra.
From T1. Everyone seeming to know exactly what.
Ako vi ne moraš po mleku, evo, ako vi ne, ja idem napravim protein sebi, eto. Može.
And the fact that Doran killing that top lane tower gave him just enough gold to get the Seekers before that fight. Bases, TP's in, plays so aggressive knowing he has that in his back pocket. But his second item will be very delayed because he's between 2 items right now. So yes, that was strong for one fight, but Flandre on the other side is massively stronger right now. When you
Sad s mlekom, da, sad uzimam više kalorija, sad uzimam protein s mlekom, normalnim mlekom, mislim, low fat mlekom, ali mlekom i dalje.
T1 going, Tarzan trying to get in, they're going to burst it down, they do claim it. T1 claim the soul, they're going to look for Faker though, the public execution back in onto him, but Carrier is there to peel, they're turning on his Shanks, Shanks in trouble.
Okay, Tamken šuti, down Doran's ring, Doran's blade, Doran's shield. Mada. Da.
Jasilica,
Da. Jesu nam dali već timer? Nisu još, ne znam zašto nisu. Šta reći? Idemo T1! S4T1 ljudi, S4T1 in the chat, Da. Game 5, comfort zona. Sedamnesti Silver Scrapes. Evo gotovo, vidi. Evo pije slamčica opet ljudi. Viš da Krc ne vrati gotovo. Ako Krc ne vrati gotovi smo, neće. Za malo da bude GG odmah. Lepo.
He made critical plays near the end game team fights, escaping first on the bottom side, the 3-person attempt at his life before that dragon fight, coming in with the flank on the Otacon. I mean, value there.
This series could
Da
have
znaš da
gone
jeste,
any
da
other
znaš da
way.
jeste.
We're being pushed to game 5, LPL versus the LCK.
I sad će zadnji game biti Stomp. Zadnji game je Stomp. Zadnji game je Stomp. Zadnji game je 24 minuta. Koliko imamo vremena?
Imamo vjerojatno 12 minuta, pa se vidimo u gameu broj 5, T1 ili AL koji ide na negdan Genji u finalu sutra od 2.
For multiple of these skirmishes in this game that if they lost them every single time, it would have lost them the game.
And they were right. For me, Doran had such a major impact. It was the Otacon fight where I felt like he was doing a lot. Here is another example. He is sticking to the back line and making Senna's life impossible to fight through.
Yeah, he came up huge. The Otacon fight is also the huge one for me. But again, where it started is, remember back all the way to Genji T1.
Yeah.
If all the games are kind of like blurring together in your mind. And Ruler gets that clutch second Drake steal, right? I think anyone's Legend did such a good job playing these team fights early and the skirmishes early, especially Shanks. But the Carrier Smite steal,
the unsealed spellbook,
actually ended up becoming huge for T1 in this because it then put them onto Drakes. It made Dragon such a massive priority that AL then had to fight with T1 sometimes having set up on that. And I think that it's kind of fun to see that go from what we saw in the Genji series to, just the drive-by spellbook.
And I love that you know when that happens and it gets stolen against your team, you're just so mad, you just kill him, you just like press all the buttons, but the damage has been done.
I'm just zooming in my jungler usually, but the jungler is asking why is no one zoning for him. Yes. Yeah. And it's just like, and that magic is just excellent team fighting, especially if they lost the last few skirmishes because Shanks had a great game. They come back the next time, and I was focusing on Doran. Another star for these fights was Owner.
Yeah.
His Lilia, a pick that I didn't see coming going into this game, was a massive one. It's great versus Maokai. If you have a long fight, you're a menace to deal with. And those Lilia ultos really played a massive part in these fights.
And Doran, he's just such a smooth criminal.
Yes, he is.
This entire fight actually starts because they blow so much onto Doran. He ends up escaping, TP's back in, right? And then as this Drake starts up, he's just keeping Shanks out of the fight. And this ends up being crucial because we talked about how important Shanks has been for anyone's legend in the fights, it was that clutch kind of recon ultimate steal that we saw in a previous fight in this same bot side river. But yeah, Doran is doing work on this Jax.
He is, and I love that you brought up Shanks. And when we look at Shanks versus Faker in this series, I do feel like I remember more of the plays from Shanks. I see where he's trying to kind of push the issue, whereas Faker is just relying on the rest of his team. They all do it together.
That being said, that last game was hell for AL's early game.
Yeah.
Like, all 3 lanes were getting shoved in. Specifically, mid lane was like down like 10 or 15 CS extremely early on. They were getting sieged constantly through topside. They didn't allow Senna to really stack up because they ended up swapping pretty easily, and that allowed Jax to be able to get, what was it, Ruby Crystal longsword bot lane, while Doran shielded and Bessa stuck top. I think, once again, T1 are so smart in their early game. They played out their early game spectacularly, especially since the game before that AL did well there. So it felt like it had to go to game 5.
Yeah, it's 2 blue wins now for T1 as well. And this one, I do want to top it off with the Atakan fight if we can, just so that we've had everything. But again, I just want to say that you cannot overstate how important every single skirmish was, because if you lose one of these, you're probably getting wiped, right?
Yes, and just take a look at Doran. They see him on the flank, but they know it's coming to a 50-50 on Atakan, so they focus on him and just let Hope deal with the Jax, which is crazy. All that being said, Flandre was dealing with Faker on the bot side of it and was losing. So in a long skirmish, in a long fight, especially since they had to peel off the Jax, T1 was flourishing.
That also split the fight. Tarzan actually moved up away from the Otacon,
that is perfect.
Right?
That is excellent.
Oh my God, that actually moved Tarzan up off the Otacon, right? So it's also why T1 were so easily able to grab that objective as well.
Yeah, oh, that's so good. I love that sign. You guys are absolutely awesome.
Yes,
but
you are.
I do want to look at a couple of things in terms of T1 at internationals. We requested this T1's Game 5 win rate at international events. Now, I don't know what it is, but it's 55-40 record, 57.9% win rate in Game 5 at international events. I think what this picture shows is that it's never easy, even if you're the favorite going into Game 5, even if you're the underdog going to Game 5. It is always very difficult because the tensions are never higher. The thing is, right now, T1 has to trust so much that they've done this so many times before.
Remember what MSI started with? The first MSI in Tallahassee. Game 5, EDG versus T1. Game 5, it was like a major situation. Of course, T1 lost in that one, but it means so much for T1 as world champion after world champion. MSI is the tough one. As you can see right here, 2022 is the last time they were in finals for this one versus
I love
RNG.
that you bring up Tallahassee because EDG was actually not the favorite in that final game. We get the Evelyn moment. We get Clear Love. We get LPL Magic, right? And on their side, that's a huge victory and maybe something to want to channel going into this Game 5.
And a small thing, too. The last time T1 even won an MSI was 2017. That was the roster with Bang, with Huni, Peanut, Wolf.
In Brazil, yeah.
Exactly. That was such a long time ago, and they want to be able to reach that peak again.
And on the other side, though, Emily, we do have to give credit to AL as well because they love playing these brawls in the LPL. They do it all the time, so I don't think they're going to be particularly phased. But the question is also, now you're at the edge of Fearless. Now you're actually at that moment where you have to make crucial decisions. How do you think AL is going to pilot this one?
Yeah, I'm actually super curious to see what they do in draft because with this one, they had 3 losing lanes.
Yeah.
That's great.
And even though they were able to come up ahead in a few of these early skirmishes and actually set themselves in a pretty good position until some of those team fights started going wrong and Doran started ripping through them. Not fun to play with.
The dreaded K word might be coming.
Oh,
for draft.
not maybe. Hey, so predictions on the desk where we went for T1, you went for AL. Do you want to flip-flop or not?
I'm not going to flip-flop, but I didn't ask the crowd before. I didn't ask them what their prediction was, and I'm going to start. Anyone here rooting for AL? And now I have to ask the bigger question. Who's a T1 believer in here?
And finally, I hope everyone will cheer for this. Who wants to hear some silver for Scrapes. Coming right up, it's going the distance. AL versus T1, one last game to decide who gets to face Genji in the grand finals. Let's scrape some silver.
This could be Soul, though. T1 going, targeting, trying to get in. They're going to burst it down. They do claim it. T1 claim the Soul. They're going to look for Faker, though. The public execution back in onto him. But Carry is there to peel. They're turning on his Shank. Shank's in trouble. Going to get gobbled up by Kyle. But it's Thorin in the back line, trying to take over. Owner going in. Sleeps on everyone. And it is the eternal sleep for AL as Owner makes no mistake. The multi-man ulti was perfect.
It all comes down to this in Vancouver. One last game to prove it all for anyone's legend. It's about writing their name in history. And for T1, it's about writing another chapter in history. Now, are you ready for game 5?
Welcome back. Game number 5 about to kick off here. Both these teams took Genji to 5. We knew that they could be evenly matched coming into today. But we're getting treated to the full 5 here once again. A record for international tournaments. We have already had more Game 5s than ever before at any event before. And I'm so happy that it is here in Canada to be back home with this incredible crowd and these amazing teams, the absolute best in the world. It has been my honor to be here with you all.
What an incredible series. Both AL and T1 have put everything on the line. For AL, it's about proving what they're capable of. for the LPL getting some revenge against T1. And for T1, it's about continuing to solidify their legacy. A team that showed struggles in spring, but these struggles never seem to hold them back when it comes to the international stage. A team that has sought after an MSI trophy for many, many years, and they are on the precipice of looking for a rematch against Genji.
Let's get into the all-important game number 5 Fearless Draft. Pantheon will remain permabanned the entire series here. Owner's Nocturne as well getting a nod as we get super deep. You have to believe that Azir is going to be permabanned as well. There's no way either of those two champions are getting through. Nobody is trading that. And so we still have yet to see the Poppy make an appearance. I feel like that power goes way through the roof.
The Skarner and the Sejuani also very valuable, especially if we're thinking about a slower, more teamfight-oriented game. The Caitlyn respect towards Gumayusi going to be taken away. Gentlemen, I hate to say it, but Kalista does rise in value as we get into game 5. So many of the power 80
Don't you put that bad juju out there. We don't want to see a game 5 decided by Kalista.
Imagine if the Kalista gets its win in game 5 of this series.
I mean, Jinx also. Jinx to me has a lot of priority now too. Tabe sometimes says, you know, it's game 5, Jinx, we just win with Jinx.
I also really am a fan of champions like Ashe, which has been relatively low priority. I think Ashe can be strong, Zeri can be strong, Jinx, and we're getting TF here. Has not been super successful at MSI, but it is a champion that if you can execute well on, you can dominate the side lanes, you can find picks, you can control movement on the map.
I mean, I would say it hasn't been successful at all. 0-7 here at MSI, a champion that, alongside the Kalista, has not been able to win teams many games. AL putting a lot of faith in Shanks here in game 5. The Alistair, an engaged champion that we often see early in the draft, has been left open all the way until the end. And that Jinx that you were talking about, Kobe, in the hands of Gumayusi.
He's hovering it. This T1 team, they lock it. This T1 team that this year, as you touched on, so many changes. Zeus to Doran, controversial.
Oh, Ziggs bot.
The immediate response as well. They were expecting this. The Poppy comes through as well. Wow, AL with a clear game plan coming into game 5.
Absolutely, and this could be really difficult because what they're going to look to do is gold card onto the Jinx, Ziggs ult immediately on your head. They're looking for this sort of combo.
Game broj 5 je tu i kao što vidite, Shanks, verovatno, pored Tarzana najsvetlija tačka, dobro, igra je Hub, dobro, ne preterujem, ali jedna od svetlijih tački koja se bolje pokazala je MSI ceo i igraće Twisted Fate-a. Hope ne izgleda Ziggs duty, što se možda malo dopada guma na Jinx, Ruler ga je bacio u lower bracket sa Jinx prekjuče, a sada izgleda da će on to imati dosta frontlane i pila za ovu guminu Jinx od strane coacha T1-a i to je ono što mi se dopada, a Tarzan je drugi popi kogu god to izgledao kao ne toliko carry pick, zapravo vrlo high tempo jungle. Ovo je vrlo naporna, tako da biće interesantno. Također, Caitlyn je bila banovana u prvoj fazi od strane Jela, što je vrlo interesantno. Šta može da znači Camille ban? Šta može da znači Camille ban? Ne bih, mislim, Faker nosi tim sigurno, ali kao čovek. Mada kako mu igra ekipa, možda je najbolje.
Your ability to play through sides is not the easiest. The Bard being removed, I think, is a smart ban. When playing with the Ziggs, you can leave that Ziggs alone, safe to free farm.
Ovo će biti zanimljivo sad. Bard je također sklonjen, ne žele da gledaju Kyle-u, ima je Kyle jako dobro juče bar game. Gerija nije dobio svoj tipičan pik, ali to je u redu. LeBlanc je banova na Fakeru, šta je ostalo ovdje da se blindova na midu? Annie? Ne, Annie je bila pikovana game 3. Sindra, ne, nije blind, u stvari Sindra. Hvej. Ne može Svein ovaj tim. Trener draftuje, ali u dogovoru sa igračima, Sajna će da se obraduje ako bude Kaseden, neće biti Kaseden.
This does mean that they have two low mobility carries at their disposal here. The Jinx.
Ovo mi se ne dopada, zato što ako odu na Xanta nemaju dovoljno damage-a, konstantnog damage-a. Ziggs je artillerist, that Twisted Fate i utility, znači mora da se ide na Aatroxa, Flandre mora da igra nešto što radi. Ovo je popi support.
Faker igra Hveja.
Čekaj, stani, mnogo pikova se haveruje.
Stojim.
Tarzan će da igra Olafa. Ovo će biti preteško. Ovo će biti astronomski teško, ljudi. Olaf je pikčina, ali pikčina u Jinx. Faker je haverovo kasnije na jednom momentu, to je Faker nego guma za Fakera. Ok, Doran je dobio matchup. Da, baš je dobar pik, Olaf, baš je dobar pik, Olaf.
Kegala guma, vrat. Šta reći?
Ovo će biti napleto, mislim da ste spremali za Jinx. Mnogo će biti o tome kako owner može napravi veći impact. Mnogo je velika šteta što je dobio Skarnera, ne može toliko da ga bulije u early game-u. Skarner nije toliko opresivan u invadeovanju. Ima solidan clear, ali nije toliko opresivan u invadeovanju, Olaf ga prebija. Nema dovoljno načina da ga kajtu, Olaf se previše lako stikuje na Skarnera.
Olaf je u stvari genijalan pik. Ne, ovo je legit
genijalan
pik.
Trundle top za Dorana, da, Trundle top je ovo priču, recimo, ovo što Spila kaže nije loša ideja. Ali mora je Doran da dobije, znači, dudu matchup, ono. Trundle bio banovan. Je li igran Trundle bio? Jeste, Trundle je bio igran u Game-u 3, pazim.
Jeste. Evo viš da jeste.
Treba vremena Spile da se navikne čovjek na Fearless draft.
It'll be only the fourth way game for Faker all time. Has not lost on the pick just yet.
Koliko je Jaron dobar pik u...
Tricks to pull from.
Da, bless you, kolega.
Faker Hvej će biti interesantno.
Biće zanimljivo Shank, šta će raditi s timom. Generalno, iskreno je AL draft mi se više dopada, moram da priznam. Twisted Fate ulti na Jinx i Olaf random baš će biti teško, iako Aatrox ima flank TP, to može da bude baš ozbiljna priča. Iskreno, podeljeni su fanovi.
Jesu, vole tabe. Kako mu daš Gragasa? Pa vidi, mislim da... Ja bih mu dao isto Gragasa. Mislim da mu treba nešto da bude ono... da može da bude konstantan.
Faker uvijek igra bez skina. Kako mu daš Gragas?
Kako neće imati pila za Jinx.
I Gragas ovdje je dobar pik iz prostog razloga što je još jedan način da se disengage-uje.
Ali zato to sam da kažem, Olaf je obesmislio svaki način disengage-a koji ima ekipa Tivana. Znači kao, ti imaš kao, da, Gragas će ultati Jinx, pila će Olaf, Alistar ima CC Olaf, Skarner će Olaf, kao svaki mogu, znači, ono, nemaju kako da zone i Olaf, on upali Ghost na dano gomu. Kako je igra Gragasa? Pa da, mislim, to je način da bude konsistent. Ono, Gragas bi uvijek treba da radi nešto. Baš tako funkcioniše.
T1 nikad nije osvojio MSI, wow.
Pa da, ali na Gragasu ti je i dalje, i dalje će raditi nešto. Da mu daš Jace-a i da padne, bude 0-6 kao Jace, bit će useless. Da bude 0-6 kao Gragas i dalje će nešto raditi. To je fora.
Both mid laners throwing spells back and forth.
You can see AL trading pretty aggressively.
I feel for Guma, znam taj život. On već sad zamišlja Olafa koji trči u njega, samo da znaš.
Mislim da je Guma trebao i flit, možda ide čak ovdje. Znam da se ludo zvuči, ja mrzim flit. Ali dobar mu je u ovaj matchup i u Olafa može da dodatan movement speed. I mislim da je trebao da ide na Ghost.
I mean, look at that too. They go for the early recall for Guma.
Onoga što T1 nema ni dovoljno burst damage-a da Olafa njukuje. Cleanse Ghost, legit. Mislim da Flash Ghost i igrati na nečiji Nikars ili čak kupiti QSS je bolje priča. I Fleet. I otići Celerity, recimo. Ali ne znam kako će da bursti Olafa, to je problem. Oni igraju na reset, a nemaju reset, nemaju kako da dođu do reseta.
Faker mora sam da igra nekako. I da drži ceo tim na distanci. Ili da snowballaju ovako, mislim, to je akcija.
Carrier fun fact, ima solo XP na botu. Ko radi damage ako ide QSS i fleet. Ali ko radi damage ako je mrtav? Ja mislim da će to da Jinx bez rune i dalje će na 3 itema koja nisu QSS raditi mnogo damage-a. A mora ranije kupi QSS, on je baš opresivan. Ne znam, čini mi se kao da tražim rješenje u situaciju koja nema rješenje.
Ti ovdje dobiješ batine, to je to.
Tako je.
Ja ti kažem, znači njima je jedina poenta da Faker igra toliko dobro i da sam zona cijelu ekipu AL-a. To je jedini play. Da fight faktički nikad ne počne. I da onda Olaf ono desperate engage sa ultom i sa ghostom.
Što znači opresivan? Kada nabija pritisak. Kada nabija opresiv, je li to najbliže, jel da?
Da.
Nabija pritisak.
Empty inventory up there as far as the consumables go. And he is on the null magic mantle, obviously, because of the double AP solo lanes, because of laning and...
Jer Twisted Fate vam mnogo...
AL, though, will start up the early dragon here.
On kad ulta, Jinx dobija paniku ako nema cleanse.
Ne bi trebao Olaf da dođe do moja skoro. Ja mislim da neće Olaf skoro do moja doći. Vidjet ćemo.
Zapravo ja da sam Olaf igram Stridebreaker u Mo u DD samo i to je to. I ne kupujem više itema. Svakujem gol, ono ništa, nebitno je, full build sam. Odem na Gage poslije.
Mislim, pazi sa resource splitom, kad Olaf bude na 2 itema, Jinx će biti na 3. Ako Jinx ode na pure damage, Infinity, Hurricane i Untal, ona će shotati Olafa koji nema armor. Olaf neće, on upali ulti, Jinx gubi iz 3 krita. Mislim, moramo i o tome da razmišljamo. Ne može i Tarzan, i Flandre, i Shanks, i Hope ne mogu svi imati farm. Znači, neko će biti zakinut tu.
Tabiz, to je dobar argument, Tabiz je zapravo huge jer ne znamo da li će imati LDR dovoljno brzo.
Vidjet ćemo ko će koliko resursa dobiti, ja guess da je to poenta. Skripta T1, 3-2.
Ne, Olaf sigurno igra samo te boots, to je, it goes without saying.
Vidjet ćemo.
A Warden's mailu u Mo i onda na Randuins?
To je opcija.
Jer realno trebati samo Randuins, zar ne?
To je opcija. Warden's baš...
Ja bi buildovao Warden's, znači ja bi buildovao Tabiz, Stridebreaker, Tabiz, Warden's mail, u Mo, malo je feels bad jer predugo sediš na Hex Drinkeru, ali kao okej, to je prekasno sediš na Hex Drinkeru. Ali kao, okej, i dalje nemaju toliko AP bursta igrača T1-a.
I mean, the Poppy's already going to help with that too, because any wall that stands in your way, Kael is going to be right there next to you to move that wall aside.
Da, samo gledamo kako može da dobije oba najranije. Doduše, ja sam support igrač, pa ja volim, meni je normalno da kupim moj Negatron Cloak i da onda ne gledam šta ću s njim.
Lako je naopet.
Ne mogu, može, Warden's mi je Negatron Cloak.
Funny da ti recraftujemo pre nego što se dogodi. Mislim kao ono, da pogađamo šta će buildati. Mislim da je to zanimljivo.
T1 looking more so for that front-to-back team fight as they continue to scale up.
Alright, the grubs here and available.
Da bi DD će svakako biti dovoljno. Jedino što je ona komponenta iz koje se builda DD malo meni underwhelming.
Steel Sigil, najveći skem od itema koji postoji.
Malo mi je skem.
Ušli malo. Za malo.
Nema toliko loše statove, ali kao nije mi, ne osjećam se dobro kad je kupim.
There by Kael, who does take over to 6.
This is interesting. This could be a trap play. The Skarner's going for counter jungle, but Twisted Fate has ultimate ready.
We'll see if they're going to be able to spot him out here. Baker pushing in on
the neće daje Shanksa ako su dovoljno brzi.
So shouldn't be able to actually get that ulti off. Owner has to bail out.
A ne, nisu bre, ne mogu što pričam ja.
Good defense there. The threat of the Twisted Fate ultimate and
a košta 1100.
Kael comes over, defends his jungler's red.
Da, whatever, baš to, underwhelming mi je samo.
Mogu bi da upalim tako.
Mislim, bilo bi baš loše da ima negative value, ne bi trebalo tako funkcionišali kao.
As Tarzan is just kind of quietly playing his game. Of course, he is behind in gold, but
baš mi je meh.
Objective control going his way. They did leave a grub up on the top side of the map as Tarzan wanted to quickly get back into his jungle and continue his clear. Red secured. He's going to now go back to the Raptors and start moving his way to the jungle once more.
I think this first fight, when it does break out, is going to be so critical.
Zato kažem, ne treba mu DD, iako znam da je jako dobar item na Olofu. Warden's Mail u Mo i Randuins na kraju, jer Randuins je insane i sasvim dovoljno.
Run through the Gragas, the Skarner, the Wayfear, the Alistar combo.
And Kael, look at this deep vision Kael is getting super deep into the jungle. Both Krugs and Raptors warded up.
Zašto ti on ovako olako pušta objektive? Zašto ne može da ih kontestuje? Izgubit će fight ako ih kontestuju i izgubit će objektive.
AL have the possibilities of ballooning a lot of mid-game gold through tower destruction. Once Ziggs get those down, once they proc the Void Grub and open up some territory for the Twisted Fate.
Glava, nauči da računaš.
Tarzan now back for this third grub. They hadn't actually collected it earlier, so he's going to be able to grab it.
Nicely done by Tarzan. And I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back to base and starts full clearing once again. He's probably sitting on a decent amount of gold. Going to clearing what camps he can, but it feels like the Tarzan is just one step ahead of him in terms of the clear.
And meanwhile, T1, they've built this comp for the 5-on-5s. They've built it to try and keep Guma and Faker safe. The two big carry champions here need the extra safety. Carrier doing his job with
farm game, pa vidjet ćemo koliko budem dozvoli AR.
The Sundered Sky now finished for Tarzan.
Gameplay nove game je da
it's going to be low damage here in the
radiš damage prevention, da TF i Olaf ne preuzmu mid game i igraš sa Jinxie itemima verovatno, čekaš da... Zato imaju veliko disengage-a.
Gdje da ne ide ni na Stride Breaker, rushova je Sander.
Oj, ono mali, mislim da je Griff, ja on će igrati Sander u Stride Breaker. Jel znaš? 100%.
Both top laners have their TP. We'll see if they elect to join.
Mislim da oni dropaju.
Has the ulti ready? Will he look for an angle into that backline? He's fighting the Faker on the side as Kael goes forward. He's looking to get the ejection.
Wow, kakav ulti.
Good stuff. I Guma je dobio kill. Sad će Gumu da rundowne, Guma nema ghost.
Pa. Ovo nije smelo da se dovodi, ovo nije smelo da se dovodi. Ovo nisu smeli da dopuste, ovaj fight nije smelo da pobedi AL, T1 nikako.
right? Interrupts the recall, but can they punish it? Looks like no. Thorin was there trying to cover. Both teleports were used.
Such a massive momentum shift. We were talking about how tense that first fight was going to be. Tarzan felt so strong on the Olaf, but it's Gumayushi that picks up not one, but 2 kills.
Šta ne vidim sad? Vidi, pitanje je, jedan mali mistep i neće mu biti zabavno svejedno.
Ne, nebitno je, Jinx broj itema nije toliko relevantan ako pogreši. Ali je relevantan u smislu da ukoliko odigra dobro, moći će da ubije Olafa na vreme.
Joink. Lepo. Iskreno lepo, iskreno lepo. Sikira će. Lepo, lepo, lepo.
Nemoj da se sekiraš.
Lepo, lepo, lepo.
The TP comes through from Doran. He chains EC Shanks. He gets him away from the wall. Shanks is forced to flash, but he's just flashing to his death as Flandre retreats and leaves his mid laner to fall.
Kako paze da mu ostave priliku.
Between an Olaf and a Jinx. With the Jinx getting 2 early kills. You can look at the disappointment there.
I mean, that shows it. They're going to look for a play here onto Faker, though. Gold card, locked and loaded. The stun does connect, and there's the ulti popped here by Tarzan. Faker has nowhere to go. Can he get one back? Doesn't look like it. Great play from AL to get one in the side lane.
Okay, the Olaf trying to catch back up there in the arms.
Da, moguće će biti scenarij.
Mislim, poenta je što i Tivan zna da Guma mora da dobije resurse. Oni kad god mogu da mu ostave bilo što, oni će mu ostaviti.
Vidjeli smo sad malo pre, da.
Jer kao Alistar, Skarner i Gragas nemaju nikakav farm prio. Nemaju nikakav ništa prio, znači oni će dropati sve. Oner bi trebao da počne da dropa jungle hampova u jednom trenutku za Jinx. Ono, toliko nemaju prio. I onda se mora da idu u fakeraju Gumu.
Ako mene pitaš.
Sve ide u njih dvojicu, znaš. A EL ima 4 lika kome treba farm. Tako da vidit ćemo na koju će oni stranu da odu.
The first tower of the game. The next objective for them would mean that they secure the feats of warfare. Herald spawning in 15 seconds.
Exactly. And look at this.
Da, s tim se slažemo s Pila uopšte.
Super deep vision leading up to it. They go for their reset timers though, and T1 move in. Get control of that critical brush at the opening of the river.
Da, Tarzan ide na... Šta? Je li ovo Sunlit Sky? Jeste, jel tako? Sad se bili iz Phage, jeste. Ne Sunlit Sky, bože, Stride Breaker. Ne, ovo izgleda kao Cleaver.
Izgleda ide na Cleaver, da.
Ovo bi trebalo da je Cleaver, nema toliko healtha.
Al Cleaver mi se ne sviđa, Cleaver mi se haos ne sviđa ako ide na Cleaver.
Pa ni meni se ne sviđa, mislim da je grip.
Tiamat, Phage, Health, Stride. Mislim da je to build, ne? Ja ne buildam Stride Breaker, šta znam.
Isto.
Mislim da je Tiamat, Phage, Health. Cleaver Skull 2 PA, da.
Zar nije Tiamat, Phage i Carbon Dex?
Ček, stani, Guma. Get excited, Guma. Ja to viš.
To je to.
I sad Guma. A mu je zabo kill.
A što bi mu uzeo kill, Onero.
Pogledaj ulti ovaj od Gume, levo dok je nastavio da bije pravo, to je goated. To sam ga ja naučio kad sam bleo Korej s njim. Kad sam ga vodio u Skadarliju ovdje, kad sam ga vodio na picu u Beogradu.
Da napisaš Sarajevo. Si ispratio?
Ja sam, zato i kažem. Kad sam mi rekao sam ga vodio na picu u Beogradu. Kad sam napisao, sam rekao šta, ne znam više šta pričam.
Ne, nisam znao da li si bacio tu foru namjerno ili slučajno, da sam pomenuo Sarajevo i to te pitam. Nebitno je sad. Znači od 6 killova 4 ima Gumayushi i 2 ima Faker. I 1 ima Owner. 2 ima Owner.
And T1 coming up huge in back-to-back fights.
AL, the pressure must be mounting massively.
Dobro jutro, Lima.
They are so close to the finals. They performed extremely well at this tournament. But now with the lead that T1 have, they're going to have to find some crazy plays to turn this one around. They'll need to find picks.
Juntalu Mortar Reminder. To mi se jako sviđa. Iskreno mi se jako sviđa Juntalu Mortal. Pogotovo zbog Olafovog builda.
We were mentioning this before the last fight. He still has flash and cleanse available, so he can play so aggressively. with the amount of peel that T1 frontline have.
You look at Hope, no flash, and Keria has his, so that explosive engage is available. T1 have this.
On je sad behind, ne želi da bije, a što manje bude tu kao, znaju da moraju da biju.
Ne bi XOI, možda i bi, ali zamalo, ali bi antikira mislim možda svići. Autospacing, pam, W land, i onda preko zida, imaš range, pam, imaš red buff. Ima W. I sad trči, bam, red buff, bam, get excited, bam, run on ETF-a, bam, autospace, bam, samo gledam gumu, bam, gumu, još get excited, bam, cleanse, nemoj cleanse, ne treba ti cleanse, bravo. To sam ga ja naučio dok mi reklamirao konje.
To i bili ste u KGB-u, a?
7-0-5 for the AD carry of T1. Another tower is secured.
Znaš da mi je danas izašao klip kad si kod Sarajeva, onaj brat što ga je povukao za ruku, što mi je rekao, you must take picture, I'm horse trainer. Brate mili. Ja ne znam kako nije rekao onoj dvojici da ga bukvalno presavijaju tamo, svega mi. Si vidio taj klip, jesi?
Vidio sam i gore klip kad je bio u Beogradu. Jedan lik je bio u fazonu, ja nemam roditelje, moraš da se trkaš sa mnom.
A to je TikToker jedan koji snima svašta.
Da.
Ali meni je iskreno ovo gore mnogo u Sarajevu što je bilo.
Ne, samo Čodo ima samo moj najveći respekt ikada. Kao si dobro odradio sve što je mogao. Baš je bio na on point.
Ja sam ga izgubio na You Must I Am Horse Trainer, tako da...
Dobro, to je drugo, ali ostalo sve je dobro baš odradio.
Čekaj bre, kopa, to je u Sarajevu bilo, ništa nije bilo dobro u Sarajevu.
Ne, mislim na Beograd, mislim.
Dobro, to nije bilo...
Ne, slažem se, nego kao ostalo u Beogradu je bilo dobro, a ovo...
Ne bre, šta?
Loše se izda.
I u Beogradu je bilo kritičnih stvari.
Nije, bilo je dobro. Bilo je dobro u Beogradu.
Bilo je nekih stvari koje su bile dobre, da, ali... Mislim, nevezano za Čodo, Čodo je super organizovao kako mogu da organizuje, samo stvari koje su događale su bile užasne.
Dobro, ne, pazi, ti ne možda imaš kontrolu nad ljudima, ja samo govorim sa tačke gledišta onoga što je Čodo mogao da uradi, mislim da je odradio odličan posao.
Bolje nego Sarajevo, da, pa mislim teško da bude gore. Ja mislim da je Sarajevo vjerojatno najgori stream koji je imao. No joke. Ja mislim da je Norveška bila bolja. Mislim tamo je kolapsovao grad, ali to je zašto je on najavio da će streamuje. To je na njemu. He's bad.
Vidio sam to Sergej što kažeš.
To je bilo jedno od kritičnijih stvari. I to oba pojavljivanja. Ne znam se koje je gore bilo.
Shanks is trying to join from above. He does land some good poke there onto the back line. Faker incredibly low. Will they just back off here? Dorian finds the reset onto that Otacon, so it's back to full HP. Faker is going to base. He has his teleport, so he can rejoin, and T1 could look to force. They're going to find Flandre. Flandre on the side, casts back, flashes out, but can he get to safety? You can see Kyle looking to...
Hrvatska je bila chill, da, Hrvatska je bila chill.
Flandre is down.
Čuo sam i da je Slovenac uradio fino nešto.
Da.
Shanks trying to get the damage out, but they just don't have enough. Owner is still standing on no HP. He survived.
Pa da, ali su znali zašto je likovano sve. Od strane organizatora. Još jedan, majte. Samo basic. Imaš ga i sad još jedan. Pa.
Koliko je dobar Alistar od Kerin, to je nevjerovatno. Fajna rekao 24 minuta poslednji game, ako bude 24 minuta ne znam šta ti kažem.
Ne radiš final. Veruješ u vrađbine moje. Šta ću kad čitam skriptu, nisam ja kriv.
Obratite pažnju na broj carry-inih, knock-upova, prokova, na CC score, samo obratite pažnju šta radi. Najnaporniji lik na svijetu s ovim, pogledajte.
Nobody left alive. Carrier popped his ult. Him and Doran just constantly holding down each and every member of AL.
Lima, doca fatio, daci, hvala porasi, brat, mi čekaj što nije popao follow. Sad će, evo ga. Da. Ave, apsolutno si u pravu, da. Apsolutno si u pravu. Lima fatio, naci, hvala porasi, kako ide, držimo se. Sve ide po skriptu.
Ja nikad nisam bio u Sarajevu, ja bih volio da odem u Sarajevu, ali baš zbog hrane.
Da picu?
To je jedan najveći razlog. Zašto su i par drugara bili u Sarajevu i pričali su mi o nekim bolestnim mestima za hranu koje su našim, mislim našim kao domaćim.
Ja nisam bio u Sarajevu, tako da ja bih volio isto da odem.
Neki preozbiljan isto naš kuvar ima svoj restoran tamo, zaboravio sam ima neko prezime.
A Guma nije tu? Moji su Crossman play bacili.
Kerija, A ljudi, zašto nije vam ovako impresivno ovo što radi ovaj čovjek? Njegov alistar je, pogledajte ovo, on je bacio double-ove na miniona.
Okej, sad je izrifao. Malo ga je odradilo ga.
Naravno ga je odradilo je kad igra lig game. Nenormalno. Tako jave.
Došao je tata, ajde Guma. Gdje je završio taj basic? A mogo je da juri, savio se. Vidi, imao je flash, mogu da ih pobije. Nema veze, sve okej.
Nikad nisam vidio da kao ovo radi, stvarno je ruthless ili. Mnogo dobar game.
Odradilo Keriju na majmu.
Mar je već izbacio klip o gostovanju Speeda, ovo moram pogledati.
Ja sam video već.
Jel dobar?
Par delove. Pa da, mislim manje više ono što... Rekao je naglas ono što svi mislimo. Da, ono što svi mislimo.
It's true that if T1 don't show proper respect, there's a world in which they can concede one too many objectives. A single Baron could still flip this game on its head.
Moraju se pazi, dalje Guma možda bude šotovan, on je 11-0, ali ako mu Olaf priđe, on ga 1-1 salama, ono, urniše ga, ja ne. Mislim urniše ga, dobije. Ako je full health, ako mu nekako uvati neki flank ili šta god. Ovi da nema samonere.
Owner and Doran, this front line that has been so good at setting up for the carries. Here we go with the scuttle crab. They'll see all of the wards. They don't even kill it.
Tarzan could be in some trouble here. Doesn't want to use the ulti just yet, but he's in so much trouble. Now going to pop it, try to turn around here. Shanks coming in from the side with the red card. Flandre is rooted up. And Tarzan is down already. Doran now coming. And Flandre's going to fall as well.
Guma sad trči ko zatok se, da. I sutra će biti 5 gemova, samo da znate. Čisto da znate, sutra je 5 gemova. Samo se spremite. Samo će sutra 5. game ići malo kasnije, ali ima doca fati, puno membership, brate moji, dobro došao. Thank you.
T1 is hungry for blood. They find another 4. It's only hope left alive as another tower falls. The Baron is there.
Good stuff. Limo legendo, hvala ti puno, brate moj, dobrodošao Felixi.
Ativan Genji će biti apsolut cinema.
Da, to ide 5 gemova, to ide ozbiljnih 5 gemova. Ozbiljnih 5 gemova.
Još će sutra biti puno energije, jer ću malo čitovati na rođendanu. Ne puno, ali malo i bit će fajn.
Samo mišljam neke single player igrici koji bi igrao, zavisi šta voliš. Black Meat Wukong je gas, ako si u gasu da se znojiš.
On je lakši, ali tako, od Elden Ringa.
Pa jeste više ono action, znaš, nije toliko strateški kao Dodge 7 puta basic, nego malo vezuješ komboa, pa malo ulaziš u neki ludnica mod, pa nabadaš. Malo je lakši, da. Ako imaš društvo, onda igraš Night Train, Elden Ring, u multiplayeru. To je fora. Zajedno biješ bosseve. Šta znam?
Kažu ljudi da je teško dosta igrati zajedno.
Pa jeste, da. Ali šta znam, koliko sam ja gledao zabavno izgleda. Meni sad izlaze neke nove Monster Collector igrice, ja dva čekam, 2 izlaze. Jedna se zove Animo, druga ne znam ni kako se zove, ali meni je to mnogo gas, tako da to kad izađe to ću igrati sigurno.
Potentially moments away from closing the series and looking for that all LCK rematch. They took Genji to 5 last time. They certainly want to do one better, try to take him down this time. T1 pushing in 2 waves here.
You can hear the roar of the crowd supporting T1 as they break into the base. The ulti comes down.
Owner not able to connect there on the Impale, just barely. Andre does back up, but the wave clear, not enough. Owner gonna get knocked out here. But there's no real angle for an engage from AL. Their damage is just too lacking. They can't really go in. And Kyle has to flash out there as Faker shoots out the spiraling despair. Can't quite connect.
Nisam ljudi nisam uspio da pređem Elden Ring uopšte.
Dobar je, dobar. Igrao sam WoW, da. Rise of the Ronin mi je recimo isto turbo fan, mislim da je baš kvalitetna igrica. Tako da to je recimo meni baš fora igra.
The Nexus towers and the Nexus, all that remains between them and the finals. The tower is going down incredibly fast. Faker somewhat low, but AL if they're going to make
Igrao sam i Warby, ne previše do duše.
Can even find an angle. He's going to look for Faker. They're going to go for the fear is perfectly timed on a Shanks. Into the back line goes KL. They do get one.
Sljedeće što moram da igram je Valorant sa Patreonima, tako da to sam rekao, skinuću Valorant, to mora se igra ovaj game, samo ovaj kraj, nema šta mislim. Ovo je samo T1 waiting room. T1 Genji waiting room.
Biće ovo ozbiljan MSI. Koreja ga je uzela, samo da vidimo ko.
Ko iz Koreje, apsolutno.
Kako Valorant? Ljudi, T1 je prebio AL u 5. gameu i biće ovo, zasluženo prolaze, biće ovo baš zanimljivo. Biće ovo ozbiljno. Sutra od 2 smo tu. Ja i moj divni kolega Sale, tako da zabavljat ćemo vas jako. Ja vam želim laku noć. Dobit ćete intervju, dobit ćete odjevo i od Sajne. Sutra od 2 ujutru. Čujemo se, vidimo.
True story. Vidimo se, Rale. Hvala ti puno na gostovanju danas. Ok, uglavnom, da. Puštamo intervju još malo i to je to. Bolje valo nego Counter. Igrat ćemo i Counter, moramo i za rang, da. Uvijek fali jedan, sad sam ja uvijek kriv. Ne ovako. Inače, ljudi moji, znači podsjetit još jednom kogod nije proverio Patreon program. Uvijek zaboravim kad neko dugo ne dođe na live. Da kažem nekome, kao što je na primjer Lima koji će postane member, da umjesto toga postane Patreon, tako da my bad, ovo je on me, ali postanite Patreon ljudi moji, postanite Patreon da što više proširimo community, sve nas je više i više, program napreduje jako lepo, tako da igrat ćemo Valo, a sutra je movie night, sutra se gleda film, laganica neki film će biti do duše, neće biti ništa previše heavy, jer ono kao, mislim da je okej da gledamo nešto malo lakše i jednostavnije, pa ćemo onda poslije se bacamo u neke stvari. I nešto sam razmišljao također, dok čekam da intervju prođe, jako bitna vest, pošto u septembru izlazi Alice in Borderland sezona 3, postoji jako velika šansa da ako u septembru budem imao slobodan dan kada izađe Alice in Borderland, taj dan ću bingeovati celu seriju. Tako da ću vjerojatno streamovati na Discordu Alice in Borderland cijelu sezonu u jednom danu. Znači kao zasešćemo, upalit ćemo stream i tipa pauze će biti, dogovorit ćemo se 15 minuta između svake epizode da svako iskulira, ode po hranu, šta god, ne znam ni ja. I bit će binge verovatno cijele sezone. Znaš što je baš gas serija i mora se gledati. Čisto znate, dok čekamo intervju, da podelim taj info s vama. A sutra u 8 gledamo neki lagana film, ono, neka laganica. Ništa previše heavy,
Absolutely. I mean, we basically said one LCK final wasn't enough, so we're gonna go to 2.
Tako da čisto da znate kakav je ugao. Ajmo čujemo intervju ljudi moji, Kolanga i ja, sutra ga lovimo, budite mi dobri, vidimo se sutra na finalu.
Here at MSI and forever as they will face up against Genji in the finals. Thank you so much for joining me. Game 5s have been so one-sided here at MSI. How do you explain this and how do you explain the fact that this one was so easy for you?
이번 MSI에서 5세트에 가면 굉장히 원사이드한 경기가 많이 나왔습니다. 그 이유가 뭐라고 생각하시는지, 그리고 이번 5세트는 왜 이렇게 원사이드한 경기가 나왔을까요?
이제 5세트 정도까지 가면은 이제 집중력 싸움이라고 생각하는데 초반에 처음 실수가 나왔을 때 그게 좀 가장 크리티컬하다고 생각하고 있고 그 이후로 약간 집중력 문제로 계속해서 손해보는 팀은 계속 손해봐서 이렇게 원사이드하게 좀 나오는 것 같습니다.
I want to say, once the series goes all the way to Game 5, it's all about the focus, all about the concentration. So once you start making a minor mistake, it's so critical. You know, it affects your concentration. And I think the one who started making mistakes, it's just going on, and it's a very big impact overall.
I see. And looking at T1's composition, I feel like you guys are blessed with 2 junglers. How does it feel to have Gumayushi as your secondary jungler, securing objectives all the time?
또 T1의 라인업을 보면 요새는 정글러가 2명이 있는 것 같습니다. 구마유시 선수가 아주 중요한 순간에 또 오브젝트를 잘 좀 확보해 주시는 스틸도 많이 나오고 있는데 이렇게 구마유시 선수가 세컨드 정글러로 있어서 든든하진 않으신가요?
사실 이제 구마유시 친구가 글로벌 궁을 굉장히 잘 써가지고 이제 제가 스틸할 수 없는 상황일 때도 많이 스틸해줘가지고 그런 부분에서 믿음직스럽게 생각하고 있습니다.
Gumayushi is really good at global ultimate, so when I'm in a position where I cannot actually commit for stills, he's always there with global ults to take the objective, so very reliable for sure.
Absolute teamwork from the team, and something that is crazy is that thinking a few weeks back, we did not even think that you guys would make MSI, and yet again, you are getting ready for another final. So tell me about what has been going on backstage for you guys to bounce back the way you did.
사실 불과 몇 주 전만 해도 T1이 과연 MSI를 진출할 수 있을까? 자체도 굉장히 불투명한 그런 질문이었는데 이제는 다시 한번 결승 자리에 오르면서 또 한번 증명해냈습니다. 경기를 치르지 않는 그런 백스테이지에서 어떤 노력이 있었기에 이런 변화가 가능했나요?
이제 뭐 저희는 오랫동안 좀 많은 국제대회도 나가고 결승전을 좀 많이 갔기 때문에 그런 경험들 때문에 저희가 조금 주춤하더라도 이렇게 끌어올릴 수 있었던 것 같고 그래서 그런 부분들의 믿음 때문에 저희가 다 같이 으쌰으쌰해서 여기까지 잘 온 것 같습니다.
Because we have so many international events experience and we made it to final so many times, we know that we can bounce back. We have the faith in ourselves. So we managed to kind of pick ourselves up together and push it all the way.
T1 plot armor is real, and you guys are gonna do your first MSI final since 2017 in a rematch versus Genji. Now, last time they pushed you guys to 5 games, but how can you know that this time around is gonna be different and that you're gonna win against them?
다시 한번 젠지를 결승전에서 만나게 되었고요. 이번에 승리를 한다면 2017년 이후로 최초로 다시 한번 MSI 우승을 T1이 가져올 수 있게 됩니다. 저번 경기는 사실 5세트까지 가는 접전이었는데 이번 리매치에서는 어떤 점이 달라서 승리를 가져올 수 있을 거라고 자신하시나요?
이제 저번에 이제 젠지랑 했었을 때도 저희가 1세트 같은 부분에 이겼어야 되는 경기들을 저희가 아쉽게 놓쳐가지고 그런 부분들이 좀 크지 않았을까 생각하고 있고 그래서 1세트부터 저희가 준비한 대로 잘만 한다면 충분히 이길 수 있는 상대라 생각하고 있고 그럴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
I think in the previous series, for example, like game number 1, there were a lot of games or moments where we should have won, but we could not. So this time around, if we can follow our plans and make things go as we've kind of prepared, I think we are strong enough to beat them.
And do you have any closing thoughts and words for all the fans who are here cheering for you today and making this incredible atmosphere here in Vancouver?
마지막으로 밴쿠버 현장에서 뜨거운 열기와 응원 보내주신 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드립니다.
네, 이렇게 오늘 또 너무 많은 분들이 와주셔가지고 저희를 응원해주신 여러분들 너무나 감사드리고 여러분들의 힘찬 응원 덕분에 저희가 5세트까지 가는 와중에 이렇게 또 승리를 했다고 생각하고 있고요. 이제 마지막 젠지 전에도 이런 힘찬 응원이 있다면 저희가 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각하기 때문에 저희 끝까지 믿고 응원해주시면 좋겠습니다.
Thanks to your loud energy and support, we were able to fight through this 5-game battle and get the win today. I really, really appreciate it. And if I can get another loud one tomorrow up against Genji, I think we will get the power to defeat them. Thank you so much. I love you all.
You heard that, Vancouver. Honor, interview 너무 감사합니다. Jisun, thank you so much for the translation. And T1 advances to finals once again.
Believe they are doing it again, and through the LPL once more. We have a very special guest on the desk, Becker, the GM for T1. Did you believe going into Game 5?
In going to Game 5, I think I did. Yeah, I think we were very well executed with the pick and bans, and the players are very calm, and I think they were ready to take a Game 5, so I believe it in.
Is there anything you can do going into Game 5, right, in the supporting crew, or do you just trust that they've done this before, they have all the experience, but is there anything you can say to them in those moments?
Well, 80% of that, and then 20% when the players need more water, we just let it. But make sure in the back of the stage there are a lot of things that player might need, so we always try to be aware and make sure that, because the waiting time is so short, so yeah.
That makes a lot of sense, because one thing that we heard from Doran in joining the team is people ask them, like, oh, what is the T1 magic, right? And his response was, it's how well prepared we are, it's how well the staff prepares us. How has it been integrating him with the rest of the crew?
I think given that Doran's already a veteran, I think we didn't really ask too much for him. We just tried to be what kind of characteristics he have, like what we need to prepare for before the game, during the game and everything. Just want to make sure that he's in a comfortable spot. We just try hard just like our players do.
Nice.
And just taking a step back, the last time you guys were in an MSI finals was like 2022.
Long time ago.
2017 was the last time you guys won. How does it feel?
I think for past 2 years, we always got knocked out at this stage. So we really wanted to win today, and I think it really, really meant a lot winning here. Tomorrow we're going to face a very big rival of us. Great team, Genji is, but I think we are ready and we are confident that we can do well tomorrow as well.
Do you have some kind of explanation why at Worlds T1 is practically unbeatable, but usually at MSI is not where you have all the reps?
For international stage, I think it's a weeks of staying at the one city or to multiple cities. So I really got a props to all the managers and staff that consist of T1. They're great, and also the players. I think they're really trying to make sure they're 100%. Like life cycle routines and everything. They're just very professionals that I'm very proud of them.
Yeah, we can see it. We have some stats in terms of T1 and as an organization in international Game 5s. Now 17-9, Emily. That is starting to take over, right? And when we talk about this last game specifically, I feel like it was, get behind me, President, and the president is Gumayushi, and then Gumayushi says, no, I'm the president, let me shoot him. It's just unbelievable, but a very risky comp.
A risky comp considering how many ways that anyone's legend did have to get onto you, but I actually did like how much the focus was in getting Kuma ahead early. So I don't know how much you can, because I'm not going to ask too many questions about draft, but I guess how confident were you in their ability to play out this kind of hyper carry comp?
Yeah, definitely. I think the general answer I could give is, given that this is now Fearless Draft BO5, so in every Game 5, every composition probably have some risk, some downside and upside as well. So I think our coaches did a great job making sure what our game plan is, making sure, blah, blah, I'm not going to say it.
Redacted. Cutting your losses.
Oh, there it is.
Nice.
We were very happy to achieve that win because AL is a great team and they were a very tough opponent to play against. So it was a good game and I'm very happy that we got the Game 5.
Yeah.
And this might be a tough question, but just seeing most international wins, a lot of these players like Faker, of course, first, Keria is in there, Owner and Guma you see.
Owner and Guma, because of this series, now
that's
fourth.
True. That's a big one.
It's crazy. I think Owner often gets forgotten, right? I mean, we talk about the stars and then the ADC pops off and the jungler, but I feel like we need to honor him here.
You have to. Like, he is, especially this series, he was so instrumental. And I feel like that being the point, very topical, we should probably make a mention. The Oppo player of the series is Owner.
Nice job, Raz.
Yes, like he was amazing from the entire series. And just that was about to mention this play. This play, the moment you see it and they run down AL, it's like, okay, so it's a T1 victory for sure.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask, because you guys kind of raised Owner, right, from when he was on your academy team. So talk to me about how much he's grown as a player.
Definitely. I think since his debut, he never missed the international stage, but year over year, I feel like not only he improved in his gameplay and everything, I think his mentality and the professionalism just grew over the year, and he's a true professional. I mean, if you give me like 10 minutes, I can just share all the stories about Owner. He's been great. I'm very happy he won the player of the series.
Can you pick one story?
He's always on time.
Oh,
we love that.
So
Wow.
who's always late?
Yeah, that's rare.
I'm not gonna answer that. I think, but I think he actually has a 100% on, making on time.
Across his entire time
Honestly,
on T1?
I've never seen him being late.
No, goated. I love that. I think that's such an important quality. Some other people on the desk sometimes miss their shuttle.
Hey.
Sure, that might happen. That might happen.
I'm trolling. Let's take a look at this bracket.
True, and a question that I want to ask you, of course, you're going up against Genji one more time. What's something